2026. This bill is a long time coming and I think cause for some celebration, but it is an important bill. It addresses a long-standing flaw in Victoria's electoral system, and given the broad support for its central reforms, I'll try to keep my remarks relatively brief, no promises, to assist with the timely passage through the Parliament. The most significant change before us is the abolition of group voting tickets. The Liberals and Nationals strongly support this reform because it closes a loophole that has allowed the electoral system to be manipulated for too long. And I'm pleased to be able to say this is an issue in which we and I have been remarkably consistent on. Back in February of 2023, I just returned to Parliament from some parental leave, what I believe, I'm told, was only my 14th contribution to this place as a member. I said, I'm now over 1,700 according to Hansard database, but I want to point back to my contribution in February 2023, a debate put forward by the former member for Northern Metro, Ms Ratnam. But I said in that contribution that I think group voting tickets are an absolute affront to democracy. It is gaming the system and people are not getting who they voted for. It is a lottery where no one is the winner except for the candidate that snuck in through the back door on the back of a small number of votes. So this is an area of policy that is not actually new to me. I was an advisor in the Australian Senate when we abolished group voting tickets in 2016. If you look at some of the footage from that time, you can see a very young me looking very tired in the advisor's box because that sitting of Parliament at one point went for 28 hours and 56 minutes, which happens to be the longest continuous sitting without a break in the history of the Australian Senate. We saw that affront to democracy that was group voting tickets in the 2013 Senate election, where we saw Australian Motoring Enthusiast Party win a seat in the Senate with less than 1% of the vote. After that election, the Liberal federal government took the necessary steps to abolish group voting tickets. The Greens supported this. Credit to them, the crossbench worked constructively with us, but who stood in our way? Who stood in our way at that time? Who kept the Senate sitting overnight? It was the Australian Labor Party, because it is in their DNA to stop democracy, and so I suppose we should be pleased that they have finally come to the table kicking and screaming to deliver this much-needed reform. And yes, you might begrudgingly support it now, that you want to save your own political skin for those at the number 2 position. And I note that there is a deal in place that pre-selections be delayed until group voting tickets are abolished. So that must be why it's finally here, so that you can abolish group voting tickets and then you can approve all your pre-selections and no one will be too upset. So, and then, Mr Erdogan can move to the number 1 position and the rest of the number 2 positions on that side can be slightly more comfortable about their positions. I want to point out in particular, and a significant point, how much of an outrage it is that for multiple elections the Victorian Labor Party have opposed this necessary reform. They may have indicated support, had members across multiple parliaments from the Andrews, Allen, Carroll governments indicate support for in principle for abolishing group voting tickets.
Supportive of it.
But each time
we're more excited,
got
I guess,
to the
to
end
watch
of the term
the
and
crossbenchers who are opposing it.
Yeah,
we're going to go kicking and screaming. So welcome to the live stream. We didn't get a second to introduce everyone. obviously, we've got the QR code on screen, or go to savevictoria.com. That's where you can help us cover the costs of the legal bill of about $15,000 to be able to get to this point. But today, history is going to be made as long as the vote goes through, but I believe it will. The most exciting part is going to be watching, like I said, the people debating it, the people who are opposing it, because they're the ones that rely on it, and hearing some of their arguments.
Definitely, Avi. Let's get the sound back up.
Has been intended to operate. Members of Parliament should be elected because they have earned the support of voters, not because they've benefited from a complex web of preferences, arrangements negotiated behind closed doors. We have seen too many examples, both federally, before reforms were introduced here in Victoria, where candidates with only a very small primary vote have found themselves elected because they participated in elaborate preference deals. These outcomes may have complied with the law, but they certainly did not and do not reflect the spirit of our electoral system. As the great Anthony Green has noted, in Eastern Metropolitan Region, Labor won 2 seats from 37% of the vote, 2.22 quotas, and the Liberal Party won 2 from 36.1, 2.17 quotas. The Greens were the third place party with 9%, so 0.54 quotas, more than twice the vote of the fourth place Liberal Democratic Party. Remarkably, this was in 2018, the fifth seat was won by Rod Barton of the 12th place Transport Matters Party, despite polling only 0.6% of the vote, or 0.04 quotas. The Greens had 14 times as many votes as Barton, but lost the seat to Barton due to deals arranged by group voting tickets. And on the evidence of elections conducted since the abolition of group voting tickets, it would have been impossible for Barton to win from such a low vote, and the final seat would have gone to the Greens. So group voting tickets distorted the result. And let's not forget the disgrace of Mr Barton voting with the government on that terrible pandemic legislation. But we know through leaked recordings from the preference whisperer Glenn Jury, who practically admitted that he made a deal with the Labor Party for an amenable crossbench. And he said that everyone involved in his tickets were part of his family, and they need to create an amenable crossbench for the government so that you can't just oppose the government all the time and then calls them a family. So no wonder why Mr Barton would vote the way that he did. Going back to the results, so in Northern Victoria region in 2008.
So Avi, I just wanted to, for people watching, if you can just explain how the Free Palestine Party, you as a leader, has been involved in bringing it to this moment where it's being debated in Parliament right now.
Yeah, so guys, welcome to the stream. Make sure to smash that like button, share this out. Obviously, this is the first speaker who is a Liberal National, so he's in support of it. We're waiting to hear the crossbenchers. Those are the ones that are most likely going to be fiery. But essentially what's happened is this has been up for debate for many years. But up until we launched the Free Palestine Party, no one was, or the government was certainly not taking it seriously. They were kicking and screaming. They wanted to continue this group voting ticket because, like he just gave the example of people like Barton, they would side with the government when they needed. And I remember that vividly. That important vote where we were campaigning against kill the bill. But they got it across the line because the Labor Party have their fronts, their stooges in the upper house that managed to get there on less than 1% of the vote.
Yep.
But the Free Palestine Party, where we were flipping the script, which came from Monica, who's going to join us soon, and Morgan Jonas, It was their idea. They were starting it. But then I thought, when I was reporting on it, I thought, you know what? I know the perfect issue that's going to make their minds explode. And it's probably going to bring more people over who are going to vote based on a slogan. That was a Free Palestine Party. And as soon as I did that, it kicked off in a way that I could only dream of. And the outrage was palpable. Everybody was talking about it. And suddenly there was a campaign from Get Up to the ABC to everybody from the left, from the extreme left to the so-called centre left, and even the Liberal Party, everybody. But the Liberal Party has supported pulling it for a while. And it came out, when he talks about the preference whisperer Glenn Drury, who he's talking about here, for years has talked about using this system, one, for financial gain. He charges people to join his family, but also to stop One Nation. So One Nation has gotten close to the quotas, but never, often lost their seats to these people that should not be in Parliament, like Animal Justice, which we're going to hear from them soon. So guys, welcome to the stream. Again, remember, this was not possible without people's support. So savevictoria.com. That's where you can help us cover the costs of getting to this point. And let's watch this together. We'll have a watch party, and Monica will come and get involved in the conversations. All the comments are coming on the side there on screen. And obviously any super chats we'll read by the end of the stream.
Yep.
Twice. In 2018, in the Southern Metropolitan Region, the Liberal Party polled 38.2% or 2.30 quotas for 2 members. Labor polled 34.6%, 2.07 quotas for 2 members. And the third place went to the Greens with 0.81 quotas, 6 times the vote of the fourth place party. Yet despite a high first preference quota, the Greens lost to the 9th place Sustainable Australia Party, who polled only a tenth of the Greens vote, 1.3% or 0.08 quotas. Another result that could only
it hurts One Nation the most, and especially with the current polling. One Nation certainly has that has been the main objective, but the other objective the Labor Party has tried to do is they've wanted left-wing allies that were not the Greens. So the other group that potentially will gain more seats, and deservingly they get more of the vote, is the Greens. But remember, they'll be pulling off even crazier left-wing parties like Sustainable whatever and Animal Justice, and those kind of parties, they're going to be absorbed to the Greens. But if you look at the current polling, and even polling up until now, it's been mostly hurting One Nation.
Yeah, look, I'd be a bit more celebratory. I am celebratory, of course, as a member of the Free Palestine Party. This is a good victory for the Free Palestine People Party and the cause. But of course, the Libertarians, David Limbrick, Tim Coolty, prior to that, they have a soft spot in my heart for all the amazing work that they've done throughout the years, especially during COVID times. And they proved to be the opposite of someone like Rod Barton. So having those voices in there wouldn't have been possible, perhaps, without the group voting preferences that they did do, the deals that they did do. So that's one of the downsides. That's the only negative that I can find in all of this.
I love Limbrick and Tim during COVID, but having said that, if the true voting will of the people, we would have likely got in, One Nation. We would have got other right wingers in there, and I hope Limbrick joins One Nation and jumps on one of the tickets there. But at the end of the day, that's the cost. It's worth the price.
Let's listen to
confidence in Victoria's democracy. I was on the Electoral Matters Committee and have been for the majority of this term of Parliament, and was for the report into the upper house system. And it was a wide-ranging inquiry. It was really good to attend multiple different hearings into this particular report. It was a really important report. And I want to foreshadow an argument that we are bound to hear a bit later on in contributions, that we cannot possibly abolish group voting tickets until we abolish the regional structure and move to a statewide system. And I particularly want to bring up the extensive work and submission of psephologist Dr. Kevin Bonham, who appeared before the committee in May of last year. And I asked Mr. Bonham at the committee for his views on what would happen if we abolished group voting tickets and did not change the structure of the council itself due to time constraints. And he concluded his answer by saying, "I would still stress again I cannot stress enough that is better than keeping group ticket voting. Dr. Bottom has also written in his submission to the committee on the 2018 election that the most important aspect of the simulation is that in no case would parties with a tiny regional vote shares win seats. All seats would be won by parties with substantial support in their region and a real mandate from and accountability to their communities. So this is clearly and the correct democratic outcome, and it's long overdue. So I strongly believe the argument that we should delay abolishing group voting tickets until we remove the regional structure is just plain wrong. It is still, regardless of the regional structure of our upper house, a subversion of democracy. It's saying to voters that we will arrange who gets elected to this parliament as political parties, not you, the actual voter. The voter should be in control of their preferences. And the Liberals and Nationals have also consistently argued that this system should be reformed. We have long believed that Victorians deserved an electoral system that reflects the choices made by voters, not the calculations of preference brokers. I would also like to point out, and this is significant, that when the Liberals and Nationals supported the abolition of group voting tickets in the Electoral Matters Committee report in December last year.
Just wanted to read the super chat out, Avi, while we're listening to Evan Holland. That was from VC6142 that says, you opened a can of worms, Avi, so cleverly done. This is one of the things I wanted to see today. I think you'll probably be interested in this as well, Avi. Will anyone give you credit? I'm sure there might be a few that might diss you for leading this thing to happen, this outcome. But will people actually give you credit? Because if you look at the media coverage leading up to this, a lot of the media, ABC, you did interviews with ABC, Channel 7, I think Channel 9, interviewed Pauline Hanson. It always reverted back to the fact that it was your action with the Free Palestine Party that led to this. Do you think these politicians now will give you credit for actually getting this pushed along to this point?
Well, I saw The Guardian already trying to report this is going to hurt me. Now I'm not going to be able to execute my Free Palestine Party plan, when the thing is, from day one, I literally, when I launched the party, I said I'm doing it for the ultimate goal of them to withdraw it so that One Nation gets its intended democratic vote, the quotas that it actually has earned from the people, the will of the people. So you've got The Guardian on one hand, you got, what was his name? Epstein. I only remember his name because
Raf Epstein.
He made it clear that he wouldn't give me credit. You know what? I don't need credit from them, because I know how hard it's going to be for them to congratulate us for what we did.
But I'm just saying because they're triggered when they're arguing against it, saying that you're the reason for it to be like this is why we have to fight against it. But if it actually does go through, and they're all saying it's good for democracy, well then you've actually done a service to the country and to the state of Victoria by helping democracy flourish.
Well, if I have to guess, so the Greens are going to take credit, even though they've been arguing for a long time for the reasons we mentioned before, but no one cared what they were saying because Labor certainly didn't want to give them the power. They're not going to give me credit. They're going to probably play the same Guardian position, but I imagine I look forward to seeing the arguments from the crossbenchers that are opposed to it, and I imagine some of those, the most radical ones, are going to blast me for doing it, and I will clip it and repost it as a badge of honour.
There we go.
Their reluctance to fix our broken electoral system means that electoral outcomes in the upper house have been actual electoral outcomes of people that are here distorted by preference whisperers to reflect the undemocratic intentions rather than the will of voters. Again, it is a subversion of democracy. and has been allowed to continue in place for far too long. Now, parties, as I've pointed out twice in the Southeast Metropolitan region, the last two elections, it was the Victorian Liberal Party that was robbed of a democratically elected Member of Parliament. As such was the will of the people of the Southeast Metropolitan region. The Labor Party has been robbed of elected Members of Parliament several times in the Northern Victoria region. The Greens have been robbed of Members of Parliament countless times. I think probably the most times out of any political
Whenever the
party.
Liberal Party don't want to mention
The will
One
of the
Nation.
voters was to send
Notice that?
those Members of Parliament to
It's
this
like they've
place.
got a
The
memo.
will of the
Don't say
voters
anything
was
about
never
One
to
Nation when
send
everyone knows, even
Don't
the
Glenn
Animal
remind
Justice
them.
Party or the
made it
Transport
clear
Matters
that
Party,
the biggest
or you
threat
can,
is One Nation to
basically
get rid of
insert
it.
party name here.
And his whole mission was to stop them.
Democracy should work for the people. It should not work for
Most
the
of what he's saying
political
is good,
elite and those running an argument to try to delay forward the group voting tickets reform until some structure is worked out, would still attempt at this election that's coming up to subvert the will of the Victorian people.
So true.
Regardless of what system you have in place, a better outcome right now is to abolish group voting tickets. And as I said, we shouldn't look at polling of who's likely to be elected at this election to make a judgment on whether or not we should abolish group voting tickets. As I mentioned, when the adoption meeting happened and the report was tabled in early December last year, the polling was very different, and we were voting for changes that would have elected a Green in every seat in the upper house. But we did that on principle, and the principle here is really important. And so there are a number of other changes in this bill, and given the limited time, I'll go through them quickly. There's been a number of amendments
Really looking forward to the people opposing it.
to improve the administration of
The Liberal Party
elections that we
is
don't
very
see as controversial.
this
The first group of amendments relates to vote-saving provisions. These are sensible reforms that align with Victorians' electoral laws that have already been adopted. That approach has already been adopted at a Commonwealth level, and we support vote-saving measures because every valid vote deserves to be counted wherever the intention of the voter is clear, and democracy is strengthened when genuine votes are not discarded because of a minor technical error. Anyone who's worked as a scrutineer or participated in counting processes, presumably every one of the members in this chamber here are among that group, understands this issue very well. And I have to say, particularly in highly diverse electorates, you see it all the time where the intent of the voters is quite clear, but has been knocked out on a technicality. So this is a positive step forward, and will reduce informal voting. And under the current system, those ballot papers are often examined individually by the district election manager to determine whether voters' intention can reasonably be identified, and in many cases perfectly
So for those just
obvious
tuning in,
how that
welcome to the
person
live
intended to
stream.
vote.
Make sure to
And
smash
existing
the
practice
like
already
button,
allows.
the share button. We're looking forward most to the objections of the crossbench. This is obviously is it a Liberal or National? He says Liberals National.
Evan Mulholland is a Liberal, I believe.
And they're obviously coming from their position. They've been against it. Now it's obviously Labor that's joined. It'll be interesting to see why they're saying they've suddenly joined, whether they admit to the Free Palestine debacle in the being confronted by their own technique. But yeah, we're looking forward to that. I welcome everyone here. Make sure to like, and if you want to support it, guys, you can super chat. We're going to read all the super chats. In fact, there's one there. Give that a read while
Yeah,
he's
let's give that one a read. I just want to thank
fumbling along there.
Jess Langdown 8667 says Australia is a land of strong people and weak leaders. That is true. The people do have a lot of heart and a lot of strength, and they're willing to put up with a lot. But they have been, for a few decades now, led by very weak politicians that have sold out the country and sold out the people. So great reflection there, Jess. I definitely agree with that.
Thank you for the super chat, guys. We're going to read every super chat, so get involved on YouTube on the super chats. Otherwise, we'll continue watching this, and we have Monica's going to join us as well, I think.
As I said,
Turn it up.
Oh yeah, I'm just trying to get Monica on.
Most significant reform in this bill. It closes a loophole that has distorted electoral outcomes for many years and finally brings Victoria into line with every other Australian jurisdiction. And for too long, candidates have been able to secure election with only a tiny primary vote because of intricate preference arrangements negotiated outside of public view. While those outcomes may have complied with the law, they did little to enhance confidence in our democratic institutions. Victorians should be able to look at the election result and have confidence that those elected have earned the support of voters, not simply have benefited from a complicated web of preferences. This reform restores that confidence by placing control of preferences back where it belongs, in the hands of voters. The vote-saving provisions are equally sensible. They recognise democracy should not turn on harmless technical mistakes where a person's voting intention is clear. The remaining amendments, as I said, improve the administration of electoral laws. And taken together, these reforms improve the integrity, transparency and operation of Victoria's electoral laws. Practical change strengthen public confidence in the conduct of elections. As I said from the outset, we know that group voting tickets has long been an issue in Victoria, and over the life cycle of this government, we have been given weasel words by this government, and particularly by former Premier Daniel Andrews and the two premiers that followed as well, that it is to come. We will fix it later. It is to come. These things usually happen at the end of a term for nothing to come. And I want to point out again how outrageous that we continue to have a subversion of democracy in this state, and this government, which Ben Carroll, the Premier, was a part of, did nothing. They did nothing. They sat on their hands and continued multiple times to see the will of the voters not go subverted, and did nothing because they wanted an amenable crossbench.
And that was Glenn Drury's wording.
And still remains an absolute disgrace. The Liberals and Nationals support group voting tickets. We're glad that this Labor government has been dragged kicking and screaming to their current position.
Made a mistake
to save their pre-selections and give them a little more comfort on their electoral position. As I said, the Commonwealth recognised the flaws in group voting tickets long ago, 10 years ago. Victoria should have been the grown-ups and acted much sooner. And unfortunately, the reform was delayed, and in my view, the delay reflected the political interests of the former Andrews government, which benefited from a Legislative Council crossbench shaped by a preference harvesting system that no longer enjoys public confidence. Thankfully, we are now correcting that mistake. The opposition will assist the government with the swift passage of the legislation. We will not be entertaining amendments unless any new surprise ones come along, but we will be assisting the government with the passage of this legislation.
There you go. Talk about people call me divisive, and I've just brought
President, I rise to speak on this important bill and confirm that One Nation Victoria will be supporting the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026. For years, Victoria has been the only jurisdiction in Australia to retain the use of group voting tickets. This is a system that has taken much of the power of preferences out of the hands of voters and placed it in the hands of political parties and preference negotiators. It has created what has become known as the preference whisperer industry. People whose job is to negotiate preference arrangements between political parties and candidates in an attempt to influence who gets elected. President, I believe that is fundamentally the wrong way to approach democracy. Preferential voting should mean that the voter gets to choose their preferences, number 1, number 2, number 3, and so on. Victorians have the right to know exactly where their vote is going. When someone votes for a particular party or candidate, they should be confident that their vote is being used to express their preferences, rather than being directed according to a deal negotiated by political parties behind closed doors. This bill takes an important step towards putting that power back to where it belongs, with the voter. That is a significant improvement. And this is not about protecting one political party or another. It's not about Labor, the Liberals, One Nation, or any other party. It is about a simple democratic principle. Political parties should have to earn the support of voters. If a person deserves a seat in this parliament, it should be because Victorian voters have chosen to support them, not because that person has negotiated the right preference arrangement. We should not have a system where voters need to understand complicated preference deals or wonder whether their vote might ultimately help elect a candidate from a party they never intended to support. The voter should be in control. President, there is already too much cynicism about politics and politicians. The last thing we should do is have an electoral system that creates further distrust. Voters should have the confidence that their vote means what they intend it to mean. This bill brings greater transparency, accountability and choice to Victoria's electoral system. It puts the power of preferences back into the hands of Victorians, and that is exactly where it belongs. Their vote belongs to them, to Victorians. For those reasons, One Nation Victoria will support this bill.
Mr. Terpstra.
Thank you, President. I rise to make a contribution on the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026, and very pleased to be doing so. These are very important reforms, and as previous speakers have highlighted, it's important for voters to know where their preferences go and decide who gets elected, not faceless people in backroom deals. And I just want to talk a little bit about, obviously I've been a member in this chamber for 8 years, and I've seen
She's Labor.
Over that time different iterations of crossbench makeup on the crossbenches, but it really is, I find it really quite astounding, some of the commentary around the government, was trying to somehow orchestrate a progressive crossbench that we could deal with, because having sat here through numerous debates on bills and numerous committee stages, I can tell you that certainly from a government perspective, it's been anything but crossbenchers who have been willing to work with government. In fact, it's quite often the opposite. And in fact, all you need to do, President, is look at the voting records of some of the crossbenchers that have actually come into this place. And, we've been part of many a marathon debate on committee.
Labor would have been the first to get rid of this if it didn't benefit them.
Really, which could have been avoided and were quite unnecessary. But again, we hear quite often from those on the crossbench, lectures about how it's important for democracy, the crossbench provide democracy, it's important for people to have their say in these sorts of things. But the bottom line is, President, when you look at where people make their decisions for a government to be formed, it's voting for members in the lower house, and that's where government is formed. And so you have a majority formed in the lower house, and I might again point to the previous terms in which I've been fortunate to be a member of, that in both those occasions the Labor government was formed with a thumping majority. So in this chamber, it's very often the case that what the people that are returned in this chamber actually don't reflect the the will of the voting public, which is to deliver government to one party or another. So, we've been in a system where major parties, Labor, Liberal, are either forming government in the lower house. So when you look at this chamber, we do have more Labor members on the government benches and Liberal members on the opposition benches, but then we have Greens and crossbenches. So again, often the will of the people and the imprimatur of the voting public is often not represented here. And I just
wanted to bring up this comment.
She's trying to argue that it's actually
crazy argument, but this comment is great
benefit
because
to get rid of it. What nonsense!
Last week she was arguing that some Victorians actually want potholes. So she's got form. Yeah, so it's a great comment. I wanted to bring that up because it's very relevant. She is delusional in her views.
They are, and they are standing here to give important views. But the reality is, President, that most of the time, and I'll go into the people in a moment who are here who have benefited through this system through a range of means, but they have bought a seat in this parliament. They have bought a seat in this chamber. And have done so with very little votes, in quite often very, very low votes. So I'll just go through to some of the details. So, and I've had the benefit of working with many of the crossbenchers as well, and I like a lot of them as well. However, but I don't like the means in which they've come to this place, some of them. So, for example, effectively what this has been about is that we've seen, due to group voting tickets in Victoria, we've seen some of the most dramatic come from behind election wins in Australia's political... Yes, that's right, come from behind. So, and this has been done by coordinating complex preference deals through the preference whisperer, whose name I won't mention, but we all know who it is. We all know who it is.
They definitely know.
And that's basically with micro parties polling under 1% of the primary vote. And they've then managed to leapfrog parties who might have been holding, multiple times that 14 times the support to secure terms in this place. So, and we've talked about an example before, and look, I respected Mr Barton when he was in this place, and he did actually a good job in a whole range of areas. But in the Transport Matters Party, the 2018 election, Mr Barton really secured I think it was 0.62 of the primary vote, so under 2,500 votes. In my region, at that time it was the Eastern Metropolitan Region, but now it's the North Eastern Metropolitan Region. And at that time, he won the number 5 spot through a chain of group voting preference swaps. And in so doing, he defeated the Greens incumbent at the time, Samantha Dunn, who had started the count with a 9% of the primary vote, which was nearly 14 times Mr Barton's. And then we also talk about Clifford Hayes from the Sustainable Australia Party. Again, 0.84% of the vote, under 4,000 votes. Southern Metropolitan, and again, Mr Hayes won the 5th spot despite starting with under 1% support, and he leapfrogged, Liberal candidate Georgie Crozier's running mate, who began the count holding 12.3% of the primary vote over 0.7% of a full quota. So again, we see some really ridiculous outcomes. Also, David Limbrick and Tim Quilty, some of us who were here in the previous term would remember Mr Quilty.
It's so ridiculous that she's never had a problem
from the Liberal
until
Democrats.
Now.
Yeah, exactly.
And Rod Barton, she keeps going to Rod Barton. He was the biggest Labor stooge. He's the one who got the pandemic bill across the line.
Exactly. I want to see if we can hear Monica. Monica, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I just don't know how delayed I'm going to be.
You're not delayed. You're fine.
You're fine. We can hear you good.
You're on time, yeah. Ignore whatever you're listening to. Yeah.
Let's stream back in.
I'll just remind you guys that the group voting ticket has been around for 20 years, which is 5 elections. So the only thing that's changed is what Avi's done. So they can play some word games as much as they want, but
she's the biggest lunatic. This is everybody wants potholes.
People who were in this chamber, not this term but the previous term, would remember Catherine Cumming, who was a Democratic Labor Party, who then turned independent. She came through this place with 1.56% of the primary vote, around 7,000 votes in Western Metropolitan, and was elected via the DLP ticket on just 1.5% of the primary vote, and defeated a higher polling candidate through micro-party preference swaps.
It's just so funny
and then,
she's right about all this
and then quit the party before she was even sworn in, and then sat in this place as an independent. independent.
Because it's
And look, there are many other examples of this as well, but I think they highlight the most of it. So when we talk about the makeup of the crossbench, I find it really quite ironic and distasteful for the constant catcalls of those on the crossbench to say that they are progressive and somehow they are the bastion of public good in being elected into this place, when really they have no imprimatur to be here. What they have done is benefited through preference deals. Now, also, I want to talk about preference deals and whispering. This has been something that's been the feature of much reporting in the press as well. And we know that the preference whisperer operated a commercial arrangement for people to come into this place, and there was and this has all been publicly reported, whether it been through the media or in the Parliament itself through inquiries and the like. But the arrangement was, for example, a $5,000 deal in retainer fee. Was asked to be paid to join his minor party alliance and participate in orchestrated preference swap meetings, and these things occurred. And then, acting president, if you were successful, then basically a $50,000 or $55,000 success fee per candidate elected to Parliament was due and payable. And this was sometimes settled via direct payment or through post-election parliamentary staffing employment arrangements, such as being appointed somebody, that whisperer, as either a chief of staff or some other parliamentary staffer. So, and there are a number of parties who have disclosed, have confirmed and disclosed as being paying clients, and we know the Shooters, Fishers and Farmers are one of those, the Australian Sex Party, which is now Reason, I don't think it exists anymore now, but it did at the time, Darren Hinch's Justice Party, the Family First Party and Lifestyle Party. So, again, Acting President, the list of people who have come into this place have been long, and then at the end of this process, what we did see was in the last election, a group of parties and MPs decided to try and do over the system. So the Angry Victorians Party secretly recorded an online pitch meeting where he outlined his success fee before leaking that footage to the media outlets. And then, of course, the infamous Animal Justice Party, who in 2022 engaged in months of preference negotiations with the whisperer in what they called a sting, before pulling out at the final deadline to submit independent preferences and bypass his network. And I have heard members in this place from the so-called progressive crossbench talk about this being a progressive block to overcome the preference whispering block. And then there were a number of people who had expected to be elected to this place who were very disappointed in that result. So as you can see, Acting President, there are a range of things that have occurred in this place that have led people to come into this place in ways which defy democracy. Paying a fee of $50,000 or $55,000 to buy a seat in this chamber is offensive. It's wrong, it's offensive, however you want to say it, it is wrong.
It bothers
but then to be lectured by members of the crossbench that somehow they're the bastions of good democracy is really quite fanciful and ridiculous. And again, I just go back to my earlier comments about the will of the population and the people.
She's trying to run down the clock. I think she's just giving because obviously Labor's the one that's pushing this stuff through technically.
Now, suddenly they've done a
House.
complete 180, and she's suddenly explaining what we've been saying for years, and it makes you ask, why is that suddenly so important? Because all the people you read there, if you actually did the numbers, statistically, the vast majority of them, percentage-wise, have supported Labor. They just haven't been part of Greens, so it's given them somebody else to work with and taking away some of that power from the Greens.
I mean, they could have refused to work with those people if it's a affront to democracy.
They could have passed this years ago. They've been in government since what year? They've been in government for how many years in a row now? Is it 12 more years?
I think it's 12 or 13 years.
You know what shocks me is that the Labor Party, even when they're doing something good, they still find a way to just present it in such a crappy way.
They're lying. Because they've got to justify why they suddenly changed it. Let's keep listening to it. Guys, get involved in the super chats. We'll read all the super chats. Get involved in the comments. All the comments are scrolling. I don't know why they've disappeared off the screen, Roxanne.
Do you know what's possible, though?
And so this is really important so that if anybody is considering another party or minor party, however you want to describe it,
Go for it, Monica.
I was saying that there's actually a lot of members of parliament that didn't even know what the group voting ticket was and how it worked until right now. I've actually spoken to them and I couldn't believe it. But if you're in a major party, you didn't have to do the preference whispering or any of those deals. So it was quite a confusing system. And now all of a sudden they're experts on it and they finally got all the numbers. And I bet you it shocked them that someone got elected on under 1%. And they were probably like, oh my goodness, I can't believe this has been going on for so long.
I think Labor definitely knew what was going on. It benefited them. They made sure to know because they had the power to change it.
So when we see those sorts of
He's got the comments back on, guys.
things happen at polling booths on election day, it's always disappointing. So the more information that the voting public and voters can have in their own hands to look and consider candidates is incredibly important. So I think it's a good thing that this parliament will bring an end to group voting reform today. I believe that the crossbench will have a number of things that they'll want to say and amendments that they want to propose. But the bottom line is the time is up.
That's what we're really waiting
The time is up. This has to go. It's long overdue, and Labor is very focused on making this election fair and free from influence. It's too important, Acting President. We do see there are bad actors in the electoral landscape who have nefarious ideals and how they want to change and shape our democracy. And all I know, Acting President, is when I'm out and about in my electorate, people say to me all the time, I'm very concerned about the prospect of a Liberal One Nation coalition government. They see that as terrible and they are very concerned about that. So in this election, they want to make sure that their vote doesn't go anywhere near flowing down to One Nation. That is their real fear and their real concern. So I'm really pleased to be able to speak on this bill today. It is a very important bill.
I wonder who the
As I said, Acting President, we're making elections fairer and more transparent by removing these backroom deals and ensuring Victorians know exactly who they are voting for. Fair and free elections is the bedrock of democracy, and we are delivering these reforms to ensure that Victorians can be more confident in their electoral processes. Like I said, knowledge is power, Acting President, and making sure voters have access to information and knowledge to be able to exercise their vote is critically important. I'll end my contribution there, Acting President, and I commend the bill to the House.
Get off.
Thank you, Mr Terpstra. Mr Davis.
Acting President, I want to make a contribution to this electoral reform bill. I want to reiterate the points made or support the points made by the Deputy Leader here in the chamber earlier. This is a bill that the Liberal Party has always supported. We see the importance of this bill in basic fairness, basic electoral evenness and transparency, and in doing so have not deviated from that, even where it may apparently have not been in our interests to see this bill go through. Now, there have been discussions about this over a number of years. The Labor Party has been very tardy, being the party of government the last 2-3 terms now, and the party that could have cleaned these matters up. Indeed, in the period of the Baillieu government, the Baillieu-Napthine government, we did go to we actually went to the Labor Party and we said, if you are prepared to support us, we will deal with this. We won't do it alone. We will do it where there is broad support. But Daniel Andrews did.
I think we can chat because it is a bit repetitive.
I want to hear if they get.
So there was an approach made there. There was a discussion there, and we would have supported it at that point in time. Let's also be clear, there is every reason to be supportive of this because there have been some terrible undemocratic outcomes that have been engineered through the group voting tickets. Essentially, this bill abolishes the group voting tickets. It cleans up the transparency here to make sure that people can preference as they see fit and that the preferencing arrangements are fair and that deals done behind the scene by preference whisperers or others are not going to unpick the democratic intent. And lots of cases, and I agree with Ms Terpstra and some of the cases that Mr Mulholland brought forward that were part of this chamber, and people who, whilst they themselves may be quite reasonable people, were people who were amenable to doing terrible deals
with the government of the day, as it were, terrible deals with preference arrangements, terrible deals with preference whisperers, corrupt deals. Let's be clear that these deals were not the right thing to do. They were not honest.
Well, they weren't corrupt.
They were not
They were
transparent. And they in fact, in my view, ought to have fallen foul of many
legal corruption.
criminal points. Yep.
Mr. Borman, on a point of order.
Mr. Davis, I invite you to say that outside the chamber.
That is, Mr. Davis, that is not a point of order. If you wish to reframe your point of order, you're welcome to.
What do you say?
No, that was Borman.
Borman.
Mr. Davis.
I'm going to instance a couple of examples, as you've invited me to do here, Mr. Borman. I understand your party is a larger party. Your party is a party that's got a serious base and has had for many years, and is somewhat different from some of the tiny micro parties that try to appear and actually actively and discriminatedly try to influence the outcome of elections in particular seats, and to do so in a way that I personally believe is corrupt. So I'm actually drawing a distinction with your party, which has got a genuine policy base, but others who might come from a party that has a genuine policy base have not always been honest. And I'm going to pick on, in this case, a couple of those who I think have not. So, I mean, in this chamber, we saw Mr. Barton come to this chamber in 2018, and he was a case in point where a set of deals were done in preferencing in 2018. And indeed, Ms. Terpstra laid out the very low number of votes and the tiny spread of votes that he had there, defeating, in this case, the Greens and others in that seat where there were many more votes. But he was elected with one key point in mind, and that was about the taxi industry. And I'm happy to speak about that because it's actually something I feel personally very strongly about. I didn't agree with what happened with the taxi industry in 2017. Whilst you might wanted the reforms and the Uber changes, all of that, I actually can understand why people wanted that. But I also believe that people who legitimately bought licences
hear a bit of the background, and the point is the Liberals are trying to say we've supported this change for years because it's clearly benefited Labor. That doesn't mean everyone that got in were 100% Labor supporters, but even when one of the ways in which it supported Labor is that it broke the Greens down a bit, so it didn't give them that voting block. It gave them people like Barton that keeps coming up because Barton was just like the perfect Labor stooge, and he helped part of the destruction of Victoria. But it's interesting to see that the Liberal Party is like, why are they not, when he says like suddenly you're supporting it, why are they not pushing him? Why are they not saying, what was the sudden change of heart? Or is that just me that wants to hear them say free Palestine, free Victoria from Palestine?
It's just a coincidence, Avi, come on.
It's all a coincidence.
Just a coincidence.
No, they're not saying that. I haven't seen anyone really saying that. They're just ignoring it. They don't want to admit it. Like, I don't think the Liberal Party, because even for the Liberal Party, it's I guess, they know that a big part of the support was about one nation.
Exactly. That's the thing, right?
Well,
and like,
they want to say that it's their idea, like they're the ones who
they're trying to claim
for it for so
credit
many
in the
years.
public.
Of course they don't want to credit you.
They want to claim credit for something that they admit they've been trying for so many years, and then all it took was Monica Morgan starting the thing, and then me launching a Free Palestine Party, and voila.
And we didn't even charge anybody.
I was offered an opportunity to launch an Indian Votes Party, but I declined. I could have been a part of history. I could have led the Indian Votes Party, even though I'm not Indian.
I was really trying to get Rukshan guys.
But I would have got jumped by the Indians because I'm Sri Lankan. But they got offended by corruption. But the public perception around this is, it does look corrupt to the public, because when people understand it and you explain it to them, it doesn't seem democratic. And most people look at it like, this is corrupt because this is not what I voted for. I didn't want this. And when you hear about the backroom deals,
it was definitely corrupt.
The spirit of it.
Legally, he wasn't doing anything that broke the law. But the idea of selling seats and also on top of that, saying that one of your motivators is to stop one nation, that is entirely corrupt. It goes against democratic principles. Guys, for those of you tuning in, we're waiting now. Hopefully we're going to hear some of the crossbenchers who.
Yes, there was a bit of pointing.
You were going to make the argument
refrain from pointing and talk through the chair.
Well,
Mr. Davis, please refrain from pointing and talking through the chair. Please proceed.
Acting President, those who were here will remember Mr. Barton's extraordinary Damascus Road conversion, where he changed from opposing the bill to supporting the bill, and doing that over, there was a couple of week hiatus, and the government came back. There was a very late night sitting, but Barton had clearly done the deal for Labor preferences, and everyone knew that he was up to his neck.
Do you know why the group voting tickets, what the argument was for them to be implemented?
This was a clearly corrupt deal that had been done.
Basically, it was to minimise the informal votes, to make it easier for stupid people. So they only had to put a 1 instead of a 1 to 6.
This chamber to support was actually quite wrong. What he did on the pandemic bill was also quite wrong, and this I think is one of the unfortunate examples of what these group voting tickets can do, and the changes that they can force, because people can have behind-the-scenes arrangements, behind-the-scenes deals that can be done. I mean, there were others in this chamber who were thrown up by chance, by pure chance, and Ms Terpstra's laid out some of those people. Clifford Hayes, an affable fellow. Everyone
guys, while
liked
we're waiting for the crossbenchers to come in, make sure to hit that like button, hit that share button. Let's enjoy watching history.
I'll try to get a super chat in as well while we get going along. We got one here from 200SXXX. Does this make you guys the deep state? I'll
just the Jews. We control everything.
This is a Mossad job.
Except we're being obvious
about
it.
I love people saying, "Oh, Jews subverting the political." I've seen comments like, "I'm like, dude, the whole system was a subversion. I was subverting the subversive system, and I unsubverted it for you guys."
I don't know why people were against it. They're like, "Oh, well, why are you meddling with this? Like, leave it alone." It's crazy. Like, and these are people on the right as well that were saying that, Avi.
The fake right now.
The fake right.
I've been trolled a lot because I'm working with you now, Avi, openly. So now,
it must be worth your monthly stipend from the Mossad.
$7,000 a post, or is it are you getting $7,000 a post or $7,000 a month?
We can't talk about money.
No, I negotiated. I get 8,000.
Is it because you're white? You're getting more than me. There you go.
White privilege. It works. It's great.
Let's listen in again.
To influence outcomes in a way that is clearly undemocratic. So it is for these reasons, Acting President, that I'm supporting this bill, that I believe the Liberals and Nationals think this is the right thing to support this bill. We've never changed our view on this. We've always been supportive in principle of these changes, as I've outlined, even back to prior to 2014. We were open if Labor was prepared to do this, and to the extent that Labor is now prepared to do it, that is an important step in improving democracy in Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Borman.
Oh, here we go.
Acting President, and Mr. Davis should be very, very thankful. He's got parliamentary privilege for some of the absolute rubbish and aspersions he cast. I think he should try them outside the chamber and see how long it takes for a concerns notice to land in his inbox. Anyway, there is no interest like self-interest, as we're all finding out today. Yes, I want to keep this because of the self-interest. I want to be here to represent my people. The white are they want to get rid of us because they feel they will get seats, and that's their self-interest. So the system we're operating under now was specifically designed to do what is happening now. Maybe not through preference harvesting and all this sort of stuff, but it was to allow a wider representation of community. Now, whilst Animal Justice and I do not agree on many things, the fact that we are both here shows that there are voices unlike the Liberals, unlike the Nationals and Labor and, of course, the Greens, even though the AJP and the Greens are fairly aligned in a lot of things. But if you can't say that people having libertarians, animal justice, shooters, fishers and farmers and One Nation as a representative voice, then what is?
One Nation.
One Nation will
anyway,
be more representative.
I've noticed a few things. Mr. Mulholland, you said that SFP got AJP elected. Wrong. We got One Nation elected. I got a fair idea where you got your information from. Yes. No, we got One Nation elected. Animal Justice were last on every single one of our tickets for wherever the camera is. Every single one of our tickets. One Nation were before the Libs, and I think that's why they're snotty about the whole thing. So I don't invite him to withdraw that, but I'll just point out there was an utter load of rubbish. And it's also nice of Mr Mulholland to worry about the will of the people. I noticed that term came up a bit, but as long as it benefits him and his people. So, moving on, every single number 2 in this place of the major parties is here because of the group voting ticket. And I predict that not every single one, but close enough for me to make the generalisation, every single one of the number 2s in this place, both sides of the party, will be gone because of this legislation. Whether you like One Nation or not, they are now a force to be reckoned with, and their primary vote is enough that everyone should have been paying attention. Now, I've spoken to various people behind the scenes from both major parties about this, and no one seems to be too worried. Well, South Australia should have given you a warning. We are a lefter state than South Australia in general, but there's only one poll that counts. We'll find out what happens. But if I was a number 2 in any of the major parties, I'd be sweating buckets right now, because this is going to give them basically zero hope. Zero hope. So I do have an amendment.
Yeah, his whole complaint is that democracy will happen and One Nation might get in because more people are voting for them. That's what he's complaining about.
And he says that people like him won't get elected, but he was never elected properly. He got like 1% of the vote. He doesn't deserve to be there. Yeah.
Okay. So I've noticed that whilst there was a lot of talk, and in fairness to the Greens, I don't like saying nice things about the Greens. It makes me feel a little uneasy. But they've a number of times tried to fix this from their perspective. They've put up stuff, been voted down. But I've noticed the major parties, probably until about 2014 when I first arrived on the scene as the wave of the new crossbenchers, no one really cared because it worked for them. Now it doesn't work for them. Now we have basically something I feel has been put up by a bunch of bedwetters that sleep with the lights on at night. I think this is really, really what's gone on. There is panic stations, Chicken Little, the sky's falling in. Well, you reap what you sow, fellas and ladies. Come the next election, I feel that election is going to be studied for decades because of the disaster for the major parties. We'll see. There'll be more Greens, I'm pretty confident in that. But One Nation will come here and they will... One Nation will come here and it is quite conceivable that they will be the largest party in this chamber. So, enjoy what's left of it.
So what's the problem?
Your mouth, God, years.
Thank you, Mr. Borman.
Just sold it to us.
Thank you, Acting President. I am very pleased to rise to speak on this bill because Mr. Davis, Mr. Borman and Mr. Mulholland in his contributions tried to... Well, Mr. Mulholland and Mr. Davis, I think, are guilty of this. They tried to sort of somehow suggest that it was the Liberal Party that is the champion of democratic reform in the Victorian Legislative Council. And frankly, Acting President, nothing could be further from the truth. Over the 175 years that this place has existed, the Liberal Party, from the time it was created and its forebears, have been the party opposed to the democratisation of this chamber, and the only party that has ever pushed for, secured and initiated democratic change in this chamber has been Labor. Democratic change has been Labor. It was a Labor Party in 1950 that made the removal of the property franchise from election to this parliament a condition of their support for the Country Party government, which made the Liberal Party aghast. The Liberal Party aghast. That it was Labor pressure in the 1950s that that saw the abolition of the property franchise that had existed hitherto for election to this parliament. that it was Labor in 1985
Labor
under
Party
the premiership
trying
of
to
John
justify
Cain
why they're
that
suddenly
first
doing a 180. Another person jumping up there to tell us why they are always pro-democracy. But guess what? For 20 years, they've supported this system that benefited them, and suddenly it doesn't. And now they're flipping and saying we're always the ones to push democracy.
Hey, Rukshan, can you like Google who brought in the group voting ticket 20 years ago? Like which party supported it? Because that would be so funny.
Reform and proportional representation. In fact, it was only when the Bracks government in 2002 secured, for the first time ever in Victoria's history, a constitutional majority in both houses of the Victorian Parliament, that Labor initiated constitutional reforms to remove the old system of voting and representation from this chamber after a constitutional convention, after considerable public debate, and remove the old single-member provinces elected for 8-year terms with the series of regions 8x5 that we have today. Those reforms initiated by Labor, just as the reforms to remove the property franchise initiated by Labor, just as these reforms to further extend democratic improvements to the elections to the Victorian Legislative Council today, moved by Labor. Well, Mr Mulholland, you've never done a thing to democratise this place, so I'm not going to listen to a word have to say. This party has always been advocates for democratic change in the Victorian Legislative Council and agents of democratic change in the Victorian Legislative Council. And no amount of bloviating from the Liberal Party can change the facts of history.
Oh my gosh. So for 20 years you did nothing.
Yeah, and it was brought in by Labor, and I think federally as well, so...
And it is,
and for 20 years, it was fine.
It is disappointing that in an attempt to find some way of enhancing their own credibility and credentials, that the Liberal Party and Mr Davis in particular has spent his entire contribution to this place today denigrating others. And I think whatever you believe and whatever your reflections are on our electoral system in this place, you don't need to stand here and dump a bucket on your former colleagues. It's unbecoming. And it's not worthy of serious debate in this chamber.
The moral high ground.
What we've got today is a piece of legislation that is about improving our democratic system of government here in Victoria, about making a simple but significant change that has been achieved in all of the other second chambers and their electoral systems right around the country. It was achieved in elections to the Commonwealth Parliament and the Australian Senate a decade ago. It has been a feature of change in New South Wales, in South Australia, in Western Australia, other jurisdictions, comparable jurisdictions that have similar voting systems for their upper house. Obviously, we don't have one in Queensland because there was a successful move a century ago to deal with that, and there's a very different system in Tasmania. What we have here is a simple but important change to put decisions about voter preferences in the hands of voters. We have seen very clearly in the operation of the Australian Senate for the last several elections that voters know what they want to do with their preferences in upper house systems, that they like to be able to direct preferences by party in a manner that accords with their own ideology and beliefs and preferences. And that's what the bill before us today will do here in Victoria. It brings Victoria into line with all the other comparable jurisdictions in Australia, and it puts decisions about preferences in the hands of voters, not in the hands of political parties behind the scenes. And that if members of Parliament and political parties want to advocate to voters to give them their preferences in the upper house in the same way that they do in the lower house, then they are absolutely free to do so. And that those arguments should be had on the basis of both merit and on the basis of openness and transparency. Because I think one of the features of the current system, the existing system that we've had here in Victoria, is that despite, yes, technically, the lodged group voting tickets being made publicly available to electors before they cast their ballots, we all know that in reality, the public wasn't aware. They were too hard to find. And the system we're moving to now will put that information before their very eyes on how to vote cards as they walk in to a ballot box and fill out their ballot papers. And I think that sort of transparency is critical in a democracy. And I think it's something that all of the political parties who participate in the debate, either in this chamber or out in the broader community, should absolutely welcome. This reform is long overdue.
You didn't welcome
it will place decisions about voter preferences in the hands of voters, and there can be nothing that is more fundamentally democratic than that. This is a reform that has been recommended by the Electoral Matters Committee, a joint committee of this parliament, on several occasions, including most recently in 2 reports in the last couple of years. It is a matter that has been well canvassed, both with those who are interested and appeared before those Electoral Matters Committee inquiries, but also in broader public debate and in debate amongst political scientists, psephologists and others who have interest in our voting system. There is no world in which anyone can argue that the change before us today has not been well telegraphed, has not been well discussed, and that hasn't been on the agenda for a long period of time.
No,
and if something has those characteristics, both of improving democracy, being well canvassed, and with an election on the horizon, Acting President, I think we've got to see that this chamber today has got to take the important step forward to improve the democratic features of the way it is elected. And that moves, such as Mr Borman has indicated he is seeking to, through his amendment, to delay that, is an act of absolute self-interest and is not in keeping with the spirit in which those Electoral Matters Committee inquiries were done and the broader public debate has done, but also on some fundamental principles about democracy and democratic action in this state. It's always been Labor that has pushed the cause of democratic reform in the Victorian Legislative Council.
Man.
That is absolute.
Labor. They're the ones that brought it in.
Absolute fact. If you go back and look at the history of democratic reform to this place, it has always been. It has always been
how they,
because Labor has insisted upon it or because Labor has delivered it. And this is another example in that long history of where Labor has sought to improve the democratic operation of the Victorian Legislative Council, and that's exactly what it will do, and I commend the bill to the House.
They literally rejected it.
Make sure to smash the like. Make sure
Thank
to
you,
share.
Acting President. I rise to speak on this particular bill, given that it does affect me directly. Now, the Liberals and Nationals back the removal of the group voting tickets and are open to engaging constructively with the government to ensure regional representation is preserved and to achieve a representative upper house that benefits all Victorians. Having said that, I think there's a lot of people that will be trying to understand what all of this means. And if we go back to the fact that so many young people are not even getting to learn civics at the moment in schools, or their civics understanding is very limited, Acting President, I'd just like to reiterate that the upper house ballot that when they go into to vote is not the tiny little slip that they get, which all the numbers have to be put into the little box. It's that great big long one that goes out as wide as your arms can go. And in the past, you would just pick one party, of which 90% of people would do that, and another 10% would vote below the line, picking so many names of people that they preferred. In the group voting ticket, when you picked the party of your choice, you could not see where those preferences were going. So
maybe
what
we
that
should do some of
meant
the
was
super chats, Savi.
that preference deals
Who
could
is
be
she?
worked out
Liberal.
in little back rooms to make sure that the person that they wanted to try to get up in a minor party with a preference whisperer, as we call them, could actually pay a certain amount of money to get those preferences.
I mean, they're
into
just telling the
direction
same
they want.
kind of
And
thing
hence
over
the-
and
Yeah,
over.
do the super chats while,
Let's do a couple of
she's
super
talking.
chats.
We really want to hear from the crossbenchers. We heard from one. It was quite entertaining, even though he was like shooters and fishers, so he wasn't like the looniest of the bunch.
He sounded pretty
agree
loony,
with the
though.
Bachelor posse,
He
but he did
sounded
come
pretty
across.
loony.
He was very dirty over the
Yeah,
fact
he's pissed off. He must not like you two. He must have photos of you guys in his room and throw it.
Yeah, well,
to
he's
us
lost
at
his
and
paycheck.
he owns guns.
so
We've got to be
his
careful.
I'll bring up a super chat here.
Avi, I think you have more dangerous enemies than him.
Yeah, no, I like some of their policies, but they're not representative. And also, as he says, as he admits, his
Yep.
best seller at the end of that was his final point that one nation is going to benefit from this
Yeah.
the most. And
Like
they
that
are.
was a big
That's
boogeyman threat. Like, oh guys, we better not let one nation
Do
in
the
here.
super chats
Do the right thing.
while she's
So this is from
laying out the Liberals.
this is to you, Avi, a hard-earned beer, mate. Cheers. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you.
Baz the Dark Horse says the scam does not help us anymore. It must end. Labour, pretty much.
That is literally like if you actually break down what they're saying, that would be a summary of it. Well done, Baz.
And we got one here from Julian Campbell. He says, well done, Afi, for kickstarting this and great watch along with you and Rukshan. Thanks for the super chat. We appreciate it. And we got one from Robert Paulson. Says, hey, Avi, are you going to watch the debate of the century between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens this weekend on the subject of who killed Charlie Kirk? This is a deviation completely.
Complete deviation, but that's what you get. That's the right you get when you do a super chat. Yeah, I probably will watch it when I walk the dog. That way I can hear, all the bitches barking. No, I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll happily listen to it. And guys, I appreciate everyone giving me credit, but we do have Monica here, and Monica did a lot more work in behind the scenes on this one. Well, initially it was her that bugged me to do the story on it, and I loved the story. I just had to find the time to do it. And once I did it, I was like, I love this idea. I want to run with it and do it as a Free Palestine. I just thought it was so perfect in me as the president, which I couldn't have imagined, couldn't have predicted such a perfect outcome. This was the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
I never thought we were going to get this. I thought we were going to have to run candidates everywhere and funnel those preferences and mock them. And, and there were so many hurdles to get to that point. We've had to jump so many hoops just to get even to this point. But if we had to continue going, there was still so much to do. We had to get candidates, we had to run them, we had to set it all up. But now our job is done because they realize they're threatened. They're more threatened. They're more threatened by the idea that we end up using their system against them and mock them all the way to the ballot box and prove so many things along the way, besides for the fact that the system is so mental, but also that their voter base is dumb as dog shit, and that they're going to end up voting on a slogan and ending up to help elect one nation. People here now, they rather go with for Labor. You got to understand, this is the best option of two bad options.
Yes,
this is what they're saying. This is what they've realized.
I don't know. I think they had to guess a lot because One Nation is now such a big force, and they're going to get so many primary votes. If they let the group voting ticket stay, they didn't know what the impact of your party, my brother's party, and Morgan's party together helping One Nation. They don't really know what the difference between having the group voting ticket and not. They had to hedge their bets, and I think they just chose this option. But I don't know.
I agree with you. They don't know, but anyone, if you look at any kind of polling thing, any predictions, we may have helped. Like generally, parties get a percentage, so it's not going to make the biggest difference in the world. It could have knocked a few seats over for One Nation. It probably would have, but it is certainly, nobody's arguing. I'm not arguing that my original plan to run the Free Palestine was going to be as effective as a group voting ticket gone. That's why that was our ultimate goal. This is way more effective, and I just think it's more democratic. Besides the fact that I want the best outcome for this next election, it is just the will of the people that matters. Even if the will is bad, even if the will is the Greens, it matters more than letting people like the preference whisperer actually run our upper house, which is arguably more important than the lower house, because it's where you can block legislation and you can and they have to make the deals. But I would say now, One Nation is the biggest benefactor of this, and us, the people, Victorians, especially those who believe in One Nation, we are the benefactor in this upcoming election.
And I do want to point out that you being able to register a party called Free Palestine is in of itself undemocratic in a way. The fact that you were even able to do that shows that the Electoral Act is way too confined. It doesn't have the options to, I don't know, it's just really interesting, you know. The president of a party should not, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? It's just a weird, the whole thing is weird.
I detest the premise of that because I actually want a Free Palestine.
I like his policies. I support that Free Palestine Party. I don't know what you got against freeing Palestine from Hamas.
Just haters.
Nothing. I mean, you know what those, not to divert too much, but you know what those basketball players have been doing in America, right?
Same idea.
That reminds me exactly of what we've done here. We are kind of getting our hands dirty, but in a very obvious way. Go on.
Thank you, Mrs. Hermans.
Turn it up.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to speak on this bill, and much like many of my other colleagues on the crossbench, I will be voting against it. And
I'm shocked.
I want to speak to, I think, what has been a bit of a consistent theme in this debate about this idea of so-called self-interest in doing that and making that decision. And of course, it would be very easy to be perceived that way. And of course,
it would be.
A lot of us do very much want to be back in here in the next parliament. But it's certainly not just about that. It is about a great belief in our parties and our policies and our issues, and us simply operating under the system that was granted to us to get elected, and the process in which this has occurred, which honestly has been quite galling and incredibly difficult, particularly as someone who has had a more proactive working relationship with the government that has been long-standing, not just for this term, but in the previous term when I worked for the first Animal Justice Party MP that was elected to the Victorian Parliament. We have obviously worked collaboratively and constructively where possible, and for anyone like Mr Davis who claims that this is in so-called corrupt deals. I mean, I'm standing here today at the end of the term with duck shooting, jumps racing, greyhound racing still here in Victoria. It's because we have chosen to be collaborative and proactive members of Parliament and take our jobs representing our communities really, really seriously. So some of the commentary that has come up in this debate has been pretty disappointing, to be completely honest. We are all still your colleagues. We all still have to spend time together until the end of this term, and hearing it not just from the opposition, who I frankly expect it from, but hearing it from government MPs, especially about the progressive crossbench and the way in which we operate. Need I remind Ms Terpstra who the government has relied on in order to progress the legislative agenda this term? And she's certainly not doing the new Premier any favours in making those comments in this debate today. This process is one that this decision is one that we honestly all very much expected to potentially happen. And we're not asking the government to keep the status quo. I want to make that really clear. In fact, we have been asking, pleading, begging the government to change this system, to abolish the group voting ticket, but to do it in a way that wasn't rushed, that wasn't like this.
Do it next time.
And that actually still created a model that was representative of democracy and the people of Victoria. and didn't just cancel out the minor parties. And we've seen that happen in New South Wales and WA, all of which my crossbench colleagues have colleagues in those parliaments. Of course, Victoria has locked in a system that requires a referendum in order to do that, and we have for 8 years, in my experience, been asking the government to have that referendum and to take it to the people of Victoria to agree to change our voting system before putting legislation first. And that is simply all we've been asking for. And hearing the debate in the lower house where government MPs and opposition MPs and other MPs were talking about the fact that we'll do this and then we'll do that and we'll have a conversation about the structure, believe me, that's never going to happen now, because by putting one form of reform in place that will benefit other parties ahead of others, that is going to make working together to achieve the fairest model for everyone near impossible. And in doing that, we are going to see Victorians poorer for it. All of us clearly coming here with different positions and parties, but I very much believe that no one comes in here with anything but good intentions and wanting to do good things on behalf of the causes that they believe in. And that brings me to how we got here today. Last sitting week, we were notified, not in any way formally, that the GBT legislation would be entering the parliament. And that certainly wasn't a shock. We knew that if this legislation was going to be in place, it needed to be done by the end of August. What I naively thought, perhaps stupidly, having faith that the government would do the right thing, at least by the people that have worked alongside them for the last 4 years, is that that bill would follow the usual process of being introduced in the lower house, debated in the lower house the following week, and coming to us the week after that, which would be next sitting week. I actually thought that Mr. Borman, when he came to me saying that this was going through urgently, was being, frankly, a conspiracy theorist, and that there is no possible way that the government would do that to us, noting the relationships that we've made in this place, noting what is usual practice when it comes to an urgent bill, only to find that everyone knew about it, except for us. The Greens knew, the opposition knew, the government knew. We didn't know. And I, trying to be a negotiator on behalf of the crossbench, was attempting to reach out to the Premier's office. And of course, the Premier's office last sitting week was a little bit hard to reach, to just at least slow it down. And we hadn't even been briefed. We hadn't seen the legislation. In fact, I only got the confirmation that it was definitely going to happen by looking at the guillotine in the lower house to see if the Outdoor Recreation Victoria bill was up for debate and passing of the amendments from their sitting before the break. And to say that that realisation was, bruising would be an understatement. As I said, none of us were surprised by this, but the process in which it happened, and to be completely blindsided by it, particularly for those MPs who have worked in a way that was perhaps too generous to the government at times, despite our issues not moving, despite having a really frustrating 4 years, to not even have someone pick up the phone and let us know that this bill was not only coming, that it was coming down on us like a steam train. I think it was already going to be a hard rest of the term with the passing of this legislation, but doing it in that way was a pretty difficult realisation for people like me. I'm sure Ms Payne as well, who have really, really tried hard to do the right thing and to support the government in where they are doing things right, of which I think they have done many things right as well as many things wrong, and that is why I'm here in the first place. We have, as I said, gone to the government a range of times to try and talk about this and got told there was just no decision that was made. So then to not even be informed when a decision was made is quite shocking. And of course, there was clearly a decision somewhere that they would simply shore up the people that they knew that they needed. But what I would say is that they certainly need more than them at times in order to progress their legislative agenda until the end of the term. And I do just want to say that in saying that this could have been easier for everyone, and that wasn't chosen in deciding to move through with this policy. It was decided to do it probably in the worst possible way. Would have been worse if it happened last week, but it's still really not ideal. We, as I said, would have supported this basically in any way but this. All we said throughout this entire term, last term as well,
no, you just want to delay
we can do this with you, we can do this right, we can support you in this decision, we can abolish the GBT. What we don't want is to find out at the 11th hour when our parties are ready for elections, when we have staff in our offices. Like I have staff who I had to deal with this decision and speak to them about it, who are having this pretty difficult realisation, on top of finding out that this legislation was potentially coming within 3 days. Sounds like stuff that grown-ups have to do. I don't know what she's complaining about. We have simply asked for these laws to be developed carefully and transparently and collaboratively, even if we don't all agree, even if this decision was eventually made in the very end, for us to at least know about it and to have a seat at the table and to have that conversation. And I know that the government has said that they got told to do this by a parliamentary inquiry. They got told that by a parliamentary inquiry last term as well. And that is exactly why we've been trying to find a pathway forward in making those changes. But, of course, the decision to rush it at the last minute, because it apparently seems that there's some people out there who think that this is for their political gain. I think they're going to be incredibly shocked when they walk in here next term and see that it probably made no difference and we have less representation and our democracy is poorer for it, and many of the issues that have been advanced in this state for a really long time, for decades, such as legalising cannabis, such as banning duck shooting, such as the things that Mr Limbrick does that we, they're often a bit random, but certainly as my bench colleague, we have opposing views, but often find really good areas of middle ground, and I think that's a really beautiful thing about this place that's going to be really sad to lose, and Mr Borman touched on that as well. I mean, I always tell people when I speak to school students that they say, what's the most interesting thing about Parliament? And I say, actually, one of the people I like the most is the Shooters, Fishers and Farmers MP, and I think that is a really nice story to tell about the workplace and about our Parliament and about how we have a system that allows this diversity and differing of views, but we all see each other as people at the end of the day. And of course, that was made in a really beautiful and meaningful gesture when Mr Borman gave up his office for me so I could return to work 1 month postpartum and have my baby at work. And that's certainly not in any way an argument to keep the GBT. It is certainly an argument to say we could have had that same representation in a process that wasn't rushed, in a process that the government claims that they're going to do.
In a process
and now
where she
I
keeps her
believe
job
they
for
just
3 years.
won't be able to.
That's it.
Of course, I just want to talk about something that's often left out of these conversations and might not have been considered by others, is that my party, the Animal Justice Party, I was one of the first 50 members in Victoria, and I got asked to join outside Flemington Racecourse in 2013, and they said, we want to start a political party for animals. Will you join? We're trying to get 50 members. And I said, of course I will, not thinking it would ever go anywhere. And we built that party up to be a really strong, powerful force, running in elections. And even without members of parliament, we were able to negotiate to get agreements from the government. And that is often what people don't see. I think they still only have 50 when it comes to the other side, is those puppy farm laws that were agreed to in 2014 was part of Oscar's law and the Coalition Against Duck Shooting and the Coalition for the Protection of Racehorses and the Animal Justice Party joining together and saying, let's work together on this election campaign, and if we can achieve just one thing, we'll all be really happy about it. And our party has only grown in strides. Mr Davis touched on having a substantial membership and policies. Certainly we do have that. We have thousands and thousands of members in our state, and something that has been difficult and stressful and a pressurised environment, again, having this come through so quickly, is that I've had to talk to my party about this and say to them, I don't think we can stop this. I don't think we can find a way forward. And staff that are employed under our admin funding agreements.
We're going to be closing.
All of the people that help us run our volunteers are facing probably an uncertain future. Of course, we will run in the upcoming election, but it is going to be a really difficult battle, and it is going to be so much harder. And I really grieve for many of the minor parties who are legitimate parties, who have done the work, who have built themselves up, who have gotten representatives elected in here that have helped them progress and to grow and to get their policy issues on the political agenda, only for that to be lost very, very soon. Many of us, of course, who already have substantial election plans and positions and funding in place that will probably have to be reconsidered as a result of this move. I don't really want to speak too much about who will benefit from this, because I do certainly agree that we shouldn't set our electoral laws based on whether or not we like the political landscape of the day. Certainly, I don't think we should make changes to our voting. Shouldn't make changes to our voting system because we don't like that it might benefit, say, the far right. We have been opposed to doing it this way for as long as it has been proposed, for the reasons that I've said. But certainly, I do think that it should come into consideration from the government about if they think that this is somehow going to improve electoral chances for themselves at the next election. That's going to be a pretty significant shock, and what we'll be missing is the ability to have a few people like us to work alongside. I know we can be a bunch of sort of random weirdos at times that care about really obscure things, but certainly it has been much easier to work with us as individuals or as small groups than a big, large bloc who holds a balance of power, demanding things that will very likely not be in the interest of many Victorians come the next term. I just want to talk about voter education and voter literacy as well ahead of this change. Again, I think it is really irresponsible when this has been on the government's agenda. We're acting like this is necessary to do right now, but this has been a live conversation for almost a decade, as many people have said.
So she's had plenty of time.
We already know voter literacy, in the upper house in particular, is so incredibly low. And making this change is one thing, but then to hear the government again saying, and then we'll look at changing the system again. I mean, we're looking at a 2026 election with one system and potentially a 2030 election with another system if that is successful. And that is something else that should be taken into consideration. The demands on the Victorian Electoral Commission to get that work done, to educate voters, to train up staff on how to count votes now, and also the taxpayer money that will go into making that decision once again could have been done in a process that was streamlined one time and set us up for the future in a system that we know works, in a system that parliaments across the country already have, a system that WA did very, very recently, and a system that's working for them and certainly still reflects the ability to have these representative voices in our halls of power. We heard a number of comments about former MPs, including Mr Barton, and I just do need to say that I find it very upsetting as someone who worked alongside Mr Barton last term, he was a lovely man, and for him to not be in this chamber when he's being called corrupt in a debate that is very difficult for many of us, I think that it is one of the most reprehensible things that has happened here in a long time. And I would like to say to Mr Barton, if he's watching this, I would encourage him to do a right of reply. But I'd like to talk about some of the really wonderful things that Mr Barton was able to do in his time here, regardless of how he got elected, because as I said, that was just operating under the system that we did not create. Mr Barton established the parliamentary inquiry into the children of incarcerated parents.
One of those random weirdos.
That was a very special inquiry, and it resulted in policy change in our state. Mr Barton also established the parliamentary inquiry into homelessness in Victoria. That was one of the final things that he did, and that report was delivered in this term of Parliament, and it was a really meaningful, important report. I was also actually in those so-called corrupt meetings as an Animal Justice Party staffer at the time. And let me tell you, Mr. Davis,
she's calling it what
they
it is.
certainly weren't as thrilling as you seem to think they are. And to hear, again, really difficult decisions that were made, whether people agree with them or not, with the view of trying to do the right thing by public health at the time and the advice that was given. I just ask that that members are mindful that I was in meetings about
I don't know if the violin's too harsh, but I was just seeing the comments.
I've never been in preference meetings. I'm referring to the so-called meetings with the government on the pandemic legislation. That was an incredibly difficult decision for so many of the members who supported, because they knew what was going to be accused of them, which is still happening here right now. And it was an incredibly difficult time where we could make decisions in the interest of public health, knowing what the opposition and others were going to whip up, and the rhetoric of fear and conspiracy, or doing what would have been more politically convenient. And let me tell you, Mr. Barton could have very easily done what was more politically convenient. And I know that there are members here on these benches who don't agree with those decisions, but certainly to say that they were done for any other reason but to do the right thing, I just find really offensive. And as I said, I was up close to those negotiations, and it was an incredibly difficult time in our office as well. I'm not referring to preference negotiations, Mr. Davis. You were talking about pandemic legislation. Regardless, Mr. Barton was someone, regardless of how he got in this place, was an incredibly good person.
Regardless of how
and I just really wanted to put that on the record if that's going to be one of the things that is said on the way out of here. I want to talk about Mr. Grimley, who was also in the last parliament, and it was not lost on me when I was sitting in the chamber for the apology last sitting week in the joint sitting, to hear all of the work that went into reaching that point, and the victim survivors who needed an advocate to speak on behalf of them, to hear their stories, and as other members said, to just listen.
I need to add the music as well
and
next.
to hear their stories and to validate them, and to get that apology. And throughout the debate, we heard consistently that work was done by Stuart Grimley.
No, I want to hear this. I love
it. It was on the same day that I was trying to slow
this.
down the GVT legislation that was rolling through the parliament, and the irony was not lost on me, thinking, well, if he was never in here, we'd probably never be hearing this apology, and how difficult it is going to be for many advocates who, frankly, often do feel unheard by the major parties, or even if they are heard by the major parties, their individual MPs do not have the ability to speak openly about pushing further on those issues, because they're bound by the structures and the rules in which they operate. And certainly I have many debates in my household about whether we'd prefer to be a minor party MP on the crossbench or in a party of government, and certainly I do believe that there is the space to have that internal advocacy and internal change and fighting from within your party system to bring about reform. But something that's also a critical part of that equation is having people like myself and others who are out there having the public conversation, moving the government in the right direction, and speaking and telling their stories. So that very important advocacy piece inside the government and other systems can go on as well. And I think that losing that, certainly for the many communities that I represent, will be a difficult realisation to have. Just today, the government made an announcement that is a very welcome one on victim survivor reforms, and actually the first line of it was about adding family and domestic violence as a protected attribute in our equal opportunity laws. What was missing from that, obviously, is that something that I have been pushing the government to do for almost a year now, alongside a community legal centre who has actually found that it is common practice for victim survivors to be sacked by their employers for disclosing that they are a survivor. And when we were going to, apparently this week, it's not happening now, enshrine the right to work from home, I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but I said, if you're going to enshrine the right to work from home, surely we can also protect discrimination on the basis of family and domestic violence in the same piece of legislation. most difficult about this is knowing that many of the things that I came in here to do probably should have happened, and I was gifted political circumstances out of my control and changes in leadership at times that were really sensitive to my issues, and knowing that I would feel much more at peace, I think, with this decision if it felt fairer for all of the work that we've done.
Should we bring it back?
Do not
I leave this debate,
if this, guys, clip it. It has to
I
go
guess,
with the voting.
ready to do the work to alleviate
Shank.
That made
thank
the
you,
whole
Acting President.
thing worth it.
I rise to make a contribution to the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026.
It's Cannabis Party, I think.
The bill makes a range of administrative and campaign finance amendments to the Electoral Act 2002 and some consequential changes to the Planning Amendment Better Decisions Made Faster Act.
Speech. I know there'd been a number of rulings on sort of political logos and branding for members of parliament, and I note the member's water bottle has a political party logo on it. I just seek your clarification on whether that is allowed under the standing orders.
Parliament's such a power place.
I'll uphold the point of order. You may have, might have been an oversight, but there certainly have been multiple rulings, certainly by our current president and Mr Atkinson as well. So I think the item needs to be removed from view.
But here, President, as you may have noticed, I'm masked up with the flu. So if Mr Mulholland is happy I continue to rehydrate, I'm sure I can
it is a matter
keep
of whether
it
the
off
chair,
camera angle to...
It is a matter of whether the President or Acting President is happy, and I'm happy with that.
Thank you, Acting President. Such small things that matters such as this can pivot upon. These reforms have already been fully explained by other members, and legalised cannabis have no issues with those provisions. However, the amendment to the Electoral Act 2002 that seeks to abolish group voting tickets without addressing the electoral reform of the regions are deeply concerning. As they stand, these amendments will render it virtually impossible for minor parties, independents and new entrants, the fastest growing participants in the electoral landscape, to be elected to the Legislative Council. Instead, the reforms will effectively lock in the old parties, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Greens, parties whose primary votes have at best plateaued or more often are in fact in decline. Before proceeding further, I want to make it clear that legalised cannabis indicated our support for the removal of group voting tickets during the 2022 election campaign, and we have held consistent to that position ever since, and that remains our position now. So it's not about removing GVTs, but how it is done and what they are replaced with.
And we just need
and the provisions in this bill are both inadequate and they are undemocratic. In the 2022 election, roughly 28% of voters voted for a candidate not belonging to the four old parties. Labor polled at 33%, the Coalition at 29%, and then the next largest group was that 28% who voted for other than the Big Four, way ahead of the Greens on 10%. And that figure is growing exponentially. In 2014, it was 19%. By 2018, it was 22%. It is the strongest signal of the electorate's growing mistrust in the old parties. And it is happening both here in Victoria and it is happening nationally. So obviously this has been recognised as a threat by those old parties, and what do? They collude in a deal to consolidate their power and to eliminate those independent and diverse voices from the Parliament, the very voices that Ms Purcell was talking about in her excellent submission prior to my own. And in so doing, this bill validates the concerns of those very people who have lost faith in the major parties. They see the cynicism. They see the dirty deals being done dirt cheap. It might result in a good outcome for those old parties in the short term, but it is a tragedy for democracy in Victoria. And it may very well contribute to one nation holding the balance of power in the next Parliament, as that 28% who would vote for alternatives to the old parties feel that they have no other way to express their disenchantment with the status quo. What's more, it's highly likely that this percentage will be even greater come the 2026 election. Now, there is no question that the upper house voting system in Victoria needs serious reform. During the 22 election, much attention was paid to GVTs, preference deals and payments to the preference whisperer, Glenn Jury. All major parties, including Legalised Cannabis Victoria, publicly supported comprehensive reform of voting arrangements in the Legislative Council. And in submissions to the inquiry into the conduct of the 22 state election by the Electoral Matters Committee, of which I am a member, the issue of voting arrangements in the council came up again and again. And the inquiry suggested a number of ways that group voting tickets could be abolished while still retaining the diversity of voices in this legislative council, including increasing the number of members for each region, or having the same number of members but reducing or eliminating the regions and eliminating all members from the state as a whole. Victoria is, as we've heard ad infinitum throughout this debate, the only Australian upper house to retain group voting tickets. GVTs were abolished in New South Wales in 2003, in South Australia in 2018, and in Western Australia in 2021. But here's the rub. These jurisdictions also abolished their regions, allowing voters to vote in one statewide electorate. That is how a range of minor parties and independents are still able to win and retain seats in those parliaments. It might be irritating for the old parties, but it is a win for democracy. Heaven forbid that I preach to the politically savvy veterans of this place, but it's called proportional representation. And it may be politically inconvenient to the old parties, but it is at the very heart of our democracy. Acting President, is it not an extraordinary coincidence that in the 2022 election, Legalised Cannabis Victoria received about 5% of the vote, and we have 5% of the members in this place? The Greens got 10% of the vote, and surprise, surprise, they have 10% of the members here. And the numbers for the larger parties are likewise generally consistent with their share of the vote. It's a bit inconvenient. And yes, you can point to the micro parties here as being overrepresented individually, but collectively they are generally numerically consistent with the remaining pool of votes that went to the dozens of micro parties and independents. They have as much right to be here as anyone. Now, I would fully get behind an upper house voting system that abolished the regions as well as GVTs. Such a system has great merit and would give those 28% of voters an alternative for the major parties. They
why they don't get anything done. You have panels like this.
I'm reading the comments.
This bill instead cherry picks from the present system, abolishing the group voting system, but retaining the regions and handing themselves, the old parties, the big parties, and the other major parties, an unbeatable
we should abolish
advantage.
it, but next, after this election.
I listened with interest to the contribution of the member for Tarneet in the other place, the former chair of the Electoral Matters.
While he's talking on,
let's read some super chats because I was putting everyone to sleep. So let's get back to the super chats. Let's have a look.
Get rid of voting tickets and get rid of them now.
We had a hello from Canada. Hello from Canada, Rukshan, Monica, Avi, great crew. Thanks for watching from Canada, mate. Appreciate it. Must be late in the morning there. Or something like that. I know that now.
Keep an ear on it in case he says something interesting.
Yeah, I'm listening. We got one from Mandy. She is fighting for her life because she knows without this system she is gone. That's towards Georgie Purcell.
She was literally, you could hear it in her voice.
She couldn't help herself. She couldn't keep herself composed. She just let it all out there because it's really impacted her, obviously. And the grift of the taxpayer is over for her. Then we got here from Robert. Can we remove universal suffrage yet? Mate, no comment, but thank you for your super chat and contribution. We got one here from Baz the Dark Horse. Weirdos, thank you for the self-report, lady. We got a super chat for the violin. Appreciate the support for the violin, guys. And, if you want to see the violin again, super chat, and I'll bring it up depending on who's on screen, obviously. Fiver for the small violin, thank you. Baz says, I don't trust anyone who says the space, communities, or any other lefty crap. Yeah, I mean, her whole speech, whatever her farewell speech was, is all coded in left-wing nonsense there. And we got one from another one for the violin from AWOL Stew. So thank you. And they also need the tissues. It did get very emotional there, but I promise you guys, I was not crying. I was just trying to contain my laughter. It's been a while since I've laughed.
Put him back up so we can hear him. Guys, thanks for the super chat. We'll get to all of them.
To stop GVTs from being used in the last City of Melbourne election, only about 18 months ago, where the simple answer to knowing where preferences go, apparently the heart of this issue, and it is a valid question. What was the response, Acting President? The acting response was that a booklet was provided with the ballot paper that documented the preference flows, and thus it was made transparent.
How funny. He wants to...
But of course we wouldn't want to take a simple and obvious and proven recipe. We would prefer to go the path that's being proposed here
with
today.
The preferences.
Seriously. Seriously. Does anyone really believe that whoever forms government after the next election, having rid themselves of these pesky minor parties and the independents, having pulled up the drawbridge to exclude those independent voices, will allow for their return? Who will be left in this chamber to advocate for its restructure?
I reckon we should put the violin back on.
So will stage 2 of the reform process ever come to pass?
Do you guys reckon? Let us know in the comments.
Now, it has been argued, and it is correct, that we have recently passed Section 182 in the previous electoral reform bill, and that establishes an independent inquiry into the electoral regions and related questions. But we all know the fate of so many of these independent inquiries over decades, over successive governments of both colours. If the findings of those inquiries are inconvenient, they are either ignored or they are metastasised into some unrecognisable form. There is absolutely no requirement in the next Parliament, and an alternate configuration is agreed, that may in fact
Mr. Limbrick.
All right, David.
Thank you,
All right,
Acting President.
Respect to David Limbrick.
I didn't like the voting system in Victoria before I was involved in politics. I didn't like it when I ran for election in 2014 and 2018, and I didn't like it after I was elected, and I don't like it now. But nonetheless, I didn't make the system. I dealt with the system that we have. And imperfect as it is, our party, the Libertarian Party, or Liberal Democrats as it was known at the time, dealt with the system as it is. But in fact, my ideal system is one that many have spoken about today and many in the community advocate for, is a fully proportional statewide system, similar to what New South Wales has, South Australia, Western Australia, etc., where the entire state is allocated members of parliament according to the preferences of the will of the Victorian people. That is by far my preferred option. And my concern with this bill that we've got here today which has been supported in a deal between the major parties. Bipartisan support is always a worry, and anyone in the public that sees bipartisan support should always worry about what's going to happen next. My concern is that what's going to happen here is the incentives for never doing statewide proportional reform will be locked into the system, because whoever gets elected after this new system goes in, if this bill is to pass today, there will be no incentive whatsoever to do reforms to enable the Victorian people to have a fully proportional system in Victoria. I've seen no public commitments from the Labor Party. I've seen no public commitments from the opposition to push this forward. A couple of crossbenchers have spoken about it. I mean, what I'll say today is that the Libertarian Party will not be going down without a fight. I don't see this as the end. I see this as the start of a new battle, one which we will have to change tactics. And the very first thing that I will do is I will make the commitment that if the Libertarian Party is fortunate enough to have an MP elected in the next term, that we will be the first to make the commitment to push for reform of the electoral system to a full proportionate representative system. Now, the reasons why we haven't already done this is rather convoluted, but I expect the Labor Party is probably regretting a decision it made many years ago when they put forward the reforms in Victoria, in that the region, shifting the regions or changing the makeup of the regions requires a referendum. And that's a big deal. The Labor Party doesn't like referendums, especially after what happened recently. So that's a big problem, because they don't want to campaign on a referendum. I doubt that they would get bipartisan support for a referendum for something good like this. They only get bipartisan support for something which they think benefits them both, but not something that would benefit the Victorians as a whole. The government's had lots of time to, 8 years since I've been here almost, lots of time to put up a referendum and change the regional makeup and get rid of group voting tickets at the same time, but they've chosen not to do it. As has been said, they've waited until the last minute, almost the very last opportunity that the VEC said that they could do this, and the government puts it up, and of course they're supported by the opposition. Now, Mr Mulholland made some comments earlier about I think Mr Mulholland was a bit salty about in the southeast how in the last two elections he feels that the Libertarian Party, or as it was known then, the Liberal Democrats, took a position in Parliament that he felt was would have been otherwise entitled to the Liberal Party. I don't know if that's how it would have worked out, because the makeup of parties would have been completely different under that system. But let's assume that's correct. Now, when I was first elected in 2018, on a very small vote, as was pointed out by Mr Mulholland, we had very, very limited resources in the Liberal Democrats. In fact, the whole thing was run on a shoestring. But nevertheless, I got over the line, and no one was more surprised than me. I did not expect to get elected. In fact, it was the last thing in the world that I expected to happen. But I was elected as a representative of a party that is meant to represent a philosophy, the philosophy of Western civilization, the philosophy of liberalism. And I took that seriously. I took that very seriously. And despite many members in this place disagreeing with me, maybe they would not disagree with the idea that I take that seriously, defending that. And what would have happened if that Liberal MP had have been elected and there was no Libertarian representation in the Victorian Parliament? Well, in 2019, we wouldn't have had an inquiry into nuclear energy in Victoria. That would never have happened. When the pandemic came, who would have stood up against the government and what they did with their overreach? It wouldn't have been the Liberal Party. There wasn't many people on the crossbench that were speaking out. It was the Libertarians that were opposing the government and what they were doing. And I'll remind people that the opposition, when push came to shove, many Victorians were losing their jobs and had terrible restrictions, and all sorts of awful things happened during the pandemic. And many people lost their jobs over vaccine mandates. They were forced to make medical decisions that they did not otherwise want to make. They chose not to make it, and they lost their jobs in the process. Now, in order to make sure that Parliament had the same rules as workers. Parliament voted to enact the same thing. The Liberal Party supported that. I did not support it. In fact, I refused, even though I'd been vaccinated, I did refuse to hand over my paperwork. The Liberal Party voted to kick me out of Parliament. So there was no opposition to the pandemic from the Liberal Party. They were pushed into opposing the government, and eventually, after a lot of work from myself and many others, eventually they ended up opposing the government during the pandemic bill debate. Other things that would never have happened. We would never have had an inquiry into stamp duty. We would never have had an inquiry investigating Transport Accident Commission claimants. We've also done a lot of work on the local laws at Casey Council and getting a review there. We saved a private wildlife sanctuary. We ensured a serial killer will never be able to harm women again. Who would have been talking about castle law and pepper spray in Victoria? Maybe Mr Borman might have been speaking about pepper spray, I'll give you that. But certainly raising castle law in the public consciousness, I think that we can take credit for that. Who in this parliament has a perfect record on never voting for an increase in taxes? It's the Libertarians. We have never voted for an increase in taxes. We're the only party that's never voted for an increase in taxes. We were the ones that were talking about what were the underlying incentives and what were the government policies that are driving organised crime. Still, the government does not talk about this. The opposition rarely talks about it. They just say, well, we need more laws and we need more police. But actually, we are the ones talking about the incentives, the taxes, the procurement policies, the size of government projects, the things that are actually driving organised crime in this state.
You can tell he's very upset about all of this. Understandably, like the rest of them, this is how they've gotten in, and this is one of the things that we've said the whole time. Limbrick is one of the good guys that we're going to lose in Parliament. He says that they're not going to stop fighting. They're going to change tactics and going to try win another seat next in the November election, fair and square. I hope they do, but. Having said that, his argument is that they should delay it so that they can do the whole region thing, which is going to take a referendum that he agrees is never going to happen, on one hand. And the second argument was that there's going to be no incentive for the people to change it because they're the ones in there. That's exactly what's happened until now. The crossbench has never supported it.
And then all of a sudden, they're not so
it's just like,
flaky on it.
I feel for him. I like him, but...
Well, and I think it's good that he's going to be forced to change his tactics because now he's going to actually have to try to get enough primary votes to get elected.
Well, if you look at One Nation, they had to earn their place to where they are today. That was
exactly
decades of grinding by Pauline Hanson to earn their place today, where they can get primary preference votes. So it's I think it's better for democracy overall when there's popular support for political parties amongst the public, than rather than having these deals. So sometimes, it does take a long time. You have to earn your place, and I think that overall is a better system. But I do definitely respect David Limbrick and what he's done for the state of Victoria. He has been one of the standouts that have come through this system, for sure.
We do not trust One Nation to do this. We don't trust any other party to do this. We are the only party that can be depended on to defend liberty at all times. Thank you.
Dr. Mansfield.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to speak in strong support of this bill. This bill will end group voting and make Victoria's voting system more democratic. Victoria is currently the last jurisdiction to still have group voting tickets apart from the City of Melbourne, and we agree that is also something that should be dealt with, but that is a debate for another day. So how did we even get here? Group voting tickets were introduced in Australia in the 1980s at the federal level and then into the Victorian Legislative Council in 2003. And under the system, for the 90% of voters who cast their upper house vote above the line, they simply have to mark a single box with their first preference. And the rationale for this was to simplify voting and reduce informal voting. And for a time, many felt that it was working until it didn't. The problems with this method began to be exposed when candidates on a teeny tiny fraction of the vote were getting elected above candidates with many times greater votes. Then in 2018, in 2018, the then Liberal Democrats got a seat on just 0.84%, as did the taxi advocate from Transport Matters, who were elected on a tiny 0.63%. It also meant that there were some absurd situations, like in 2018, where in one region, someone voting for the Animal Justice Party had their vote end up with the pro-gun Liberal Democrats. Now, unlike Mr Eddershank, I cannot subscribe to the view that anyone voting for a non-major party is happy with any non-major party. I'm pretty sure that most voters you talk to in the community would agree with that. It's one of the most bizarre arguments in favour of GVTs that I have heard. The fundamental problem at the heart of group voting tickets is that after a voter has indicated their first preference above the line, they lose control over how their vote is distributed. Parties, not voters, parties swap preferences with one another in backroom deals, and voters have no idea what these deals are when they cast their vote. When voters have no control over or even any knowledge of where their preferences are going, there is no world in which this can be considered democratic. What became even more problematic was the fact that some people worked out how to game the system and began offering to arrange deals for a fee. The so-called preference whisperer, Glenn Drury, charged micro-parties, and still does this, a $5,000 joining fee to be part of a network where he arranged preference swaps and up to $55,000 in return for someone getting elected.
I think it's Labor.
In 2018, in this place, at least 8 MPs,
wearing a green dress.
or 20% won a seat due to these cash for preferences deals. These sort of situations led the federal parliament and other states to abolish group voting tickets some time ago. The case for change in Victoria has long been argued and been well established. Following the farcical 2018 election, the Electoral Matters Committee, while raising concerns with group voting tickets, recommended that the Parliament refer an inquiry to the committee to consider possible reforms. This referral never happened. Then in July 2024, the same committee's inquiry into the conduct of the 2022 Victorian state election recommended that Victoria should scrap group voting tickets without delay. Then in December 2025, the committee's report into Victoria's upper house electoral system, an inquiry that I was part of, recommended that the Victorian government reform the upper house voting system by introducing legislation amending the Electoral Act to eliminate group voting tickets.
She's agreeing.
Couldn't be clearer. So now it is at the 11th hour. We finally have legislation that seeks to abolish group voting tickets once and for all in Victoria. Now, I recognise that the repeal of group voting tickets will likely impact the future electoral prospects of some members of the upper house. And some of these members are people who I have great respect for and who have been excellent, hard-working representatives. I work closely with them. I genuinely like many of them, and I agree that maybe this process, the way that this bill has been introduced, if that wasn't discussed with them in the proper manner, that isn't great. Don't agree with that. But this isn't personal. I think it's really clear that this isn't about individuals, who's a good representative, who's not a good representative. Those decisions are for the people to make. This is about the principle. Group voting is poorly understood by our electorate and produces outcomes that don't reflect voter intention. It's a blight on our democracy. Voting should not be an opaque process where a candidate with a tiny proportion of the primary vote can get elected thanks to dodgy and opaque backroom deals. And I cannot think of any ordinary voter who thinks it's acceptable to be able to buy a seat in this upper house for $55,000. I challenge someone to go and find a voter who feels that that is an acceptable outcome. I have heard the criticism that the repeal of this law will undermine the diversity of voices in this place, despite those voices not representing actual voter preference. As my good friend Dr. Tim Reid pointed out in the Legislative Assembly, if that's genuinely the goal, we might as well hold a lottery instead.
I wholeheartedly agree with the words of the Honourable Anthony Carbine's second reading speech for this bill. He said, removing GVTs from the voting process will also not make it impossible for smaller parties to be elected to the Legislative Council. It will, however, require candidates to convince electors to give their party voting preference rather than relying on the GVT practice. Now, that sounds like democracy. No one is outlawing micro-parties or minor parties. You just need to build a vote that is large enough to be democratically elected. The reality is that most Victorian voters still don't know what group voting tickets are. Victorians might not notice when they're gone, but our democracy will be healthier when this law is passed. Now, we are very open to a discussion about whether there's a better structure that we could have in the upper house, but that is a separate question to whether group voting tickets should be allowed to continue. And those two questions do not have to be linked, and that was in fact the finding of multiple inquiries of the Electoral Matters Committee. The other thing to point out is that changing the structure of the upper house requires a referendum, which therefore requires agreement across a majority of members of this place on what question would be put to the people in a referendum, and as yet there is no agreement on what an ideal structure is, and that there's no sense that that agreement would be reached anytime soon. There's no ability to hold a referendum before the next election, so there's no certainty about how long that process might take. Whereas the question about GVTs is clear, they need to go, and they can go now. So we should get rid of them at this opportunity. It doesn't preclude any kind of discussion about the structure of the upper house happening down the track, and that's a discussion that the Greens certainly welcome.
Debate.
But abolishing GVTs at its core is about ensuring that elected members legitimately reflect the intentions of voters, and more broadly, it's about public confidence in our voting system and Parliament as an institution. These are things that are increasingly under threat, and it is therefore more important than ever that we work together to defend and strengthen our democracy. We are here today debating a law to protect our democracy, in large part due to the advocacy of my Greens colleague and dear friend, Dr. Tim Reid. Since his first speech in Parliament 8 years ago, Tim has campaigned for group voting tickets to be abolished in a way only Tim could, through clear-eyed, relentless and evidence-based advocacy. When he spoke in support of this bill last month, it was the 16th time he had raised this issue in Parliament. I want to use this moment to thank him for gifting us a template for how to do politics differently, a template for how to put into practice what he calls politics hope in motion. He has shown us how to explain without talking down, how to disagree respectfully and still build trust with those who hold a different opinion, how to hold true to your values and still keep an open mind to a better argument, and how to bring the campsite rule to politics. Leave it better than you found it. Thank you for everything you have done, Tim, and as he did in the other place, I commend this bill to the House.
Ms Payne.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise to make a contribution to the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026. Democracy should never be taken for granted. Our democracy belongs to Victorians. It does not belong to political parties, governments or politicians. It belongs to every Victorian who takes the time to enrol, cast their vote and place their trust in this Parliament to act in the public interest. Reform should always be guided by what strengthens public trust and ensures that Parliament remains responsive to the people of Victoria. I do acknowledge that this reform is aligned to the recommendations of the Victorian Electoral Commission's report in the Upper House electoral system. However, abolishing group voting tickets without broader electoral reform benefits the major parties rather than strengthening our democracy. This reform is self-serving and is motivated by all the wrong reasons. The government argues that abolishing group voting tickets will make Victoria's Legislative Council elections more transparent by ending preference whispering. I agree that voters should be back in control of where their votes go, to ensure that voters, rather than political parties, decide where their preferences flow. However, electoral reform should strengthen democracy, not simply reshuffle political advantage. Without broader reforms to the upper house electoral system, abolishing GVTs will simply see Labor retain seats, the Liberals potentially gain additional representation, and gives One Nation a huge leg up. We have had some independent expert advice provided, looking at what the upper house will look like without group voting tickets. And if I was to get out my crystal ball and make a prediction, the 61st Parliament would look like this. One party, an emerging party in Victoria, will end up with the balance of power, holding 12, potentially 13 seats. More seats than the traditional older parties. The upper house will be made up of the big four. Now, how effective will the 61st Parliament be when you are handing balance of power to one party? Victorians deserve an electoral system that puts voters, not political parties, at the centre. Real reform means protecting proportional representation and ensuring every vote counts fairly. When it becomes more difficult for smaller parties and independents to win seats, Parliament is more likely to be dominated by the major parties. This can mean that communities with views not represented by Labor or the Coalition, such as members of the Legalised Cannabis Party and others, have fewer representatives advocating their interests. This bill addresses only one part of the problem, and in doing so, creates another. If this Parliament is serious about electoral reform, then we must also be serious about ensuring that reform is comprehensive and consistent. If the objective is genuine electoral reform, it should be comprehensive rather than selective. Victoria's upper house electoral system requires reform that is fair. We should not be satisfied with only implementing reforms that advantage the larger parties while ignoring parts of the system that compromise and erode representation and accountability. Abolishing group voting tickets while retaining the existing regional structure risks creating an imbalance that advantages larger parties at the expense of smaller parties and independent voices. If both elements of the current system are considered flawed, then reform should address both together, rather than implementing only one change that favour almost always those already holding power.
All right, we get it.
Electoral reform should never be driven by political convenience.
Exactly all of what we want.
If the current regional structure is also considered to be flawed, then we should have the courage to pursue that reform as well.
It's interesting that nobody disagrees.
Of course, unlike the abolition of group voting tickets, changing or abolishing Victoria's 8 Legislative Council regions requires a constitutional referendum. That means that the Victorian people, not the politicians, must have the final say. This is an appropriate safeguard for a change of such significance. It should ask whether every voter has an equal opportunity to influence the outcome of the election, whether Parliament remains representative of the diversity of our community, and whether the electoral system gives the public confidence that elections are fair. If GVTs are abolished without the necessary changes to the regions, success in the upper house will become increasingly dependent on higher primary votes alone. This means substantial campaign funding and established party infrastructure will be critical, making it almost impossible for emerging parties and independent voices to get elected. Electoral reform should improve transparency without reducing political diversity or limiting genuine community representation. More than ever, voters are disillusioned and are feeling unheard. And this is why we need to ensure that reforms to our electoral system can restore faith in our democratic processes. The Legislative Council was designed to be a house of review, not simply a chamber that endorses decisions made by the Legislative Assembly. This means that voices that may not be represented by major parties may still be able to make influence in decision-making. A diverse crossbench can hold the government to account by scrutinising legislation and demanding greater transparency. It is more reflective of the reality of the Victorian community. Many significant improvements to legislation come through this process. We all know that I represent the Legalised Cannabis Party, a protest and grassroots party that was founded in 1993. For decades, people involved in this movement have been advocating to bring the lived experiences of patients, families and advocates whose voices were often ignored. The possession, use, supply and unlicensed cultivation of cannabis remains illegal in most Australian states and territories. It has done so for nearly 100 years. Despite growing evidence of the harms associated with the criminalisation of cannabis and increasing public support for reform, me and my colleagues across the country are still pushing for change. For too long, cannabis policy has been driven by ideology and stigma rather than evidence and public health. As a crossbench MP, I bring these voices to the chamber and I can scrutinise government decisions. I am not alone as a crossbencher who has brought the government on the journey and pushed for meaningful reform. In fact, last week I listened with interest as the Premier delivered his apology to victim survivors of child abuse in state schools. Interestingly, the Premier, the Opposition Leader and Brad Roswell MP all acknowledged former Upper House crossbencher Stuart Grimley and the work that he did to bring the issue to the forefront. Stuart didn't give up on survivors. He elevated their voices in Parliament until those in positions of power listened. This is the power of a diverse crossbench. Another amazing former crossbencher and a dear friend of mine, Fiona Patton, was also pivotal in getting issues on the table and persuading government to act. Safe access zones, voluntary assisted dying, medically supervised injecting rooms, spent convictions, to name a few, were all campaigns initiated by Fiona and taken up by this Labor government. My colleague Georgie Purcell raised the important work of former crossbencher Rod Barton. The thing about us crossbenchers is that we are brave enough to raise issues in this place that those from the major parties are too afraid to raise in this place.
Cannabis?
All of the above named mentioned have come from all sides of politics. Again, this is the power of a diverse crossbench. If Parliament becomes less politically diverse, governments will face fewer challenges to their decisions. The result will be a reduction in the checks and balances that are important to a part of healthy democracy.
Rukshan, can you just
Crossbenchers are needed in this chamber.
Make this a bit more interesting for
I am
people.
also concerned at how rushed these changes are and how close they are to the
Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill. Now, people on both sides of this debate have argued that they're the ones that are protecting democracy. They're the ones who are protecting Victorians against corruption. But the truth is, if people in this place truly cared about ensuring that every single Victorian and every single vote was represented fairly in this place, then we wouldn't just be debating a bill to remove the GVT, because that's only half the problem. This bill, based on the 2022 election, cuts out the first preference votes of 25% of Victorians. Together, Labor, Liberal, One Nation and the Greens got the other 75%. To make this system fair, the upper house regions should be abolished, like New South Wales, Western Australia and South Australia. That would give every Victorian the ability to vote statewide for their preferred representative in the upper house. If we did that, everybody could get what they wanted.
She needs it.
They'd vote in the lower house for their local representative and in the upper house for the statewide representatives. Every vote would count. That's it. That's what democracy is supposed to be. And let's not forget that this bill, in an attempt to stop parties with 2% of the vote from getting 2.5% of the seats, means that parties with as low as 10% of the first preference votes will get 20% of the seats. And in case anyone is wondering, yes, I'm talking about the Greens. So forgive me if I can't take the lectures being given by some here in this place today seriously at all. This bill doesn't seem to me to be about what's best for Victorians or democracy. Now, people in Victoria work hard. They have to, considering all the taxes they have to pay. Tradies, young families, mums and dads, juggling bills and school runs, trying to keep a roof over their heads, seeing if they can build something up that isn't taxed away to nothing to hand on to the next generation. It shouldn't actually be asking for much. They just want a fair go. And they want to pick someone with their vote who actually listens and represents them in Parliament. Victorians are not all the same. We think differently and we want different things. And that means sometimes there are messy arguments, but that's fine, that's democracy. I'd rather that than the other kind of fighting. A healthy democracy makes room for all these discussions and for all these debates to take place. And you can't have that debate if you don't have all the voices in the room. We need to have voices at the table in proportion to the way that they were voted. But that's not what this bill does. The upper house regions need to be abolished so that 75% of the vote equals 75% of the seats. 25% of the vote equals 25% of the seats. It's simple and it's fair. As it stands, this regional system sets the highest bar to get elected of any upper house region in the country. The highest quota in Australia, in fact. Nowhere else makes it this hard for those outside the establishment to get representation in Parliament. The quota for the Federal Senate is 14%. For the South Australian Upper House, it's 8%. For New South Wales Upper House, it's 4.5%. For Western Australia's Upper House, it's 2.7%. The quota for getting elected into this place is higher than all of those at 16.7%. It's a setup to make it virtually impossible for minor parties to get elected unless they band together and combine their votes. This rigs it so only the establishment parties get to do that kind of rigging. Other states vote statewide in the upper house and get good, fair representation in their parliament. It might not be the kind of representation that we would all vote for, but at least everyone gets their say. Now, some have been arguing that it's too late, the election is upon us. We just can't get it done. But this could have been done under the former Liberal government, and it could have been done in the last 2 terms of Labor government. This was all about choices. Nobody did it because nobody wanted to do it. And after November 28, this bill will lock out 1 in 4 Victorians who wanted to choose a minor party first. And it's especially interesting that over the last 20 years, the primary vote for Labor and Liberal has been falling. Meanwhile, minor parties keep rising. Those in this parliament who like to call themselves a party of government can barely get 30% first preferences on their own
and just managed to scrape over 50% to 60% when they're combined. It doesn't really strike me to be a bill about reform. It strikes me to look like a bill about protection. Protection for themselves, serving themselves, not actually serving Victorians. If they can't win voters back, they're going to shut out the other choices that voters had. But one day soon, the parties voting to silence Victorian voters today may find themselves to be minor parties themselves. Thank you.
Minister, to sum up.
President, and I thank all members for their contributions on this important bill, and there has been a lot said in the chamber today. I'm sure there'll be a lot more said in the committee stage, but I would like to place on the record the government's support for this reform. It's an important reform for the future of our democracy, and preferences should be determined by voters, not in backroom deals. And I appreciate that this is a policy decision that the government has arrived at that not everybody agrees with. And this is certainly not about anyone in this chamber, nor is it about the legitimacy of those in this place who have been elected under the current system. But in the government's view, it is an essential reform to remove group ticket voting ahead of the upcoming election. Because Victorians do deserve to know where their votes are going, and they do deserve to have confidence that when they vote, they're selecting their own preferences. And essentially, this legislation will kill the business model of the so-called preference whisperers who do seek to subvert our democratic processes in the way in which they game the system. So the changes to require the ordering of at least 5 groups above the line will put voters in control of their preferences, making our elections fairer and more transparent. And as a number of members have already highlighted, these changes will also align Victoria with the rest of the country. There are amendments in this bill that also go to improving the transparency as well, so that Victorians can make informed decisions on election day. I did want to acknowledge the significant work of the Electoral Matters Committee in the 2 reports that they consulted widely on, the review of the 2022 election and the inquiry into Victoria's upper house electoral system. I understand that there are a number of members who have amendments. I know not all of those amendments have been circulated yet, so I'll hold my comments about those amendments to the committee stage. But just to be very clear about the government's position, we will not be supporting any of the amendments. So, Acting President, looking forward to taking all those questions in the committee stage of this bill.
Thank you, Minister. The question is the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against? I think the ayes have it. Division required. Bring the bells.
So they're reading it again. I think we're coming pretty close to the voting on it. I think everyone's had their say now. They're going to vote. I think they're going to read the amendments and they're going to vote on each amendment.
Will that all happen today?
What? That's all happening now. So it's all going to happen now. And the voting's going to start.
What's the committee thing she was talking about?
The election committee. Somebody's been working on stuff before.
Well, she said that they're going to take more questions in the committee or something.
I wasn't really paying attention to that. Wasn't she thanking them for all their effort?
No, well, she just said at the end there that I'm sure there'll be more questions and discussions in the committee. I don't know.
It's going to a vote now. So right now they're revising it, and from what I understand is that they go through each amendment, they vote on amendments, then they vote on the bill with whatever
it doesn't
amendments.
Have to go back down.
No, unless they vote it down.
Are you shocked about Moira's mission?
What is that?
Were you shocked about Moira's mission?
I'm not shocked because, look, it's a bit like Limbrick. Like, Moira doesn't have a chance now.
With all respect to Moira Jeaning, she did.
Like, I like Moira.
Yeah.
She's never said anything about it before. She would have supported it if she was in the Liberal Party because it would have hurt her. She would have voted with the Liberal Party. But now this is like self-preservation at the end of the day, and they're all saying reforms have to happen. And to be fair, I haven't really looked into the region thing, and I think that maybe the region should be abolished as well. But that's they're too. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Like, you can't just throw out the whole repealing of this ridiculous system that's being scammed to get these people in, just so you can protect. Just because we're not going to be able to get the second half, like the what is it? The enemy of good is perfect. No, what's that saying? I'm mucking it up there.
I think what you're saying is half of the solution is still.
You're not going to get, just because we can't get it perfect doesn't mean we can't get rid of the major part of the problem, which is this system that's being manipulated and used, and what they're so scared that I'm going to do or we're all going to do. So it's nonsense, because they're also saying, from what I understood from Limbrick's speech, is to be able to get that second part done, it's only, and also what's her name, is that it has to be done through referendum. That ain't happening. That's not happening. So I rather get rid of the group voting ticket and being stuck with the regions, or in the next parliament, let's go talk about the regions if it's such a drama. Let's actually look into that. But this is the first historic step to get rid of this scam that's getting all these nutcases elected. And some good guys.
Like, really complicated to explain to people. I don't think people would understand the reason. It'd be a really difficult referendum for them to educate them.
I don't know why I can't hear.
Monica's mic's being a bit funny.
Monica's mic. Is it just me, or are you?
No, it's in general.
So we just wait for that thing. We are just so you guys understand as well, as we wait for that, on the back end, me and Rukhsana.
Close the doors, please. Members, we're dividing over the second reading of the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill. Can I invite members who are voting for the second reading to now stand in their place, and can I indicate that I'm voting for the second reading?
Hear me better?
What is that?
Hear me better?
A little bit.
What'd you say?
She said, "Can we hear her better?"
Oh,
okay.
Clearly not me.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry, I'm just working on this article. We got to, you know what the point is? We got to beat the mainstream media to reporting it, because we set the narrative. These people are just going to pretend like it's just news that happened. And guys, when you see them, just to annoy the mainstream media, just for fun, because the ultimate thing was, the goal was to beat this system down, and that way we go into a free and fair election coming into November. But just to mess with the mainstream media and the political establishment, the Labor Party, just remind them on all their posts.
Thank you, members. You can return to your seats. Can I invite members voting against the second reading to now stand in their place?
Check the email, Avi.
Yeah, I will.
I just sent you the draft.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me better now or not?
Yeah, we're hearing you better now. Guys, you can do super chats. We'll bring up all your super chats.
Thank you, members. You can return to your seats. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 5. Therefore, the second reading has passed. The bill will be now considered in the committee of the whole.
So that's what the committee is, whatever that is.
Let me find out. This is the problem when we're politically illiterate.
Well, we don't watch the Victorian Parliament
compared to
too
the
much.
average Joe, we're a lot more literate.
In the comments, feel free, for those of you that actually understand. I'm going to try and get some professional understand, but I think it's just something small here that happens. I think this is all part of the process. I think this is all going to get voted on today in front of us here. That's what I understood. Like, unless the Labor government was going to support a proper amendment or an adjournment for some crazy curveball, it's all going through today. And by the way, the way that they were all, like, the people that are against it were talking, it's clear. Like,
thank you. We'll now consider the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026, a bill for an act to amend the Electoral Act 2002 to remove group voting tickets from Legislative Council elections and to improve the operation of that act and the electoral system in Victoria, and to make consequential amendments and for other purposes. Before we go to clause 1, I'll just call on Mr. Edershank, to move his amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President. I would like to
just circulate your amendment, sorry.
If you could circulate my amendments, that would be appreciated.
Thank you.
It's about delaying it. That's what he said.
Yeah, and did you want to speak to that amendment before you have to depart? Yeah. So, Mr. Can you? Well, we're on clause 1 now. So, yeah, just if you can speak on your amendment, thanks.
Thank you, Deputy President. This is a fairly simple amendment. There's been much said about the evils of preference whispering, and in particular, profits for preferences may be one way we could describe it. This has been used in turn as an argument for why we need to now go to this cumbersome two-stage process that will disenfranchise and remove all of the smaller parties in this place and independents. So this amendment is quite simple. It simply inserts a new clause 84A, which makes it an offence to do preferences for profit. And it is that simple. This has been prepared by a senior counsel at our request, and basically it defines what actions are prohibited in the form of advice or the sale of preferences. It provides for penalties. And that is really all we need, despite all of the drama and all the theatre and everything. It's very simple. And so in that context, we would like to advance that. And I would also indicate, as I should have done previously, that I will not be proceeding with my other amendments, which is 2, 3, 4 and 5, I think, in the running sheet.
Thank you, Mr. Edershank. Mr. Limbrick, to circulate amendments.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Yes, I would like to circulate my amendment too. Do I need to speak on it now? I think I can speak on it later, can't I? Or Acting Deputy President? I'll speak on it later when we get to clause 30.
More?
Okay, any questions on clause 1? Mr. Borman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, if I may, with the will of the House, I might do my questions in clause 1. Minister, okay with that? Okay. Minister, starting with section 13, this is page 6 of the actual bill itself. 13.3A. Well, let me know when you've caught up. 13.3A, 13.3B. This gets very confusing. But on the next page, number 2. Anyway, there is the massive use of the word must. Number one must be placed above the line for 13(3)(a). B, number one must, and then so on. Everywhere seems to be must. Taking the usual dictionary word of must, that they have to, why are there savings provisions in this bill?
Minister.
Thank you for your question, Mr Borman. The savings clauses are intended to make sure that voters are not disenfranchised, and it mirrors the provisions that apply with the Commonwealth's savings provisions. So the bill does include savings provisions so that a Legislative Council ballot paper will not be treated as an informal vote if there are fewer than 5 boxes numbered, or if there is non-consecutive numbering above the line. And the ballot paper will be taken to be formal in relation to the preference marked by the number 1 or up to a break in sequence. And if a ballot paper is marked with a tick or a cross, the bill will continue to provide that the ballot paper will be taken to have been marked with the number 1. And the savings provisions in the bill apply to ballot papers that have been marked with the number 1 or a tick or a cross. And any ballot paper that are not numbered in this way will be treated as an informal vote. So the savings provisions are really designed to make sure that allowing a tick or a cross is taken to have been marked with the number 1, or if there is more than one number, up to a break in sequence. And that, as I said, aligns with the Commonwealth savings provision.
Fire alarm, yeah.
Mr Borman.
Thank you, Minister. Thank
I wonder
you
what happens if you
now,
only
Deputy
put
President. Minister, I understand all that.
I read
but
it.
why
It said that
was
if
the
you do
word
one, it's
must
just your
chosen
one vote.
when must is a fairly declarative word? You have to. Why did the word must get used when there is a savings provision? Why was the word should not used?
Why do I feel like this guy's wasting time?
They're trying to delay it, probably.
Well, Mr Borman, amendments need to be consistent with the rest of the drafting of this legislation, and this is consistent with the way in which the legislation applies when it comes to electoral matters.
They're going kicking and screaming.
Mr Borman.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I understand that it's consistent, but and I also understand it's consistent with the Federal Senate legislation. But it seems to me that this is almost I don't want to use the word phrase copy and paste, but it seems to have brought across what's an error. To me, you can take this as a statement or whatever you want, but to me it seems that the word must and then having a savings provision which says, well, you can have a cross, a tick or whatever, seems to me to be shoring up a problem with this system. So for the moment, I'll just say that this leaves the legislation open to challenges. Whether it's a High Court challenge or not, I don't know, I can't afford to do that. But this would have been an opportunity for the government to fix what I see as an error in the whole system. But also, it's just given me a thought, how will a tick or a cross be treated in the event of, this is a bit of a hypothetical, it's in a sequence of numbers and then there's a tick or a cross as well.
He's desperate.
What is going to be the outcome of that when you can't discern whether it's meant to be at the beginning, at the end, in the middle?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Borman. As I've already indicated, the savings provisions in the bill only apply to ballot papers that have been marked with the number 1 or a tick or a cross, and any ballot paper that is not numbered in this way will be, if there's more than one number, up to a break in sequence that aligns with the Commonwealth savings provisions. and I'm sure that you will want to go into the details of how the savings provisions will apply, but I can only reassure you that these are entirely consistent
Might
with
just read some of the super
Commonwealth
chats while we're waiting
savings
as well.
provisions. And as you would expect, the government
We got one here
has
from
had regard to legal advice.
Expert who says violin for PM. Thanks for the super chat, mate. Appreciate it.
Mr. Bourne?
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister.
We got one from David who says, "Go One Nation." Well, that's
You're
what these
right,
guys
but
are
I
all
don't
terrified
have
of,
the advantage
apparently,
that
from
legal
what we've
advice.
heard today.
With the invent of savings provisions, and again, these are slightly
And
hypothetical, but I think
Riggs
they're very
and
important.
Murtaugh
In the
says,
event someone
"Afternoon
puts a
show
tick across,
is
or a
fun."
cross
I
and a
just
tick, or
butchered
two
that
crosses,
name.
pick whatever sequence you want.
We got one here from
something
AWOL
of that nature
Estu
be covered by the savings
chat. It's a win here. Avi passed or not? Great job. Either way, it's a win. I think passing would be a greater win, of course. And Snap on Debt says, "So to my understanding, this is going to favour One Nation and the Liberal Party. That's if the Libs want to work with One Nation to rid this lefty government." I think just by default, it just benefits One
It just
Nation.
makes it more democratic.
Definitely.
It makes it more democratic, but by the polling, it actually helps One Nation, because One Nation has always been shut out by the preference system. Even the preference whisperer admitted that one of his objectives, on top of making money, is stopping One Nation.
Exactly.
So even if they wanted to pay him,
quotas,
and this was the guy they were paying 50k
So if
to,
there's any break in that
who was openly
sequence,
subverting
then,
democracy.
oh, and by the way, I do have it on good authority that his fee had gone up to $100,000 this election. So he's going to be quite disappointed.
Doesn't he work with Fatia Payman? Isn't he an advisor to her?
He kind of works with all of them.
No, but he did, like, even last election, or 2 elections ago, he was officially on the books with Darren Hinch.
Yeah. And we got Baz Dark Horse regular,
this
mate.
guy's
Thank you for
starting to
jumping in.
piss me off, this shooters and fishers.
Baz says they should call it the Stop RV Bill. I think he's like filibustering or something like this.
Yeah.
By the way, Avi, I think the only time they mentioned you or what we've done is
perhaps I can just
the
go
letter S after
this
preference
carefully
whisperer.
again.
Instead of
So
preference
two ticks
whisperer,
would
it's
be
now
informal,
preference whisperers.
and a tick and cross would be informal. But as I indicated earlier, the savings provisions provide that the council ballot paper will not be treated as an informal vote if there are fewer than 5 boxes numbered, or if there is a non-consecutive numbering above the line. The ballot paper will be taken to be formal in relation to the preference marked by the number 1 or up to a break in sequence.
Mr. Bowman?
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. I'm just going to make a quick statement. I am, and this goes to the Senate legislation too. I think it's it's an appalling thing that you say you must do at least 6, but if you do less than 6, it's okay. I want people's votes to count, but 5 or less, whatever. But I think people's votes need to count. But to have a must, but then don't really mean must. I feel it's really not abhorrent, but I think that this is an example of legislation that is written to basically give the major parties what they want at the expense of other people. And let's be honest, the Senate elections, which were done, changes which were done in 2016, I think, were aimed at Ricky Muir, and they've done the same thing. And one last point, which I should have brought up in my speech, was that it was said that it didn't get rid of the minor parties, the Senate reforms. But in the Senate, it's different in that each state has 5 senators. Tasmania and the ACT, for instance, they got 6. I stand corrected. Tasmania and the ACT have such a small population to get a small portion of the vote in relation to the other states. You can be a senator. Now this, we still have the regions. This was really an opportunity for the government that's missed, where we should have had a statewide model. As I said, I'll just make that as a statement.
It wasn't an opportunity. Referendum was impossible.
Minister? No, Mr. Briggs, sorry.
Thank you, Deputy President. In 2003, the Bax government introduced group voting tickets as an integral part of the new proportional representation system for the Legislative Council. The Constitution Commission and the government at the time justified above-the-line voting with group voting tickets on the grounds that it would give electors a simpler option and help deliver a more representative upper house. Can the Minister explain why the same mechanism that was presented as essential to a modern, accessible and representative council is now being abolished?
Minister.
Thank you for that question, Mr Limbrick. And I think I said in my summing up, my brief summing up, that I appreciate that not everybody agrees with the policy position that the government is taking here, but I would point to a number of issues in the way in which the government has arrived at this policy commission. Of course, there were two important reports by the Electoral Matters Committee. First of all, the inquiry into the conduct of the 2022 general election, state election, and the Electoral Matters Committee actually received a large number of submissions in relation to their inquiry. They held 27 public hearings. They heard from a number of expert witnesses and others in the community who had views about these matters. They also had a inquiry into Victoria's upper house electoral system, which again was a wide-ranging inquiry.
Just going to read another super chat while we're waiting. We've got one here from Auditing Australia who says, Victoria is meant to be the garden state. When a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. I'll take that as a statement, Auditing Australia. But you are right. I think we've turned into the machete state. That should be the new line for Victoria.
About the relative merits of group ticket voting systems versus the proposals that are contained in the bill today. So there are a range of reasons why the government has come to the view that it has and has adopted this policy position and is presenting the bill to the House. We want to make sure that voters have the power when it comes to exercising their preferences in upper house elections.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. I would point out to the Minister that voters have always had the option of exercising their preferences through below-the-line voting. Nevertheless, yes, they've always had that option, and many people do take that option, including myself.
10%.
Was consideration given to region reform as well? Because as I brought up in my second reading speech, I'm concerned that doing this reform independently just before an election has the danger of locking in incentives that will make it nearly impossible for region reform, which was also something that was recommended by both the Electoral Matters Committee, many submissions, and has been spoken about publicly by many people who are interested in proportional representation in democratic systems. So what consideration was given to region reform?
Minister.
The decision that the government arrived at in bringing forward the amendments in today's bill also recognise the fact that we are only 4 months off, or a little bit less than 4 months off from the state election, and we are mindful of the ability of the VEC to implement these changes in time and operationalise them in time for the state election. So that was certainly one consideration. And I appreciate that others may have a different view in the chamber, but the VEC has been very clear that it would not be possible to implement further changes, and the government has taken the view that this is the most appropriate set of amendments to put before the House.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. I would point out that the timing of this bill is solely at the government's discretion. In fact, the government could have brought forward this bill any time after the recommendations of the Electoral Matters Committee. Was the consideration of regional reform deemed too hard because it would require a referendum?
Minister.
No, that certainly wasn't a defining factor in the bill before the House.
Mr Lim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. In 2010, this government's predecessors made the lodging of group voting tickets mandatory and attached a penalty for non-compliance with this lodging. Why did Labor strengthen the group voting ticket system in 2010 if it now believes the system undermines voter intention?
Minister.
As I indicated earlier, 16 years is quite a long time. Mr Limbrick, a lot has changed in the electoral system, in the electorate in that time, and we have, of course, seen great concern expressed in a number of parts of the community about what's considered by some to be the unethical practice of preference whispering and the way in which the current system enables that.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that response. One of the explicit aims of the 2003 reforms, and this was something that was proposed by the Labor Party at the time, was to increase the number of parties represented in the upper house through proportional representation. Does the government accept that removing group voting tickets alone without regional reform will reverse that outcome and produce a less diverse council?
Minister.
I think the way in which I would respond to that, Mr Limbrick, is to go back to what I said in my summing up, which is that with bringing this legislation, we want to ensure the Victorians know where their votes are going, and they have confidence that when they select their preferences, that is actually what they get at the end of the democratic process. And it also is always going to depend on how people vote in any given electorate or election.
Mr Lim.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Back to the timing of this bill. Why has the government left this bill down to the wire? Basically, there's only one more sitting week. I think that this bill could be passed and the VEC would have sufficient time to implement it. Why was it left so late?
Mr Limbrick, we've had a very busy legislative agenda in this term of Parliament. There is, as you know, many bills that are on the notice paper, and we only have how many sitting days left? I don't think that, we would want you to criticise us for being a very busy government.
Mr Borman.
Thank you, Deputy President and Minister. Just for the record, there was quite a number of sitting weeks where we were doing take-note motions and bailing early. So we haven't been that busy. So my question is about consultation on this, and not consultation with the wider thing, but the consultation with the parties represented in here. Did the government consult with the opposition and the Greens prior to crafting this legislation?
Moira's reached out, and I've just checked that I can say it, but she's
Mr Borman, I already went through, and I think it is important that...
we can't hear you. What did you say?
I said I've just gotten a message from Moira who's just telling us that we understand. She wanted to call them out, but she's actually going to support it.
Okay.
So Moira Dim is actually supporting repealing it, but she just wanted to have a go at their hypocrisy.
Yeah, makes sense.
This bill across the political spectrum has come as any surprise to anybody.
Mr Borman.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm going to ask the question is about the actual bill, not the consultation that's leading up to the bill. I can only speak for myself, but we were not consulted on this bill before it appeared in the Assembly or anything like that. Why were, and I'm going to presume the other crossbenchers were too, why were we excluded?
Minister.
Well, my understanding, Mr Borman and I have not had specific ministerial carriage of this bill, but my understanding is that briefings were provided in accordance with the way in which briefings are normally undertaken with the opposition and the crossbench and other parties.
Mr Borman.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. Minister, that's once the horse is bolted. I'm quite sure I wasn't consulted before. Once the briefings got there, the bill is not done. There's obviously time for amendments if we can. But it's my understanding, and I'm happy to stand to be corrected, that the Liberals and the Greens were consulted before the briefings occurred. But anyway, moving on, given voter disassociation with politics, call it what you want, voter fatigue, the whole thing, rather than a wholesale half-baked attempt at reforming the system when the next reform may come next Parliament, which we all know won't. Why wasn't a decent education campaign about the group voting ticket, how it works, how you can work your way around it? You can vote below the line, a minimum of 1 to 6. Why wasn't that considered rather than a blunt object like this?
Thank you, Mr Borman, and I think we appreciate that we're coming at this from different positions, and I accept that you are opposed to this legislation, but I don't accept your characterisation of this as half-baked. This is a bill that does important things, and I think that the other point I'd make is that the VEC always undertakes education campaigns, and as they operationalise these changes, should the bill pass the chamber today and get royal assent, that these issues will be dealt with by the VEC, who always have an ongoing education campaign around voter education, and these changes would be no exception to that.
Mr Borman.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I wasn't asking about these changes, I was asking about the previous system. And I might also point out this is actually half-baked. This is only half of the reforms. The other half, as I said, may or may not come. Now, whilst my characterisation is a bit over the top, it's still accurate. This is only half of them. Minister, the VEC advised that it required legislation to be passed no later than August 2026 to implement the group voting ticket. I don't recall whether it said at the beginning or end of August. I always presumed it would be at the beginning. What is the government's plan if the VEC actually run out of time, because we are now getting towards halfway through August?
Minister.
The advice that I have, Mr Borman, is that there's been close consultation with the VEC about their requirements to be able to implement this successfully before the election, and and the end of August is the timeframe that they indicated they would need these changes passed.
Mr Borman.
Okay, thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. Again, I didn't quite get an answer. It was more about what was the government's plan, but we're just going to presume it'll make it because the VEC said so. And that's not actually, that's snottier than it sounds, actually. Not as snotty as it sounds, I should say. But when did the government seek advice from New South Wales, South Australian or WA electoral commissions on the lessons learned from their transition away from group voting tickets? Because I would suggest that there would have been issues that no one can see the future. I'd be very rich if I could see the future. But did the government check with the other states what lessons they learned and implement them in the legislation?
Minister.
The models of other jurisdictions certainly informed the development of the bill, and so too did the work of the Electoral Matters Committee that I've already gone to a couple of times.
Thank you, Deputy President. Clauses 3 and 4 in the bill remove the wording and the definition of order in council. And the explanatory memorandum says that this is to provide clarity about above and below the line voting. But this repeal also has the effect of removing the requirement for decisions under sections 12.6 and 13.6 from being published in the Gazette, which pertain to conditions of employment for the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. It appears that this was an item of consideration, as clauses 5 and 11 retain the Gazette reporting requirement, where this term is also amended but explicitly includes Gazette reporting requirements. So my question is it the government's intention for these conditions of employment arrangements to not be published in the Gazette?
Minister.
Deputy President, I'm in your hands because I suspect we might need to get some instructions on that question. So, noting the time, I'm
As
in your
it's
hands.
6:30, we may as well suspend for the dinner break anyway, and perhaps you could seek some information during the dinner break, Minister. Yeah.
Reconvene after dinner.
Do we have dinner as well and come back? Where were you muted? Avi, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I was working hard on stuff there. Yeah, let's play some of the videos. Take Monica off. She's not in anymore.
Yeah.
Let's watch some of the stuff while we're waiting. I'll find out how long the dinner break is. Play some of those videos while we're waiting now and read the super chats. I don't imagine they're going to be too long. I'll find out now. I'm getting word from inside.
Yeah, let's bring up the last, I think, super chat we got here from Baz. Baz says, it's time that Dada took control and applied some discipline again. MDGA, make dads great again. Baz, I don't know if you're getting delusional from watching these guys speaking for a long time, but I'm trying to follow your chain of thought here and not sure exactly what you're asking, who the daddy is here, but I support whatever you're asking for, mate. Thanks for the super chat. We appreciate it. Guys, so they've taken a break in the Legislative Council here in State Parliament in Victoria. We've been streaming for a few hours now as they're deciding on the debate around the group voting tickets, and we're at the committee stage where there's a bit of amendments and so forth being discussed.
Most satisfying bit had to have been the Animal Justice, what's her name?
Georgie Purcell, if you missed out on that.
And your little violin, it was spectacular. I think the audience loved it. People gave some super chats over that. It was amazing.
Favorite, for sure.
We're going to stick around. We're going to watch it as it unfolds, as they vote. I can see this one, Shooters and Fishers is really pushing. Even the cannabis guy gave up on half his amendment.
Yeah.
This Fisher and Shooters and Fisher is trying to say, but it says must and you don't have to. And I think the don't have to is like, you don't have to do it 1 to 6. Your vote will count even if you just put 1, but your preferences won't flow onto anything if you go beyond 1. That's what I understand to me, which I'm happy with that system. That just means no one's stealing your vote. And if you want to go beyond that, then you can preference. I think there's a bit of a confusion within the wording of it, but it's going to pass.
Yeah.
We've just got to stick around till it does. Let's watch some of those videos we prepared while we're waiting. I'm going to find out how long dinner goes for, but I can't imagine.
It says they're going to come back at 7:30. So
7:30, so I'd say it's an hour.
An hour, so maybe you might get time if you're watching at home to do the census. It's census night. I know that's controversial, but I just wanted to put that out there. We will be keeping the stream running. We've got a few videos discussing this topic that we'll have playing on the screen. Let me just
Let's play some of those and then and
yeah, I'll get that going.
And we're going to stick around till it passes because that's what we're about.
I mean, it's a big thing. It's been around for 20 years or so. It's a historic moment when it does pass, and it does change the political landscape in the state of Victoria. So it's very important for us Victorians, and particularly around the fact that I am still very upset about, let's say, David Limbrick and the Libertarians and so forth. But there is a part of me that supports the fact that this system unfairly disadvantages parties like One Nation, especially when you have someone like Glenn Jury, the preference whisperer, aiming to subvert democracy and really go up against them. So this actually opens it up more so to the popular will of the people. And I think most people would agree with that being what they think democracy is, rather than a system where there's a guy working in the shadows, getting payoffs essentially, even though it's all above board because of the legal technicalities to shuffle preferences around. I think people would be more amicable to a system where votes count based on where they're voting per se. So that's my thoughts. Let's have a look at these reaction videos. So this is from we got here. Who's speaking about GVT here? Let's bring this up.
Yeah, pull them up. Let's watch those videos we prepped, and maybe we'll. This okay. So this is you're gonna.
I'm gonna take it back a little bit.
Yeah, take it back to the beginning, because I think this video I made it. It's got both Pauline, and you might need to turn it up though. We need some sound.
The audio switched over.
So it's coming at 7:30, guys. We'll reshare at 7:30, and then we're going to hear them keep fighting about it and eventually pass. Supporting repealing it, and do you think the fact that they did it after the Free Palestine Party?
I think you need to take credit for a lot of that.
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted, Paul.
Yeah, and it does, and it needed to go. We were complaining about that for a long time because Glenjury was organising preferences. You had people elected to Parliament that the percentage of the people in Victoria didn't want it at all. You were the last state to get rid of it. And now you've got opened up to true democracy, that the voting from the people will actually count. So I'm pleased to see it go.
Look, I'm looking forward to it coming through to the council next sitting week, which is next week. Once it's gone, that'll be great because it will be putting the power of the vote back in Victorians' hands.
Right now, you're pretty lonely in the Senate. If the group voting ticket, which it looks like it's going to pass with flying colours, is going to be repealed, you're probably going to have a lot of orange in that House. Are you looking forward to that?
Of course I'm looking forward to that, and Victoria should be looking forward to that. That would be such a positive change for Victorians.
Who do you think are the politicians that are in the Senate at the moment that have won off the group voting ticket, who we probably could do without, and that's the biggest win, I guess, for Victoria, to lose these politicians? Which politicians, for people who don't know, are what parties?
The vast majority of the left-leaning on the crossbench we'll see gone. There'll be quite a few Greens going, actually, even though they have been supportive of seeing the GVT go. They think that they don't need it, but I think that they have relied on it quite a bit without them even knowing. The legalised cannabis team, gone. Animal Justice Party, gone. You'll see the Libertarian Party and even Shooters Farmers, they've relied heavily on the group voting ticket in the past. Now, whether or not they come to the table to talk common sense or not, it's up to them to see if they maintain their seats.
Very true. And that's the thing, like, you might like a lot of their policies, but, they've got to earn it. They've got to earn the will of the people, and that's where we're at now in Victoria.
Yeah.
That's the hope at the end of tonight.
Yeah. Well, these things can't just be about advantaging one political party or one person you like. It's got to be fair for the whole state. It's got to be
the system's got to be democratic.
It's got to be democratic in a way that people accept as being legitimate. And I think the way that the system's been abused, like I was saying before, has led people to lose confidence in how elections work. And the fact that you're running Free Palestine Party and everyone's like tripping out about it, but that's what they've been doing for decades. Like, what's the big deal? Like, this is what you guys have been doing. So it just shows you.
It's so funny because when I was researching for the videos to be able to show tonight, like I pulled up the old video which plays part of the Burson video in there, and it has the Glenjury talking about it, and my wording actually in the full report was just like, if you play it now in reaction to my Free Palestine Party, you will laugh so hard. I'm like, how dare they subvert? Well, yeah, let's put the Burson video up. I don't know, I'm going to grab something to eat as well. Guys, when you're at home, just put it on, get ready for 7:30 and sit back, eat some dinner. We're going to stay here till it passes or till it falls, but I don't see it falling. I just see them dragging their feet, and I think we just got to watch the tears. We got to enjoy Purcell's tears, but I feel like all the tears are going to come through, and we're just gonna watch history unfold before our eyes. A part of history that you guys at home have had a real part in forcing. It's been amazing.
Let's play the video.
Put that Burson video up, and
might grab some food as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some food. I think it goes for 7-8 minutes. Self-explanatory. So
in the
we'll play
intermission, we can grab some other stuff that's happening as well and talk about things as well. We'll check what's happening online. But let's just play the video for now.
Yeah, when we did the group voting ticket stuff, there was nothing to do with policy. Like, I don't remember anybody talking policy in that last election because there was no point.
What was that?
Maybe make the box bigger so somebody comes in, they can see that it's back at 7:30.
Yeah, okay. Let me just do that. Let me just make it very clear for people. What I was actually going to do is make it... So guys, we're just going to make this full screen. We'll play the video. We'll be back in a few minutes and we'll keep going. Let's have a go. Let's play.
Ticket stuff, there was nothing to do with policy. Like, I don't remember anybody talking policy in that last election because there was no point. Everybody just played a game with the preference whisperer stuff, and you're like, yeah, right. So,
for those of you at home who don't remember what he's talking about, it was the preference whisperer in the last election was exposed by Ewan Heston Russell. Well,
it was exposed by you. We did it, and then but you got to get airtime somewhere, and nobody else
filmed.
did. Yeah.
And you guys filmed him basically saying the dirty tricks he was playing. You know the Sack Dan Andrews party on the ballot? That's sus.
6 months ago, Glenn Jury contacted us as we set up the Angry Victorians. He's the guy who's a preference whisperer and wanted us to pay money. So Chris Burson, as you know, our former police officer, set up a Zoom call with him, and we recorded him talking about how he does this preference wheeling and dealing, and also how he sets up parties. And this election he set up the Sack Dan Andrews party because so many people are using that Sack Dan Andrews as that sort of catch cry within the freedom movement. So he set up this party to harness those preferences, and particularly in some seats actually move them towards voting in Labor before the Conservative side of government.
Let me tell you about Sack Dan Andrews, and I'm bringing you into confidence here. It's one of mine. If we run in these hot seats, the ones that I told you, they're the hot seats of the ALP. Stay focused on the mission. The mission is get preferences in the upper house. How do we do that? We leverage. So those seats are where you can leverage. I am focused on the longer game, and that is we've got to give the government, which will be the Andrews government, we've got to give them a crossbench they can work with. I had an emissary come to me from the Libs a year ago in the height of COVID lockdowns. And this is a guy I know. He's was a senior staffer in the federal government that I had a lot of dealings with when I was chief of staff with Hinch. A lot of dealings with, and I like the guy. We get on well. We trust each other. And he said, "We want you to do your best to get rid of Dan. It's the right thing to do for the community. You've got to do it." He was appealing to, my sense of community and self. And I said, I agree. What's going on with these lockdowns is terrible. It's terrible. He said, "So you're going to help?" And I said, "Well, what you need to do is come back to me and say that the Liberals will make a public statement to say they're not going to get rid of the group voting ticket." "Oh, they'll never do that." "Then I'll never help." Why the fuck would I help somebody the minute they get in, they want to put their finger here and just start pushing until I can't breathe anymore?
But has Labor committed to say they won't, though?
The conversation doesn't go like that.
Yeah.
The conversation is, I want you to be able to govern, and I will help you find a pathway forward.
What he's saying is...
Yeah, he's saying it.
that if you're voting Sack Dan Andrews, you could potentially actually be doing the opposite.
Absolutely. That's what he does. He sets up these parties with catchy names and pushes those votes to whoever he wants. And if you've seen that footage, he wants to keep a Labor government in because Labor has not promised to making the reforms that are needed to cancel this system.
The system that pays him money.
The system that he gets $55,000 per seat that he does the preferences for.
Cost. So since we're not at the table, cost for us getting elected, what is it?
If you win, you'll give me 55K.
55.
Well, normally I'd charge you 5K as a...
It's gone up 5,000 since last time, mate.
Not really.
Before was before. It was a before and after, whereas now it's...
Everybody gives me 5K as a member of the family.
Okay.
What do you feel about the fact that in Victoria, it's become illegal to own number plates that say Dan out? They've cancelled somebody's number plates for saying Dan out, but it's completely legal to set up a fake party that says sack Dan Andrews, only to harness votes for people that want him out, only to harness those votes to pass them on to the exact person to keep him in.
Mate, all that I know is that I've been so disappointed coming down here to Victoria and just seeing you've got this IBAC and it's kind of like a teacher or a babysitter that everyone's complaining to. We gave them that footage of the video. They're going to take 45 days to get to it, but people are voting this weekend. There's things that have to be illegal here, if not immoral. That's why we just have to get this information out to people because they're already voting and so many of them still don't know this information. That is the manipulation of democracy.
It woke people up, and this election, thanks to you and Heston, I think the group voting ticket was a central part of the conversation.
Well, the interesting was, like, obviously we brought it up, but it went to IBAC and everyone else, and no one cared. And then it's not until now, when you went to go and do something, that they went, hang on a minute, they're going to actually play the same game. Now we don't want to do it anymore. And you're like, very convenient, but it was only in the paper for like 3 days.
But to be fair, when we first came up with doing it, our objective was to have it repealed, to lose a group voting ticket.
Yeah.
But I never in a million years thought they would actually do it. And they're doing it.
Well, I think it was because it actually was getting traction. I think that was the problem.
They were worried.
Yeah. Well, when you've already got marginal seats, every little thing matters, you know. Like, they were asking us to run people in marginal seats and then they'd give us votes in the upper house. There was no discussions about policies. There was no discussion about anything. So the group voting ticket basically makes all your policy void because no one cares. That's not what they're voting on. So it'll be interesting to see if they do actually change it this time round, how everything goes.
But success, if it gets the balance of power in the upper house, that changes Victoria completely. So there's different layers of what could happen, but balance in the upper house would be, you know, it would save Victoria, quite literally.
And now that they're repealing the group voting ticket, it seems like there's a much bigger chance of that actually happening.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know that that's gone through the upper house yet, has it?
It went without any opposition through the lower house. It goes through the upper house next week, but both the Liberals and Labor and the Greens are supporting it. So there's no way. You're going to have a couple of the crossbenchers who are very upset about losing their gig, but it's going to pass. And that means that in this election, One Nation is getting all the votes that they deserve.
Well, and it's a percentage game, right? So, unfortunately for some of those people who are good, David Limbrick, you know, good guy, but he's got 1% of the vote. And so, you know, One Nation have a much higher percentage of the vote. People are crying out for change, so hopefully we get a great show.
But be honest, you're going to miss the animal justice, aren't you?
No.
Committed murder live on ABC Radio. And this is the reason why so many people want the ABC defunded. And I say that as the boss of ABC, being my uncle. I think I like him personally. I think he should lose his job. I think you should lose your job. I think Australia, if we voted, if you want to talk about democracy, the vast majority of Australians would love to see you get defunded. Why are you against democracy?
Well, I'm not sure where the vast majority comes from, but...
Today I got to work to a media request from the ABC of all places. They were asking if I'm willing to join Raph Epstein on the morning show to discuss the Free Palestine Party, which I happily obliged. Which, I get the sense, and you tell me what you think after watching the entire interview, that they regret the conversation. And if you agree, go to defundabc.com or scan the QR code to join the thousands of Australians calling to end this taxpayer-funded rot.
Mornings with Raph Epstein.
Victoria's the last state that votes in this way. The question is, could you be tricked when you go to vote at the election at the end of November? The YouTuber, online reporter, provocateur, however you term him, Avi Yemeni, he says he's going to start up a Free Palestine Party at the state election. It seems the aim is to redirect left-wing voters to parties on the right. It is completely legal. It's called vote harvesting. Just keep in mind, the Electoral Commission, they don't make judgments on whether or not party names are misleading. Avi Yemeni, good morning. Thanks for talking to us.
Good morning, Raf. How you doing?
Are you trying to trick voters?
What do you mean trick voters? We're trying to free Palestine. What's confusing about it?
I think for a lot of people, when they hear the words free Palestine, they are advocating against what Israel is doing. That's often a left-wing cause. I think you mean something very different. Is that trickery?
We're saying we want to free Palestine from Hamas. I think probably the story for you, Raf, should be why so many people in Australia, so many leftists are outraged by this one. What do they want? Do they not think the first step to freeing Palestine is getting rid of Hamas?
If I voted for your Free Palestine Party, where would my vote end up? Who will you be directing preferences towards? The socialists?
Certainly not. They don't want to free Palestine. To parties that have committed and have shown that they want to really free Palestine from Hamas, which would be one nation. Absolutely.
So isn't that tricking people? That phrase, I'm not debating what you think should happen in Gaza. What I'm asking you about, that slogan is free Palestine.
Raf, are you telling me that left-wing voters are that dull that they will vote on a slogan? Is that what you're admitting to here?
You call them useful idiots, I think. Do you stand by that?
I absolutely. I think that it's not just the left. I think there are three groups now in the political spectrum. There's the far left, the actual far right, and Islamic communities that will vote just on a slogan. Yeah, they are useful idiots. So we might as well put their vote to use.
Are you saying that people in the Muslim community are idiots?
I'm saying those that will come to Australia and vote on one issue about a conflict on the other side of the world and for their internal hate for Jews, yes, most certainly fit that category.
So you don't think it's misleading?
What's interesting, Raf, were you upset when the Sackdown Andrews party ran last election and funneled their votes to Daniel Andrews? Did you talk about it then? Why are you so upset now?
I talk about this issue at every election.
Did you talk about the Sackdown Andrews party?
I talk about this issue at every election. You can try to ask me questions, Avi. The way this program works, I invite you on. I ask you questions. You can say whatever you like, but I'm not going to get into you asking me questions. But you can respond to my
I'll take that as an
questions
answer. Of course you didn't, because it didn't suit you. Now you're upset about it. You're the same person that brings on Sarah Schwartz every second day as a representative of the Jewish community, where she's absolutely not. And that's
not true. But can I get back to why
she's not
I
a representative? What's not true in that, Raf? Which part of that's not true?
Can I get back to why I invited
Sarah
you?
Schwartz doesn't represent anyone in the Jewish community. She
Avi,
represents
I'll fade you down. If you want to have a debate about things that you say that I did that did not happen, then I'm not going to continue the interview. If you want to talk about the group voting ticket rules, I'm happy to keep going.
Talk about it.
Yeah?
Let's go.
So it's completely legal what you are doing. My question to you is, are you trying to get into politics by being dishonest?
I'm not trying to get into politics. I'm trying to take back our system. The voting will of the people in Victoria actually shows us that one nation should hold many more seats and they'll win if this group voting ticket didn't exist. So we're actually levelling the playing field. It's a strategy that your side of politics have mastered for years, and suddenly you guys are upset. You don't have Raf, come on. There's a reason why Jews in Victoria tune in to 3AW, to Tom Elliott, because they need somebody to stand for them. In the last 2 years, they need somebody that actually supports them. You're not that guy. You have chosen a side. You're with Sarah Schwartz and the Palestinian movement.
So I'm not impugning your motives, so I'd appreciate it if you don't impugn mine. But again, you can answer my questions however you like. It's an entirely legal strategy. Do you think it's a good system? Someone else is setting up the Save the Environment Party. She's anti-lockdown again. Nothing wrong with doing it. Do you think it's a good system?
I think it's a bad system.
So why exploit it?
Well, while it exists, we're going to play. You know that saying, don't hate the player, hate the game? I hate the game. I don't know why you're upset at me when Sackdown Andrews ran it, Labor Party ran it last election. What's his name? Drury, the preference whisperer, has been playing this system for years. Why is animal justice got a seat in Parliament? Because of this clown show. So scrap the system. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to run parties based on slogans, and unfortunately, there's a certain side of politics that are dull and they will vote based on slogans. And if not, I don't know what you guys are
trying to attract the votes of people who you think are stupid.
Absolutely. I think their votes are being wasted.
Right. Will you run for this party? Do you want to run for One Nation? Who do you really want to run for or with?
I don't want to run for anyone, but I'm going to have to run in this election under the Free Palestine Party, and I'll decide. I might run. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll decide.
Okay, so would you prefer to run as a One Nation candidate or a Free Palestine candidate? What's your preference?
I don't want to run at all. I love my job. I love my job, Brav. Holding people accountable, holding the ABC.
Can I press you on that, Avi? If One Nation came to you and said, we really want you at the top of our ticket somewhere, would you talk to them about that?
Why are you assuming they haven't done so already? I'm not interested in running for politics. I'm doing this now to make a point because you haven't done your job all these years. Suddenly you are doing your job. And this is the reason why so many people want the ABC defunded. And I say that as the boss of ABC, being my uncle. I think I like him personally. I think he should lose his job. I think you should lose your job. I think Australia, if we voted, if you want to talk about democracy, the vast majority of Australians would love to see you get defunded. Why are you against democracy?
Well, I'm not sure where the vast majority comes from. But, so you just said something there, Avi, that I really want to try and pick up on.
Sure.
You said, I've assumed One Nation haven't spoken to you. Have One Nation asked you to run with them?
I talk to One Nation all the time. No, they haven't asked me to run with them. But if I wanted to run with One Nation, if I asked them, I'm sure they would happily accept me as a candidate. But I'm not going to. I don't want to. I'm the leader of the fastest growing political party in Australia. We've got over 1,000 members. We've had to shut it off already. We're registering today. We're very excited, and we're very excited about the fact that leftists are so outraged that they might end up cancelling this group voting ticket. And I hope you give me credit at the end of it, because all it took was me starting a party that plays on the silliness of...
Like a lot of politicians, Avi, a lot of people claim credit for when things happen and you're allowed to do that.
Why are you talking to me today, Raf? Why are you talking to me today?
Well, because it's newsworthy.
Exactly.
Do you make any money out of forming the party?
No, I lose money. It costs $840, mate.
Well, I'm just not sure what the donation rules are at the moment, right?
We're not taking donations. I'm not going to be campaigning. I don't need to campaign to Free Palestine. They do it every week in the city. That's our campaign. I might use Marine Faruqi in Parliament to help our campaigns, or Fatima Payman, all these clowns that have made it their single issue objective over the last 2 years to harass Jews. The same people that you platform every single day on your show.
Well, I don't platform people. I invite them on, and it doesn't happen every single day. But like I said before, Avi, I get to ask the question.
Why don't you have actual Jews on your show that represent the Jewish community instead of Sarah Schwartz, who represents nobody but the Palestinian movement? Why do you pretend that she is a representative of our community?
Avi, didn't invite you on to talk about different Jewish groups in our society.
To be fair, she's probably not a Jewish group.
At various times, and to be honest, none of them are on that often. But thank you for talking to us this morning.
You're welcome, Raf. Do better.
Avi Yemeni, I described him as an online provocateur. If you hadn't heard of him, you got some sense of him then. The point there is that what he's doing is entirely within the rules. And he is right.
Thanks, Avi, for your time.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Defund the ABC. If you enjoyed that, make sure to like, comment, but most importantly, share it far and wide, because unfortunately for the ABC, even though we pay for it, nobody tunes in. So it's up to you guys to spread this far and wide, and then head to defundabc.com or scan the QR code on your screen to add your name to the petition to the thousands of Australians that say we should defund
Last
the ABC.
week, far-right extremist Avi Yemeni publicly declared that he would register the Free Palestine Party in Victoria and then funnel the votes that this party gets to far-right political parties.
Oh, crap. I think they're onto me. This week, the leader of the Victorian Greens absolutely melted down in Parliament over our plan to finally flip the script and use their own undemocratic voting system against them. But what was fascinating about the rant was how she couldn't help smearing, lying, and contradicting herself all in one speech. Because at the end of the day, they're terrified of both outcomes. Either the system stays and we start harvesting votes from their own gullible voter base, or the system gets scrapped and One Nation becomes a serious force in November. That's the trap they found themselves in, and honestly, despite how incoherent her spray was, I actually found myself agreeing with parts of it.
Member for Melbourne.
My adjournment tonight is to the Premier. I'm calling on the Labor state government to finally fix Victoria's dodgy, undemocratic group voting system.
That's what I mean. I actually feel dirty agreeing with the Greens on anything, but on this, they're right. Sorry. I think I'm going to have to take a shower after saying that.
Last week, far-right extremist Avi Yemeni publicly declared that he would register the Free Palestine Party in Victoria and then funnel the votes that this party gets to far-right political parties, intentionally deceiving voters in order to get himself elected.
Far-right extremists. Seriously, sweetheart, I'm hated by the actual far-right and the far left, which pretty much by definition makes me one of the few centrist left in this country, unlike the Greens, who are genuinely far-left extremists. But anyway, honestly can't tell whether she's dumb or deliberately misleading people, because I've been very clear about my objective here. And the last thing I want is to get elected. That would be an actual catastrophe. What I'm doing is creating slogan-based parties that emotionally driven Greens voters can't resist. Then I'm funneling those preferences to One Nation through the ridiculous voting system they suddenly seem very upset about now that it's being used against them. But I will admit, imagine if leftists are somehow even dumber than expected and I accidentally end up getting elected. Just picture the official parliament broadcast on everyone's screens. That little title at the bottom reading, Avi Yemeni, Free Palestine Party. Honestly, that outcome might almost make it worth it for the comedy alone, even though I absolutely do not want to win a seat.
This is obviously outrageous, but it's also currently legal under Victoria's undemocratic voting laws. Because Victoria's laws allow backroom deals to decide where your preferences go in the upper house, rather than letting the voters decide for themselves. This system is called group voting, and Victoria is the last place in the country to allow it, and it needs to end.
Oh, yuck, she's right again. I'm going to need another shower.
Avi Yemeni isn't the only person to declare that they will be running for election under a deceiving name and then funneling votes to far-right political parties. In February, anti-lockdown campaigner Monica Smith said that she would run under the name of the Save the Environment Party in order to funnel votes to right-wing parties who have anti-environment policies. And just recently, we saw someone declare that they would register the Muslim Votes Matter Party and then funnel their votes to parties with anti-immigration and anti-Muslim views.
Yep. Someone, I don't know who, did register the Muslim Votes Matter Party, and they're already almost halfway to the membership numbers needed to officially register it in time for the November election. So if you're in Victoria, please go to muslimvotesvic.com or scan the QR code and become a member now. And if you're not Victorian, just help us by spreading the word, because if you need any extra motivation to help make this happen, just look at how completely unhinged it's making the Greens.
How is it that in 2026, far-right grifters can openly brag about rigging Victoria's elections and that the Labor government does nothing about it? Why does Labor keep allowing con artists to manipulate Victoria's voting system for profit? Glenn Drury, the so-called preference whisperer, charges wannabe politicians $55,000 for a backroom preference deal, getting clients elected to the upper house on as little as 0.6% of the vote. This is how the Daylight Saving Party got elected in WA with just 98 votes, taking a seat off other parties who received a much, much higher vote. This is an openly anti-democratic system, but now it risks far-right extremists literally buying their way into Victorian Parliament this November.
Nice try. No far-right extremists are buying their way into Parliament this November, because we're doing this for free. was simply levelling the playing field that has gotten leftist after leftist elected by, ironically, paying Glenn Jury that $55,000 fee.
And of course, Glenn Jury wants this gravy train to keep running, and so he's recently tried a new fear campaign, which some in Labor seem to be falling for. He claims that Victoria should keep the dodgy system because it helps keep One Nation out. However, this is simply not true, because we know that in the 2022 election, almost all of Glenn Jury's tiny micro-parties preferenced One Nation over the major parties as part of his backroom deals. Glenn Jury helped One Nation.
Okay, that might actually be the funniest thing she said in the entire rant. Glenn Jury did not help One Nation at all in any way. In fact, the man believes in basically two things: cash for seats and whatever keeps One Nation out. But don't take my word for it.
Through my work, I've stopped winning at a number of elections by simply denying preferences, putting Pauline Hanson last.
And anyway, shouldn't voters get to decide where their preferences go, not dodgy backroom deals made by a guy who gets paid to do them? If a party polls enough legitimate votes to win a seat in the upper house, then they deserve a seat. Whatever you think of their political views, the voters should get to decide.
All right, I give up. I'm done. After agreeing with the Greens this much in one video, I think no shower's going to cut it. I just got to have a bath.
I think Victorians want their parliament filled with people they actually voted for, not people who were able to pay huge sums of money to a dodgy backroom dealer. It's time for group voting tickets to end.
It is time for the group voting ticket to end. But let's not pretend the Greens respect the will of the people, because when the people vote Pauline, they cry.
Many of you white people in here.
And don't worry, they're not keen on brown people who don't toe their Jew-hating line either. Actually, in that case, they prefer straight white males who believe they're above the law.
I was just pulled over by police on my way in to Mardi Gras at Nimbin. Have a look at this footage.
It's not testing. Let me give the alcohol. Yeah, you do the alcohol. So we are also recording audio and video. Senior Constable Hunt is my name.
Yeah, Senator David Shoebridge is my name.
Oh, okay, yep. Cannabis, cocaine and amphetamine, anything like that used recently?
No.
Okay. So,
to be quite frank, if I had, I wouldn't tell you.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure to like, comment and share this absolute crash out everywhere, and then head to muslimvotesvic.com or scan the QR code on the screen to become a member ASAP. We've only got a couple of weeks to register as many parties as possible, so I need your help right now to get this one across.
Other Yemenis pro-Israel group have registered the name Free Palestine Party. The pro-Palestine people haven't been able to grab that name for a party.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have officially broken the ABC.
He wants to dupe voters.
This week, the Victorian Electoral Commission published two statements that sent the left into absolute meltdown. First, the VEC confirmed we'd overcome every obstacle put in our way, including the many objections, with my Free Palestine Party officially locked in just in time for the November election, making me the leader of the only registered Free Palestine political party in the country. Then, to make it all even funnier, yesterday, another statement confirming the group that had tried to block us had failed. It's all very poetic. An Israeli starts, something succeeds, and Palestinians try to follow and fail, leaving only one legitimate entity that actually exists, which is precisely why the ABC called in the VEC big boss to answer for these shocking developments.
Sven Blum, welcome to Stateline.
Thank you.
Other Yemenis pro-Israel group have registered the name Free Palestine Party. The pro-Palestine people haven't been able to grab that name for a party. Do you think voters are being duped?
Let's be clear, I'm not duping anyone. In fact, I'm probably the most honest person about abusing this ridiculous system. I'm literally announcing my plan and promoting it publicly. But what's funny is Raph Epstein never seemed to have a problem with it when people played the exact same game before. They just weren't as transparent about it, and it happened to benefit his side, which is exactly what I challenged him on the last time we spoke. Were you upset when the Sackdown Andrews party ran last election and funneled their votes to Daniel Andrews? Did you talk about it then? Why are you so upset now?
I talked about this issue at every election.
Did you talk about the Sackdown Andrews party?
I talk about this issue at every election. You can try to ask me questions, Avi. The way this program works, I invite you on. I ask you questions. You can say whatever you like, but I'm not going to get into you asking me questions. But you can respond to my
I'll take that as an
questions
answer. Of course you didn't, because it didn't suit you. Now you're upset about it. You're the same person that brings on Sarah Schwartz every second day as a representative of the Jewish community, where she's absolutely not. And that's why
not true. But can I get back to why
she's not
I
a
invited you?
representative? What's not true in that, Raf? Which part of that's not true?
Can I get back to why I invited
Sarah
you?
Schwartz doesn't represent anyone in the Jewish community. She
Avi, I'll
represents
fade you down. If you want to have a debate about things that you say that did not happen, then I'm not going to continue the interview. If you want to talk about the group voting ticket rules, I'm happy to keep going.
Talk about it.
Yeah?
Let's go.
So it's completely legal what you are doing. My question to you is, are you trying to get into politics by being dishonest?
I'm not trying to get into politics. I'm trying to take back our system. The voting will of the people in Victoria actually shows us that One Nation should hold many more seats and they'll win if this group voting ticket didn't exist. So we're actually levelling the playing field. It's a strategy that your side of politics have mastered for years, and suddenly you guys are upset. You don't have Raf, come on.
Do you think voters are being duped?
That's not a matter for me. What's the matter for me is whether a party has fulfilled the criteria for registering a political party under the Victorian Electoral Act. That requires 500 people who are members. It requires a party constitution. It requires the name and address of a registered officer. And it has to be a name that meets the criteria. Now, the criteria do not go to what the policy position of the party is. That's not for me to decide. I can only decide whether a name either is offensive, is too long, or resembles the name of an existing registered political party. They're my considerations.
But the pro-Israel group is using the name Free Palestine. The pro-Palestine group can't use the name the Palestine Party. Like, doesn't that erode our faith in the system?
I have to administer the law as it stands. As it currently stands, once a party or an applicant to be a registered political party meets all the criteria, I have to register it. If another party then that hasn't yet satisfied those criteria comes along with a similar name, once the first party is registered, I can't register the second one.
Imagine that. The VEC is bound by the law, no matter how rigged that law has been up until now in your favour.
The person behind the Free Palestine Party has told me he wants to dupe voters. Are they being duped?
The important thing here, I think, is to empower voters. If you're, as a voter, do that research, find out what the party stands for, find out what the candidate stands for, and always come to the VEC's website to see who's registered, who's behind it. That's all publicly available.
Yes, but Raf knows his base are gullible morons who'll vote for a slogan.
That slogan is Free Palestine.
Raf, are you telling me that left-wing voters are that dull that they will vote on a slogan? Is that what you're admitting to here?
You call them useful idiots, I think. Do you stand by that?
I absolutely. I think that it's not just the left. I think there are three groups now in the political spectrum. There's the far left, the actual far right, and Islamic communities that will vote just on a slogan. Yeah, they are useful idiots. So we might as well put their vote to use.
Are you saying that people in the Muslim community are idiots?
I'm saying those that will come to Australia and vote on one issue about a conflict on the other side of the world and for their internal hate for Jews, yes, most certainly fit that category.
The names of small parties matter more when people are able to harvest votes through preferences. Do we need to get rid of that?
Well, we have a current system in Victoria which is called the group voting ticket, which means you can place just one number above the line on your upper house ballot paper. Where that vote then goes in terms of preferences is determined by something that's lodged by that party, group or person. There is currently law before the Parliament, it's already passed the lower house, to abolish that. We're the last jurisdiction in Australia that has the so-called group voting ticket. What that would do is basically bring Victoria into line with other Australian jurisdictions.
You know that saying, don't hate the player, hate the game? I hate the game. I don't know why you're upset at me when Sackdown Andrews ran it, Labor Party ran it last election. What's his name? Drury, the preference whisperer, has been playing this system for years. Why is animal justice got a seat in Parliament? Because of this clown show. So scrap the system. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to run parties based on slogans, and unfortunately, there's a certain side of politics that are dull and they will vote based on slogans. And if not, I don't know what you guys are
trying to attract the votes of people who you think are stupid.
Absolutely. I think their votes are being wasted.
Right.
Yes, Raph, I said it. And you know it's true, which is why you're suddenly crashing out. But the funniest part about all of this is that now finally, because we're using the left's own system against them, they're finally set to scrap it. And even for that, which I've always said was my ultimate goal, you refuse to give me and my great supporters at SaveVictoria.com the credit we deserve. We're very excited, and we're very excited about the fact that leftists are so outraged that they might end up cancelling this group voting ticket. And I hope you give me credit at the end of it, because all it took was me starting a party that plays on the silliness of...
Like a lot of politicians, Avi, a lot of people claim credit for when things happen. And
yes, we are taking credit, because the truth is, we wouldn't even be having this discussion if I hadn't started the Free Palestine Party. And a special shout out to Morgan Jonas, whose idea it originally was, and a massive shout out to Monica Smith, who got the ball rolling and was the hardest worker behind the scenes. But most of all, thank you to everyone at home who supported this campaign and helped us get to this point. We still need help covering all the legal costs that helped us get here. So head to SaveVictoria.com or scan the QR code and give what you can. And don't worry, because between now and November, I'm sure there'll be plenty of more ABC crash outs, like the one that was too funny not to share on my socials just a couple of days ago. The ABC has gone into complete meltdown over being banned.
Pauline Hanson was clearly in charge of this decision to keep the ABC, The Guardian and The Age out of that press conference this week. She favours a far-right leaning website known as Rebel News over the ABC.
She does indeed.
Aren't you cutting off your nose to spite your face here? Don't you need your message to get out to regional Victoria in particular, and you need the ABC, the national broadcast, to be able to...
We've got Rebel News here. I'm happy with them. Thank you. Let's go.
We can have the discussion as to whether or not Rebel News is a news website. It's clearly not a news website. It's an advocacy website. It's a Melbourne-based team led by Avi Yemeni. Now, Avi Yemeni himself is an Australian-Israeli far-right agitator. It needs to be closely looked at. It needs to be prosecuted. It needs to be examined by the media.
I love how they use Israeli like it's some sort of slur, and they call me far-right when we know that the actual far-right hates me almost as much as the ABC does, although from the ABC's far-left perspective, I suppose almost anyone would seem far-right. But by far, the funniest part is them claiming Rebel News isn't a news outlet, but rather an advocacy organisation, which all I can say to that is pot, kettle, black. Like, it's funny to me, maybe it's because it's a personal thing, but the fact that years ago my credentials were revoked and I was dragged out of Parliament, and all the same people here that were complaining about it or that are sitting behind an ABC desk that are complaining about the fact that you're banning them all cheered on as I was dragged out of a press conference and had my press credentials revoked. Do you think that kind of hypocrisy, and do you think that that's some sort of warning to people that if you don't like something that's happening to the opposition, maybe stamp it out then so it doesn't end up turning on you when there's a new government?
Look, I think for anybody that's capable of applying critical analysis, that would be the lesson or one of the many lessons to extract from that scenario. It doesn't feel good, you know. We don't want to have to ban certain media organisations from attending our press conferences and whatnot. But the reality is, and we're not looking for special treatment, we're looking for unbiased treatment. At the end of the day, we aim to cultivate mutually respectful relationships with the media, and we'll reward accordingly. We expect a healthy amount of scrutiny of our candidates and our policy positions, but we won't take these perpetual hit pieces from activist class journalists.
If you're enjoying these meltdowns as much as I am, make sure to like, comment, but most importantly, share it far and wide. Then please head to savevictoria.com or scan the QR code on your screen and give what you can to help us cover the huge legal bill it took to get to this win. Savevictoria.com or scan now to give what you can. Alrighty, how you going, Rukshan? Did you have a good dinner?
I did have a good dinner. I had can you guess what I ate?
Sri Lankan chicken?
Sri Lankan fish. I had Sri Lankan fish and curry and rice.
You don't eat much besides for that, or Nando's, that chicken paella, no?
Chicken paella, that's my favorite one. It's very expensive now to get that, though. That's the problem.
So for everybody tuning in or still watching live, welcome back. It's in about 12 minutes they're due to come back from dinner. I've just realised how good these politicians have it, because when I have to work hard, when I'm on a deadline and I've got to get things done, there's no stopping for lunch or dinner. Yeah. I literally work through. But thankfully, Rukshan had the disgusting pig you just heard. Rukshan had a few videos lined up which gave you a bit of the history of how we got to this point.
Yeah.
Just to recap it all, this has been an issue for years, and you could see in some of those old reports back in the last election, there were people complaining about it because the preference whisperer who was trying to get that party to pay him the $50 or the $5,000 up front, and he lays it out for them exactly the program that we've heard so much about tonight, and nobody cared then. Nobody cared. The media didn't care. The Greens have always cared, but they had no pull because the Labor Party didn't want to go to it. Nobody was willing to do anything about it, and certainly not Labor, who are all sitting up there tonight, trying to claim the moral high ground, like they're fighting for democracy. Some funny moments, and I've been writing them down because I'm obviously going to do like a package report tomorrow, kind of laying this out for the people that are not tuned in watching it live.
Yeah.
But until Morgan had the idea to start doing what they've done for years, and then Monica did her ones that were like, courting the leftist votes. And I walked in and I'm like, the one issue that will make leftist brains explode will be Free Palestine. But even then, I did not believe that they would repeal the entire system because of it. It was our ultimate goal.
Yeah.
And it got done. And whilst I need the credit of my audience, because I want them to know that when we do things, we can achieve things, when we do things together. And it took all of you guys. It took so many people. We have that URL. You can scan the QR code, savevictoria.com, or scan that QR code and help chip in to cover the cost, because there was like, besides the actual effort, and Monica, credit to her, she did a lot of the hard yards, the manual work. But we also had to have the legal team fight, because they tried everything to stop us, including launching their own party after we did it. Something that, is a bit iffy, and we had to get the legal team straight in on it. And eventually we ended up winning their, designed race against that group. But we were winning them at every stage. And so suddenly they decided, all right, let's repeal it. So that, I guess that, like there's a few things happening at once. There was no good option for him, like I said earlier. Mm-hmm. There was no good option, because let's say that it did go through and I ended up embarrassing him in some crazy way, that we got heaps of votes funneled, and just showing what a farce it is, and the fact that they allowed it to happen. And then obviously dropping the group voting ticket is bad enough at every other election. But as you heard, a bunch of those crossbenchers correctly pointing out, is that the biggest winner here is going to be One Nation as a party. I think the biggest winner is us, the Victorian voters, but One Nation is certainly going to be the biggest winner when this is dropped. What we've got about 8 minutes till it's starting. Where are you with it all?
Well, yeah, it's been a pretty big journey to get here. I've seen it from the get-go of when you had this idea in your mind, and Morgan and Monica, of course, had these ideas, and seeing it all come together. And knowing the work that goes on behind the scenes, as well as the legal work that's required, just because these institutions don't play friendly. They will try to give more time sometimes, to the other side, or find ways that you couldn't even think of. So you have to have the legal team there on standby, ready to pounce.
And for people that think you're being hyperbolic, these these institutions that don't play nice, just so you know, the Victorian Electoral Commission has taken me to criminal court before.
Yeah.
When I ran in an election, they tried to drag me through a criminal case for stalking and some weird old electoral act. For what? My crime was because I ran in 2018. Part of the ALA, people remember who were around back then. This was when my politics was the politics that I've been consistent on since then. Was not very popular back then. It was considered quite fringe, and I was running on the same issues. And my biggest opponent was a Greens candidate, and I stalked him around voting booths that we were both candidates at, and I beat him. But they're litigious, and they've got deep pockets, and they will fight you. But I think they realized as soon as we brought in our legal defense, our legal team, and they saw who it was. It's Justin Quill. We use him every time, and everybody takes him seriously because they know, even just retaining him for an issue, they know that you're actually committing to it. When you get threatened, I get threatened all the time with defamation, right? I ignore 99.9% of them. It's usually people online saying, I'm going to sue you for defamation, and then following up with some ridiculous concerns notice that they did on Claude. And before there was a Claude, it was just like a written piece. If you saw one, there was one recently from an Iranian guy that wanted to get me on defamation for publishing his interview, for sharing his words from his own mouth. You know what I mean? I've always gotten them, right? But when some of them you got to take seriously, and these guys know that we're going to fight, and we were willing to. Like, I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad.
So that's the thing, right? There's a big component to it. There's a legal component, the work that's been put in behind the scenes, and yes, it's something that numerous people have tried to get through in Victoria for a long time now at different, and they've reached different stages of this. But it didn't really come to the forefront till you really exposed, and Monica and the other parties.
Look, I think it's the issue. Honestly, it's not me. It's
not you. I'm just saying, but it didn't really come to the forefront this time around.
We found a specific topic that is so galvanizing and so divisive, and so everybody feels so passionately about it, which is like retarded to me because it's about a conflict on the other side of the world that none of them know anything about. But whatever, and the fact that it was me doing it, the chutzpah of me doing it. And it's funny, a lot of people have messaged me going, you're missing one point in this whole story, which is true, is that the Free Palestine movement originally was actually, prior to 1948, was actually a Jewish mobilized, it was a Jewish activist chant and idea to free Palestine for the Jews. That's just like a funny
historical fact,
little part of history that I forgot about. Like even their most popular slogan that was going to convince the dumbest of the dumb to vote for it, that they're saying that I'm appropriating their slogan for my nefarious use. The funny thing is, even that's not true about these clowns. That originally it was actually the other one, and they stole it like everything.
Yeah.
From
so that's the point, right? So that particular issue drove everyone a bit insane. You got a lot of media coverage. You did a whole bunch of interviews, and then obviously the politicians started taking action as well. And Labor Party, surprisingly, were like, let's just run the gauntlet on this and get rid of it. And the Liberals, of course, they want to get rid of it. They jumped on board. So there's not much opposition in terms of the crossbenchers. They're very few in number that have benefited from this. And they're up against it, obviously, but they're making a case for it today. And we've been seeing a little bit of that earlier on and seeing some of it now as well. And like I've said, there are people there that I like, but obviously I'm for the people. This is not about one political party. It's not about one politician. It's about the system in general. and I would like it to be more representative of the views of Victorians. And right now, you don't want to have a system where a party like One Nation, for instance, can be disadvantaged because of dodgy backroom deals done by some dude called the Preference Whisperer, Glenn Jury, because he's made all these connections and he's happy to shift things around by using legally deceptive means, just like you have been. So that shouldn't be the system that we come to expect in Victoria, especially considering, Avi, the problems that we have in the state of Victoria. If you look at where we are as a state, in the problems we have in Australia, of course, are massive, but Victoria is a basket case. And do we really want to have the same status quo in this state? I want to see a change. I want to see something, a bit of a shake-up. I want to see One Nation, hold the balance of power in the Senate. I know some of the people in the previous debate that we were watching were complaining about One Nation potentially having the balance of power. That's democracy sometimes. What's the big deal? You guys get to have animal justice gets to have this. Say.
You know what?
Why can't
so
One
crazy
Nation?
Their argument is it's undemocratic that the democratic will of the people is going to be
exactly. So
executed.
it's bizarre.
It's so crazy to me.
It's a bizarre argument. This is something you'd be seeing in like a third world developing nation sometimes, but even there, you don't have these type of ludicrous systems. This insane. So to think that we are still the only state in Victoria that has this, and every other state and federally it's being gotten rid of. Of course, we should be getting rid of it. There's no need to kick the can down the street or road like some of these people want to do. I think we just tear off the band-aid, get rid of it, and see where we stand come next election. And maybe there's like space for electoral reform. Maybe there's ways of making it fairer and things like this we can discuss.
Yeah, like we said, some of the issues that they pointed out, I don't even mind if
fair enough. Fair enough. I get those arguments, but
they're not legitimate arguments to stop this part that we can do now, because those you can't even do now. Guys, just before we get back into it, it's going to start in about a minute. We're going back in there. It could be quick. It could take a long time. We're going to be here all the way to the end of the night. We're going to read every super chat. We've got to read back the auditing Australia one because he says you didn't understand it, but we'll get to that soon. So
we'll read that one,
find that one again. Guys, get involved in the conversations. But for now, make sure to smash that like button. Make sure to share the live stream. Let's watch it together. Let's enjoy history unfolding in our favor live. Watch them fail. Watch them grovel. Watch them try and fail so hard to stop the inevitable tonight. Apparently, they've got a bunch of questions and they're trying to really stall it. Essentially, from what I understand, even if it could be quick, but even if it takes hours, it's going to happen tonight. And Rukshan and I are going to be here till the end to enjoy every moment of it, and we hope to have you along. So again, scan the QR, smash a like, share it far and wide, and if you support what we've achieved here, please don't forget to go to savevictoria.com. That's on your screen there, or scan that QR code. A lot of people ask me, how can I scan it from, if it's on my phone? If you're watching it on your phone, you can't scan it, guys. I don't have to explain this to you. But if some people watch, I think it's about 40 or 50% of people watch it on TV screens, and you can scan that QR code. And that way you can help us recoup the costs, especially mostly big legal costs, to be able to achieve what essentially ended up being the plan, what pushed them over the edge. And we didn't even have to, but they knew we were serious about executing it because we were. And that's why we were fighting to each other. So they tried everything else first. They tried every stumbling block before that, and we jumped through every single hoop, which ultimately meant they only had one other option. They couldn't stop us from starting the party, so they had to shut down the entire system.
Definitely.
Only shame there is in this is that I can't get a refund on I think it's $842 I submitted for the party.
Well, technically, your party still, whatever happens today, your party still runs in the election.
It's registered,
What are you going to do if you get enough votes? Who knows?
I'm going to look at it because I don't know how much work goes into having to maintain a party. I do like the idea that I am the president of the Free Palestine Party, and also that no one else can have it. Like I am it.
You're it.
Having said that, I'm going to look into the legislation because I don't know. Like if I cancel
for the Senate.
I don't know how long I could keep. Like if I cancel it, does that stop them for a certain amount of time? Like how does it work? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm new to this. This is new terrain. All right, they're back on, guys. Make sure to smash that share. I'm going to share it now as well, letting people know we're back on. Let's have a listen. Are they talking or are they just sitting? Let's hear that. You know, I always liked the shooters and fishers. I thought I did, but this guy making me not like them.
With the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026, we're still on Clause 1. Are there any further questions on Clause 1? Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I was wondering if the Minister might be able to answer my rather detailed question that I gave before the dinner break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Limbrick. I can, and the advice that I have is that these are technical changes and the amendments to Section 12.6 and 13.6 of the Act will not change the practice of publishing in the Government Gazette the order made by the Governor and Council to appoint an Electoral Commissioner or Deputy Electoral Commissioner.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President, and thank the Minister for that. So just for my understanding and clarification, it is the intention that this, regardless of this omission as per this bill, that the appointments will, the intention is that they will be continue to be published in the Gazette.
Yes.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. If that is the case, what is the point of removing those definitions?
Minister.
I think they cut the audio for a bit. I don't know. Can't hear the audio anymore.
I can hear you now.
You can hear us, Monica? Welcome back. No, I was just saying that I think the Parliament's cut the audio.
There must be...
Thank you. To ensure that the drafting is consistent with all the other integrity agencies drafting, Mr Limbrick.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. I'll move on to a question about Clause 6. Clause 6 makes it a requirement for ungrouped or cross-party candidates, which is rather unusual, but I've seen it once before, cross-party candidates to nominate the order in which their names will appear below the line. And my first question is this request regulated by the use of a form?
Minister.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. It's just they cut the audio in and out. We just got to bear with them. They just completely cut the audio. It would be good if they just have some ambient noise. So
I don't think they're used to this many people just tuning in and watching it. We should make a complaint.
I think we've done enough.
Never enough. Come on, Monica.
Yeah, and maybe while we're waiting, I mean, the audience may or may not know that obviously there's two other parties.
Thank you, Mr Limbrick. It'll be at the discretion of the VEC as to how they approach the operationalisation of these changes.
Rick?
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. Maybe that answers my next question. So the format and content of this form, is the Minister saying that that will be determined by regulations or that will be determined by the VEC?
Minister? Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. Is it the intention that the candidate handbooks will be updated to reflect this new requirement?
Minister?
Yes, that's right, Mr Limbrick. And there will be obviously work undertaken by the VEC in making sure that they implement the changes that are contained in the bill.
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. With regards to the work required by the VEC, I understand there would be a number of things, including, managing the design of the ballot papers and educational materials and things like this. But would there be a requirement by the VEC to undertake any IT development in order to implement the directions under this bill, or the new voting system under this bill? Does that require an IT project?
Minister.
I'll have to seek some advice from the box on that, but we understand that they can do it under their current platforms, and one of the reasons why it was possible to implement these changes before the end of August, or before the election commences, was because there is not a requirement to implement any major changes to their systems.
Mr. Lim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. So is the Minister saying that their current software that they use is capable of handling this without any software development? Is that what the Minister is saying?
Minister.
That
You could tell us what you were going to say, because I don't think anyone cares about the stupid software to process it. I don't know. Limbrick, I like you, but come on, mate.
Well, look, so there's, on top of Free Palestine, there's obviously Climate Action Now Party, and also I'm voting to avoid the fine party, and there's Morgan Jonas's party as well. So it's, and they would have insiders in the VEC. They would probably know how close they are to registering and stuff like that. So I think, all of that together has just created way too much pressure.
It's too much of an unknown. Yeah, like you said, it could go either way for them, and they'd rather do it this way. I think that's what we can take from that for sure.
I'd have to confirm, Mr. Limbrick, whether the reason was anything to do with IT systems, but the advice from the VEC is that it would be very challenging to introduce that weighted inclusive Gregory method ahead of the 2026 election.
Mr. Lim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. Did the VEC give some indication of what advance notice would be necessary to implement that sort of technical change?
Minister. I have to take that one on notice and see if we can get you an answer to that.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. Surely the government would know the answer to this, though, because they would have had discussions with the VEC, and surely the VEC would have outlined timeframes for these types of activities to happen. They said quite publicly that the latest that they could implement group voting ticket reform was sort of, they need it passed by the end of August. I'm guessing that they gave the government a range of other things that the government might want to do, and does the government not actually know how long this might take?
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. Mr. Limbrick, the VEC advice was that any change to the method would require at least 18 months lead time, but the proposal before us today does not change the method of counting upper house ballots.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for that answer. What sort of work actually is required by the VEC to implement this change? It sounds like they don't require changes to to software, which is good because, I know how government IT projects normally go. But what sort of changes are actually required? I can imagine some, there would be voter education, there would be staff training, things like this. But what other things does the VEC actually need to do to implement what the government is proposing here today?
Minister.
A number of different things, Mr. Limbrick, including guidance materials and education of VEC staff, and also obviously of the voting public.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Clause 7, which is the one that removes the group voting ticket provisions, This also includes subsection 7, which enforces statements under subsection 1, 2 and 3 by means of a fine. Will any current or future calls to action for this provision be extinguished or disallowed, or will outstanding fines issued under this section be waived?
Minister.
Is Limbrick stalling us, is he?
Yeah, Limbrick is the problem now. Limbrick, I've supported you for years. Don't make me regret it.
But it doesn't matter what they do. I don't think they can delay it.
No, they can just keep us up tonight.
Mr Limbrick, that would be a matter for the VEC.
Ms Limbrick.
Understood. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. Just to clarify, is the Minister saying that waiving of these fines would be at the VEC's discretion?
Minister.
That's correct.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you for that clarification. Clause 10 requires that the VEC allocate a letter of the alphabet to each candidate or group of candidates after ballot draw. What should the VEC do if there's more than 26 candidates?
Minister.
Has that ever happened? One moment.
There's going to be far less candidates now.
An AB, an AC.
There's going to be far less candidates now because people are not going to just be running. Like, there's going to be 0 point to run if you don't really have a chance.
Exactly.
Well, yes, it has happened, and they go at the when they've exhausted the alphabet, they start AA, BB, CC, and so
Monica,
on.
do you work at the VEC? Do you?
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. I sort of anticipated that. So, subsection 1A prescribes the VEC use a letter of the alphabet, but not multiple letters of the alphabet. Whilst it's accepted practice already for the VEC to remedy this issue using common sense, such as using AA, for example, why is this practice not codified in this amendment?
Minister.
Wow.
The Minister's got no idea. They've got the advisors.
They're trying to find
there.
a technicality to try to
Yeah, I think that's the game here.
Go back to the lower house and have to be rewritten. And
I think that's what they're working. Like, this is the last ditch effort to do.
Yeah, that's what's happening, guys. If you're watching at home, that's our consensus, at least.
It does already, Mr Limbrick.
Oh.
Limbrick.
Oh.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank the Minister for that answer. So can I take by the Minister's answer that even though the bill prescribes a letter, that it actually could mean a bunch of letters, like AA, for example?
Minister.
They are still letters.
Mr Limbrick.
I'll have to come back to what the Minister said, because my notes say that it says a letter, which would seem to indicate a single letter, but I'll wait for advice on that. Another question that I was going to ask, if we go back to motivations, recently there was a number of parties registered that we all would have received notifications from the VEC about those new parties. One of those parties received much attention. It was called the Free Palestine Party. Did the registration, and it was publicly stated that the reason for establishing this party was to redirect preferences in a certain way. Did the registration of this party have any effect on the government's decision-making process in bringing forward this bill?
That's a good question.
Good question.
they'll deny it, of course. But we know that.
Minister?
Yeah.
Broadly, Mr Limbrick, as I indicated in my second reading contribution,
So this is a yes
the
or no answer.
motivation for bringing forward this bill was a number of things. The government has taken a policy position based on a range of factors, including the reports that I've already mentioned in respect to the Electoral Matters Committee work, but the answer to your specific question is no.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. When did the government form a final position on whether to proceed with this bill or not?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Minister?
It went through the normal cabinet process, Mr Limbrick.
That's a hilarious coincidence.
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. What date was that
They can't even
cabinet
not
process finalised?
Minister?
I'm
On the 27th of July.
22nd of July?
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. Clause 12 of the bill requires how to vote cards to indicate the order of preference for electors voting above the line or below the line. Can a how to vote card indicate how to vote above the line and below the line, given safeguards implemented by this bill to address informality caused by votes indicated both above and below the line?
Minister?
I feel like it's time for me to do some FOIs just to show how much they lie. Just for myself satisfaction.
That is a very good question because it's
the
true.
funniest thing to lie about, but they don't want to say that
It's a true point, because if they are just motivated by the fact that you did this time around, or you guys did this, Monica, it goes to show you that a lot of it is actually political in nature. Their decision making. It's not about democracy for them.
Yeah.
Minister?
Thank you. Limbrick, can I just double check I'm answering the right thing here? So is this in respect to a how to vote card or the validity of a ballot paper?
This is respect to a how to vote card. So there are safeguards in the bill to address informality caused by votes both above and below the line, but I'm asking about if a party issues a how to vote card, can they indicate to voters on how to vote above the line and below the line simultaneously? They may wish to do that for whatever reason that I'm not sure of.
Minister?
A how to vote card can explain how to fill in both above and below the line.
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. So just to clarify, a totally legal, a how to vote card that says if you support party X, you can either vote above the line with these numbers or below the line with these numbers. That would be totally legal under this bill. Is that correct?
Isn't it funny? So I just looking at the dates, it was literally, they came up with it in July, like 2 months, like as it was getting the media reports. They just decided suddenly after 20 years to pull it. This is a story they want to go with.
Yeah, I remember that timing. Yeah, like it's all interlinked.
Yeah, no, I've got it. So we applied for it in
April, maybe?
hold on. May.
Minister?
Beginning of May.
So a how to vote card, Mr Limbrick, can show how to vote 1 to 5 above the line and how to vote below the line.
It's a coincidence. What are you talking about?
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. So just to clarify, it is important that it says or. Yeah, okay, understood. Okay. Clause 14 repeals definitions from section 83. And this includes the definition of donor, which referred to a definition under section 2061. The in-force version of the Principal Act does not appear to have a definition of donor. To what does this definition refer to now?
Minister?
That was great.
You know, something else significant that's changed, obviously, is One Nation as well. So it's
if anything, that's the thing that works against them.
Well, the other alternative
thing
is
that stops them.
If the group voting ticket stayed in place, then One Nation would have been able to direct quite a few of their overflows to other parties, which they never were able to do before. So that's something different.
I hear what you're saying. I don't think that that's a worry for them because it was. I don't think that was a worry for them. You'd have to do the numbers. That's an interesting point you're bringing up, but it's the outrage over the group voting ticket, including from Get Up and like all the left wing activist groups, had nothing to do with One Nation.
The definition of
about that party.
Those matters is contained in clause 83(4) of the Act.
I'm just trying to give them like a way out of it.
But they're not.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for that answer. Clause 15 requires that votes marked by an elector in the elections use the numbers 1 and then sequential numbers 2, 3, 4, 5 to nominate their vote. Is there a requirement that these numerals be in Arabic format, or can they be used in other formats, for example, Roman numerals?
Nobody votes with no Roman numerals. Basically, he's just trying to find holes in the legislation that they're
Mr.
missing.
Limbrick, as long as the intention is clear of the voter's intention.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that. That's actually helpful. Clauses 16 and 17 describe circumstances where an informal vote can be accepted as formal up to a break in a sequence. So if there's a break in the sequence up to that point, it can be accepted. Will a vote which is accepted as formal under these provisions be recorded for electoral data purposes as formal, informal, or some other categorisation? Because it's not really a formal vote, but the savings provision captured it. So is it formal or informal or something else?
Minister.
I think I went to these questions a little earlier, Mr. Limbrick, in terms of what would be considered valid or invalid. If the savings provision captures it, it would be a formal vote that would be recorded.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. These provisions also allow for a tick or a cross to be treated as a number 1. What other symbols could be recognised? Is it only a tick or a cross?
Minister.
Mate, if I was
Just
a fan
a
of
tick.
Limbrick, I would have the violin music
Or a cross.
Yeah.
Which is what we
She said
have
if the
modelled
intention is clear.
the GTV savings provisions on.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer.
Listen, if we wanted the
I would
legislation
point
gone,
out, though,
we'd be
that
celebrating with-
in many cultures, and I know in the Japanese language and I think also in Chinese language, a cross has a very different meaning, and in fact, a circle would be considered selecting something. Would a circle not be considered similarly to a tick or a cross?
Minister.
Again, I think my previous answer clarified that in that we've modelled these provisions on the Commonwealth savings provision. And I think I've gone through that a couple of times now in respect to numbers or a tick or a cross. And any ballot papers that are not numbered in this way will be treated as an informal vote.
Ms. Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, I'm just going to go back to a question about timing. Now, this bill was introduced in the Legislative Assembly on the 28th of July and passed both the second and third reading in that chamber the following day. Why did a bill that changes the fundamental architecture of how Victorians vote for the Legislative Council receive only a single sitting day of debate in the Assembly?
More importantly, why was it so rushed if it was just, it was planned as expected?
I mean, I would not, wouldn't seek to be intruding on what is a matter for the Assembly in the other place. You know, the government business program and the way in which legislation moves through that chamber to our chamber is a matter for them.
Ms Payne. Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her response. Well, given the government controls the Assembly's government business program, why did it set a guillotine requiring debate on this bill to be completed by 7 p.m. on the 29th of July 2026, rather than allowing extended scrutiny of a bill of constitutional significance? Minister?
Thank you, Ms Payne. I mean, some would argue that the scrutiny happens when it comes here. But again, I'm not in a position to comment on what's a matter for the other place.
Ms Payne? Thank you, Minister, and I thank you, Deputy President. The VEC advised that it required legislation to be passed no later than August 2026 to implement the abolition of group voting tickets in time for the election. Given the bill was not passed by that date, I'm assuming that would be the 1st of August, what advice has the government received from the VEC about the residual risk to the timely and accurate conduct of the November election? Minister?
I think I've already answered this question earlier, Ms Payne. The VEC have advised the government that they would require the legislation by the end of August.
Ms Payne? Thank you for clarifying, Minister. End of August is appreciated. Just in relation to consultation, and I know that Mr Bullman asked about consultation with other parties, including the Liberals and the Greens, Liberal Coalition and the Greens. And Minister, I note that you responded to say that the government had sought legal advice. Can you please confirm, was this internal legal advice or did the government seek independent expert advice around consultation? Minister?
Thank you. I think just to clarify, Ms Payne, what I said on the record was that the government has had regard to legal advice in the development of the bill.
Ms Payne? Thank you, Deputy President. And Minister, thank you for your clarification. Mr Bullman also made reference to consultation with other states who have abolished group voting tickets and have proportional representation, such as New South Wales, South Australia, Western Australia. And I know that, Mr Bullman, you asked questions about the electoral commissions and engagement with them. Were there any implementation problems, count delays or disputes in other states following their abolition of group voting tickets that the government has taken into account in preparing this bill? Minister?
Again, I think I've already gone to these matters earlier, Ms Payne, and in a similar question I indicated that the work of the Electoral Matters Committee was important in this regard, particularly their report into the Upper House electoral system. And as to what engagement the VEC has with its counterparts in other states and territories, I'm not in a position to know, but I would be surprised if there was not regular engagement. But again, the model that we are bringing forward in this bill today is modelled on the Commonwealth model.
Ms Payne? Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for her response. Just in regard to voter education and the ballot paper design, what evidence does the government have that voters actually understand the proposed system that will replace GBTs?
They didn't understand the GBT system.
I would point you to the work that is ongoing that the VEC undertakes to continue to educate both the voting public and also the staff of the VEC. And again, these are modelled consistently on the Commonwealth arrangements, but obviously that is a matter for the VEC in terms of how they operationalise and educate around these changes should they pass.
Ms. Payne. Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister, for your response. What assessment has the government made of the risk of an increased informal vote at the November election, given voters will be required to number a minimum of 5 boxes above the line for the first time in the Victorian state election?
Minister?
The savings provisions are a very powerful example of how the government has considered important guardrails. And again, VEC education will be another important factor.
Ms. Payne?
President, and I thank the Minister for her response. Minister, as far as you are aware, will the VEC also be capturing informal votes where someone may just vote 1 above the line? Is that something that is a requirement of the VEC to record? And is it something that the government will seek advice on?
The savings provisions allowing a tick or a cross to be taken to have been marked with the number 1, or if there is more than 1 number, up to a break in sequence aligned with the Commonwealth savings provisions. But the specifics of your question, that's an operational matter for the VEC.
Ms. Payne?
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for her response. Minister, you've made reference to the Commonwealth structure around their Senate-style voting. Why was the decision made to make it 5 above the line rather than, as the Senate-style voting indicates, is 6 above the line? What was the rationale behind this?
Minister?
I think I'll just read one of these super chats, Avi, whilst we're waiting.
Yeah, go and also read the Auditing Australia.
Yeah, we'll read that as well. So we got here fantastic Mr. Knox, who says, the fact that the Free Palestine Party made Labor do something is funny as heck. Preference voting is nothing but a farce and it only gives Labor a leg up.
Thank you, Minister, for your response.
Definitely agree, mate.
You know what's funny? There's actually 3 things that's funny here. First, Labor opened up by claiming that they've always been fighting for democracy when this group voting system was always theirs, and they've always defended it and they protected it, and then they suddenly urgently rushed it through based on their own thing. They suddenly, on the 22nd of July, got it, ran it, rushed it in the day, next day to the next house. And then now that they're denying that they did it because of that, they're just saying it was always the plan. These guys they literally can't go 2 minutes without lying.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
Auditing Australia, we'll go back to that super chat. Victoria is meant to be the garden state. When a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower. Okay, I get it now. We were the garden state, and Auditing Australia is saying when the flower is not blooming, to help the flower, you fix the environment around it. And, I think he's saying that we've got to fix a lot more things around Victoria for us to get back to where we were before.
It's our good friend from Auditing Australia.
Thanks, mate.
We love him.
And we got one here from Josh Smith. Just wanted to say both of you are each 1 part man and 2 part legend. Cheers, fellas. Thanks, mate. I really appreciate the support and everyone else that's supported us throughout this episode. Thank you with your super chats. You can still take part in the conversations, guys, by doing super chats. Or you can also go to support. Oh, I can't bring that up. You can scan the QR code to go to support Victoria.
No, savevictoria.com.
Savevictoria.com. I'm not as advanced as Avi with this stuff, guys. So scan the QR code, go to savevictoria.com as well.
Because
I'll
if you're
put
not
up
like the Labor
website.
Party and you actually know what happened here and you're not going to fall for their lies, listen, it's one thing not to give us credit, but to deny it. I'm going to have so much fun with that video tomorrow. I think I'm going to open the video with Limbrick's question of,
Minister, I must have missed that response.
was it that? And then cut to Pauline Hanson going, good on you, Avi, you did it.
We have the recorded history of how this all came about.
Oh, the
Despite
dates,
the Hansard
dates are
record.
just so perfect. It's like, what?
Electoral structure
You
for
just
Victoria's upper
suddenly
house
decided to
and make
rush
a
it.
recommendation if it reaches general agreement. The independent process could be an expert panel, a citizens' assembly, a constitutional convention. That report was tabled in December 2025, allowing ample time for the government to move legislation to establish such an independent process. Why has the government not done this, or is there intention to do this in the next parliament?
Minister? I mean, it will essentially be a matter for the next parliament, but it's not within the scope of the bill before the House tonight.
Ms Payne?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you, Minister, for your response. What guarantee, if any, can the government give this parliament that proportional representation will actually happen within the next term of parliament?
It's called democracy.
Far be it for me to predict what may happen at the next election, Ms Payne, but again, it will be a matter for the next parliament to determine.
Ms Payne?
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, thank you for your response. Will the government commit to an independent post-election review of how the new above-the-line system operated at the November 2026 election, including its effect on informal rates and counting outcomes?
Minister?
Thank you, Ms Payne. I mean, there is a review that will be undertaken as a result of the previous legislation that we passed in this place a couple of months ago, but that review goes to the specifics of that legislation, and you would know that after each election, the Electoral Matters Committee undertakes a review of the previous election.
Ms Payne?
Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you, Minister, for your response. If such a review does identify problems with the new system, assuming that it will pass this evening, what mechanism exists to make further changes before the 2030 election, given how compressed this process has already been?
Minister?
That will be a matter for the next parliament.
Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. Clause 19 expands the scope of determinations by this VEC for expenditures to include claimable administrative expenditures. Will the VEC be able to make these determinations for expenses retroactively against past reports for previous electoral funding periods?
Minister?
Okay.
They should take whoever's at the back talking to her and make them the minister. It would save us a lot of time.
You know what would save us a lot of time as well is if they don't have to thank everybody every single time they have a question.
Yeah.
Isn't that annoying?
I'm just annoyed we haven't had a welcome to country yet.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. It's like every time. Can't we just assume that we're polite and just move on?
I think David Limbrick's watching the stream and being like, all right, guys, we'll take it till midnight. We'll make the Free Palestine Party suffer.
Well, actually, if the it's going to get abolished probably, and it's just cut out a lot of work for a lot of us. And this was absolutely the ultimate goal, but I didn't think it was going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this is definitely the end result that was the objective. So,
I mean, it would have been kind of fun to run these parties. There would have been an element of fun about it, and Avi knows exactly what I'm talking about. He would have run it till the end, but this is better.
She's got a big sheet coming now.
Minister.
Mr Limbrick, it won't be retrospective past the 15th of April.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that response. So just to clarify, any new scope of determinations under these expenditures cannot be used to reopen a historical order. Is that correct?
Minister.
That's correct.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister.
Here we go.
Purcell.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, does the government believe that electoral law should not be changed immediately before an election unless there is an overwhelming and unavoidable reason?
Minister. Can you repeat the question, Ms Purcell?
Is it the government's position that electoral law should not be changed right before an election unless there is an overwhelming and unavoidable reason? And if not, why
Should we bring
not?
the violin?
Minister.
A bit late now. Get it ready.
I mean, the government is bringing this bill based on its policy position that we believe it's the appropriate thing to do to abolish group ticket voting in Victoria.
Ms Purcell.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. Apologies. You touched on this earlier, but I guess the point to my question is, what's the urgency currently now after 12 years in government?
Push him.
Good question.
I've already touched on these issues in answers to previous questions from members, Ms Purcell, and I talked about both reports from the Electoral Matters Committee, but I also talked about the
Nothing changed but us. You lied.
The conduct that has been the subject of public discourse around preference whispering, and the fact that we believe strongly that the Victorian voting public should be in control of their own vote.
All of a sudden.
So then she's admitting it was us.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. I agree with those statements, and I have watched the rest of the committee stage. Although I was not in here, I think more to the point of the question is that evidence came to light some time ago, in fact, at the start of the term, and then the report was handed down some time ago, and this decision has been made now. What is the reason for the change at such late notice?
This is perfect for my
instead
video.
of the, I guess, usual processes, or acting immediately when that evidence came to light, as many crossbenchers, I would note, called for?
Minister.
Ms Purcell, I would contend that this has gone through the normal cabinet process when determining policy and legislation to bring forward to the parliament, and I do appreciate that not everybody will be supportive of this bill or the government's policy decision.
They either have to say it was us and give us credit, and tell everyone they did what we wanted.
Special request.
Thank
We want to
you,
hear.
Deputy President. Minister, has the government done any modelling about of whether abolishing GVTs will advantage larger or more established parties or particular parties in the parliament?
Minister.
We haven't. No, we haven't, Ms Purcell, but we have taken account of the Electoral Matters Committee reports, but also the fact that we were the only jurisdiction in the country who still had this voting method. And, I won't repeat myself in relation to the policy drivers behind bringing this bill. I think they're well understood.
They're not. They're understood. They are well understood, but
thank you, Deputy President. Minister, there was a lot of discussion in the lower house debate about this being the first stage of reform, and the next will be looking into restructuring the makeup of the upper house when it comes to regions or statewide proportional representation or another model. Why is GVTs being done before that stage? Minister?
I've actually addressed this question already, and of course it's a matter for the next Parliament as to what, if any, electoral reforms they see fit to progress, and the government of the day, I'm sure, will have a view about those matters.
Ms Purcell? Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, thank you. I know that you have answered it. I am seeking more information about why the government has decided to do GVTs before reviewing the structure of the upper house, and if there's any particular reasoning behind that, given that they have said that that would be the intention if they come back into government. Minister?
Asked and answered, I think, on a number of occasions already.
Ms Purcell? Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, I promise I'm not trying to be a pain. I'm just trying to establish. I don't believe this was answered. Is it the government's position that this is the correct order in which to do it?
She asked good questions for my video.
Mr Mulholland?
I just want to this is more of a statement, if I can. This is something.
I'm sorry, Ms Purcell's actually posed a question, so perhaps we should let the Minister answer before you make your statement.
Sure.
Minister?
Not sure that I got the full question from Ms Purcell.
Ms Purcell?
Thank you, Minister. I know you think it's the same question, and I have watched the rest of the committee. I know this has been explored. I'm seeking understanding of if the government's position is that this is the preferred order in which to do it, or if any, I guess, consideration has been made in why it's being done this way, noting that the intention in the upper house and the lower house was said that a new model will be explored if the government maintains government. Minister?
I can't speak to what members' contributions were in the other place, other than it's on the public record, but the clear objectives of this bill are to remove group voting tickets from Legislative Council elections and to improve the electoral.
She is Josh Burns. She is.
I mean, he's on a federal government salary. She's on a state government salary.
But the primary objective
it's not a big loss for them. It's not a big loss for them as a unit.
Mr Limbrick? Mr Mulholland?
Just quickly on that, this is something that the upper house voting system inquiry I do recall looked at. You've also had psephologists like Kevin Bonham who've stated that a referendum prior to any change to group voting would likely be a disaster that could risk a populist backlash, and any failure of that referendum could also be seen as a failure and a vote against abolishing group voting tickets overall. And so I think this is probably the neatest way to do this, and that sort of the prevailing view amongst the experts is certainly what I would look at that sort of line in regards to as well.
Ms Purcell?
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Mr Mulholland. I appreciate your view. I'm seeking the government's view, and I would love to know, that is exactly actually what I'm seeking to understand from the government is the order of the decision, which I'm particularly interested only because there has been an ongoing discussion about restructuring the upper house and what this place looks like. So I guess my next question would be, is there a concern that doing GVTs before a referendum and having agreement from the people to change our voting system could result in it no longer being possible?
Minister?
I think you're kind of drawing a few conclusions there, Ms Purcell. Essentially, the reforms are about making sure that the Victorian voting public have control over their upper house votes. So that is certainly the driving factor behind the government taking this policy position and bringing the bill to the House. I don't know that you're going to agree with the timing of the bill coming, but I don't think we're going to be able to agree on that point tonight. And I, respect that there are different views in the chamber about the timing of this bill. But given the timing of this bill, the clear advice from the VEC is that it would not be possible to implement a broader set of reforms in the timelines available, and we have prioritised removing group ticket voting and those other minor consequential amendments that are in the bill.
Ms. Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, absolutely. We probably won't reach agreement on the timing. However, given that the government did not consult with us or collaborate with us on this, we are just seeking explanations of how this decision was made. So I do appreciate your answers. I would like to move to consideration of cost of this reform and if the government has looked into or allocated any funding for doing this reform, especially at the last minute, and if so, how much it will cost.
Minister.
I want to take issue with the way that you are putting that question to me, Ms Purcell, about you're asserting that this is rushed. And I think I answered a question from another member earlier about this having gone through the normal and a proper cabinet consideration and a cabinet process.
Clearly rushed.
And that's why the bill's
it's not even controversial.
in the Parliament now. The VEC hasn't asked for any additional funding in order to operationalise these changes, and there has been regular contact and consultation with the VEC on the development of this bill.
I bet there has been. About how viable our parties have been.
Ms Purcell.
Thank you, Acting President. Forgive me, Minister, I'm just speaking from my own position because certainly the bill did not follow its usual process for us on the crossbench. So it does feel rushed for us, and I appreciate that that's not your position. However, moving further into the cost of the reform, had this been worked on prior? Is this something that the VEC had been working on prior to this decision, noting that it could be a possibility, or does all of this work begin following the passage of this legislation?
Good question.
Minister.
This is the most
not wanting to labour the point, but the
the
crossbench briefings occurred in the normal way. The difference, I guess, is that the LA were a bit quicker in dealing with the bill than they might ordinarily have been. And in respect to the VEC, there has been conversations with the VEC, as you would expect, about the proposed changes, but ultimately the VEC, if the Parliament changes the electoral system through changed legislation, then it's always important to make sure that there's contact with the VEC about how that is operationalised, but the actual work of operationalising it is a matter for the VEC and something that they are adept at doing. And again, these are questions that I've already answered in previous members' questions earlier this evening.
Ms Purcell.
Thank you, Acting President. I don't want to labour the point, but I absolutely did not follow the usual processes. We get briefed on bills introduced to the lower house. When they're going to the lower house, we got briefed on this last week. However, more on the costs of this reform is noting that they haven't asked for extra money now. Will there be any costs associated with training or new systems as a result of the passage of this legislation following that?
Someone's asking if this is live. This is actually
Minister.
live, guys. So it's 8:27 in
I can only reiterate that
Parliament is
the
live.
VEC hasn't asked for any additional funding in order to operationalise these changes, but they have an ongoing role in making
They're
sure
saving
that
money on
training of
printing.
their staff and also, of course, education for the electorate is business as usual for them. Again, I can only reiterate that there's been no additional funding requests made.
Mr Eddershank? Mr Limbrick?
Yes, I am not Mr. Eddershank. One of the good things about the current system is that votes do not exhaust. If an elector chooses a number above the line, then the votes don't exhaust. Has the government done any modelling on what the exhaustion rates might be under the new system? For example, by analysing the Senate system?
Minister?
No.
Well, that's clear.
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. So it is the government's expectation then that, considering that the current exhaustion rate for above-the-line voting is 0%, that exhaustion will increase, but at an unknown amount. Is that correct?
Minister?
It's interesting questioning.
What does it matter if somebody's vote? It's like that's like first past the post. Your vote is exhausted in that system. Here, you have the opportunity to go more than one.
If it gets exhausted, then that's your democracy.
Your vote is done. That's it.
Yeah, you didn't want it to go to anybody else, so you'd rather it go
The
to
short
the
answer is yes.
Okay.
Ms Purcell?
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, will postal vote certificates, early voting centre materials and overseas voting arrangements all be updated in time to reflect the new above-the-line requirements, given that postal voting typically opens several weeks before election day?
Don't worry, George, it'll be all done.
Yes.
Don't worry, Georgie. You've got no chance.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd just like to go back to my questions before about how to vote cards and their specifications. I've just received advice that in recommendation 17 of the EMC report, it said that ballot papers should only direct voters to select at least 5 preferences above the line. What does the minister have a response to that? Because it seems that the government's legislation is actually in conflict with the recommendation from EMC.
Minister?
We'll try to get some other super chats in as well.
I'm interested if they ask something like
Someone
if they
says,
could just stumble upon a
like
question.
during the time when she's taking advice.
Yeah.
Bravo Mike says, camera is way too steady. Where is Benji? Guys, Benji is definitely not in Parliament House filming right now.
Guys, have you noticed Benji wears a new vest and it should be more steady
should be much more
technically,
steady,
but for
Benji.
some reason, I don't know why it isn't.
It's consistent with the recommendation of the Electoral Matters Committee is the advice I have, Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for that answer. I'd just like to draw the Minister's attention to a previous discussion we had where, please correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that a how to vote card can show 5 or more preferences above the line or 5 or more preferences below the line, and it has to say or. However, the recommendation 17, I have it right in front of me from the inquiry, says it should amend the Electoral Act to have ballot papers direct voters to select at least 5 preferences above the line. That would appear to be in conflict with what the Minister said earlier?
Minister.
Sorry, that was because there already is for below the line. And I don't think that I believe I answered that earlier. Yeah.
Ms Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Minister said earlier in her response to Ms Payne's question about the review of this system that it would be conducted by the Electoral Matters Committee. Why was the decision made to do that rather than incorporate it into the independent inquiry that was set up by the last electoral bill that this Parliament set up? Why was the decision made to send it through to the Electoral Matters Committee rather than this independent committee that we discussed at length on the last electoral bill that went through this Parliament?
Minister.
Mr Limbrick, I believe this is the subject of your amendment, this issue, which I'm sure we'll get into when we get to talking through and dealing with the amendments, but we don't support that as the approach. We believe that the review must also examine and make recommendations in relation to the operation of the Victorian electoral system, including the operation and the effectiveness of any political donation disclosure scheme and the effectiveness of the Electoral Act in addressing risks of undue influence arising from political donation. So it was a very specific review that was agreed to as part of the previous bill that the Chamber dealt with a couple of months ago, and the Further Amendment Act introduced the current Part 12 of the Act containing legislative framework for political donation, state funding and reporting in Victoria. And they're quite significant changes and was rightly flagged for review given the issues and the significant interest in those matters. So we don't support expanding the scope of the review to include the review of the removal of group ticket voting or the findings and recommendations of the Electoral Matters Committee inquiry into the Upper House electoral system. It will significantly alter the focus of that review, and there are other mechanisms available to review these matters through the committee process after the 2026 election.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for that answer. If I draw my mind back to this last bill, though, where we all agreed, I think, that setting up an independent committee was a good idea because we didn't want, politicians deciding, whether or not the current donation scheme was a good idea. Surely a change to the electoral system, which arguably is a bigger deal than the donation system, should also be independent. Is it not the case that the members on the Electoral Matters Committee in the new Parliament will most likely be beneficiaries of this new system? Is that not the case?
Minister.
Well, I can't predict what the makeup of the next Parliament will be, Mr Limbrick, and I wouldn't want to predetermine what their views might be about these matters. I know you've got an amendment, and I know that we'll deal when we get to amendments to the bill, and I appreciate that you hold those views, but the government is not going to support that amendment, and I guess we'll deal with that in due course in committee stage.
Mr.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for that response. But regardless of my amendment, I think it's a matter of factual observation that the new members of the Electoral Matters Committee in the new Parliament, there is no other way other than their parties could be beneficiaries of this new system, and therefore, by definition, it should be biased in favour of the current system. Is that, I can't see how there could be any other reality than that.
Minister.
It's a bit of a statement, but you're also asking me for an opinion about the next Parliament, and I'm not in a position to be able to crystal ball what may happen in the new Parliament.
I'm happy to answer.
Are there any further questions?
Be very
Ms. Payne?
honest.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, is the government committed to seeking a referendum for constitutional amendment regarding the changes to regional structure or adopting a model like other jurisdictions?
She already answered that, to be fair. I'm going to defend the Labor.
Regions.
Yeah.
She's just going to say, I can't.
Not at this time.
She said it was not part of this bill.
It's not.
Ms. Payne?
It's a matter for the next Parliament. That's what she
Thank
said.
you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for her response. Just in relation to the VEC and funding, has the VEC been allocated any additional funding to support public health education regarding the new above-the-line requirements for numbering and voting?
No, what's public health funding?
Sir?
I've already answered this question on a number of occasions, Ms. Payne. The VEC has not sought any additional funding in order to operationalise the changes that this bill contemplates.
Ms. Payne?
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for her response. I think that may be alarming, considering that we are changing how people are expected to vote above the line, that if there isn't additional funding, would there be an assumption that there would be additional education, and how would that public education be expected to be done in line with the new requirements?
No one bloody knows how it works now. What do you mean?
Yeah, I know.
They're already funded in their base funding to do this work on an ongoing basis, Ms. Payne. But again, that's a matter for the VEC in terms of how they determine to expend their funding. And I know that they do take very seriously education for the community and for their own staff on any changes to the electoral laws.
Mr. Lim-
Thank you, Deputy President.
They're racking up
In
those
2003, when the reforms first went through, these reforms were actually referred to the Education Minister to ensure that they were incorporated into the school curriculum. Many schools in Victoria do civics education. Has the Education Minister received any requests to ensure that the curriculum is updated for next year to ensure students are being taught the current electoral system in Victoria?
Minister?
I may need to take that one on notice, Mr. Limbrick, and we'll see if we can get you an answer on that this evening. I know that the previous Education Minister, the Premier, has been very passionate about the curriculum, and it is being reviewed on a regular basis. And so if it's okay, I'll probably need to take that one on notice and see whether we can make contact with the Education Minister's office. Ready.
Are there any further? Ms. Payne?
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, and noting that you have indicated that the VEC has its operational duties, but can the government confirm what information has been provided to community in other languages to inform communities of the changes to upcoming elections?
Minister?
Noting that we haven't passed the bill yet.
I'm liking these late night comments.
Again, those are matters for the VEC. We have a very diverse community, and I know that translation into community languages is a high priority for the VEC. And in terms of
every 100 questions,
this particular legislation, we've already, as I've indicated, been
that gives me some new information.
in contact with the VEC around timeframes and operationalising this change should it pass the Parliament.
Ms. Payne?
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for her response.
Thank you, Deputy President.
What specific engagement, or has there been specific engagement by the government with people towards people with disability, people who may be blind or have low vision, and older Victorians about new?
They would struggle with any type of voting.
Was this part of the consideration of the Electoral Matters Committee review?
Look at Rukshani's on the phone, so he turned down our audio.
I thank Ms.
Oh,
Payne for
I'm
that
so sorry.
question, and I earlier
It's
I'm
fine
back.
because
indicated that there was
I was going to
quite
read the super chats.
extensive
Read some super chats while they're doing that.
Yeah, we got here from Vic Pro
I've got to say
Street.
that the chat is getting funnier as it
We
gets
might bring
later.
up some funny stuff as well. The ex-adult worker is trying everything to not go back to her old trade. I think that's what it says.
that's not her. It's
That's
not
not
Fiona
her.
Patton.
That's
It's Payne.
It's Fiona
No.
Patton. I know Georgie Purcell. What was
Georgie
she
Purcell
involved
was at OnlyFans, I think.
Yeah, I'm not 100%.
Or
I don't follow this things, Avi. I have no idea.
I'm subscribed.
I don't know. Yeah, it's good for you. We also have one here from Baz the Dark Horse, mate. Thanks for the super chat. Why are you torturing us with these people, Rook? I am thinking that maybe a dictatorship might be in order in Victoria. I finally understand Kim Jong-un. I think that might be much easier for people to tolerate. Got another one here from AWOL Stu who says, why is it every time I hear the bill, I think we get more taxes? It's true. We kind of conditioned because usually what Parliament discusses is more ways to tax us or more ways to squeeze money out of us or fines or something of that nature. So I don't blame you, mate. I've got another one from AWOL Stu. Thank you for your contributions tonight, mate. A few super chats throughout the night. Fair shake of the sauce bottle, mate. Don't know what that means, but it's a bit too late.
Shaking it up. You know?
I know, but I don't know what it's in reference to because that was about 20 minutes ago. But thanks for this contribution.
Thank you.
Avi, thoughts on the Victorian government embedding Aboriginal history and truth-telling into the state school curriculum from pre to year 12?
I have so discovered that I'm the only.
I remember doing that kind of history when I was in high school and primary school, but I don't think it was as woke as it is today, right?
I'll continue.
No. I think they just taught history back then.
Yeah, I don't remember it. I remember like Captain Cook and kind of just learning about the foundational history of Australia. I'm sure today it is a lot
Back
more
then we were
woke.
taught that it was something to be proud of the history. You know,
Of course.
there were bad parts, but we were proud of the history. And
I'm sure the kids are doing welcome to countries these days and apologizing every day for whatever they were not involved in doing from hundreds of
mind
years
you,
ago.
I make my kids do a welcome home every time I come home, and I make them apologize every morning.
Around sufficient staffing, facilities.
All right, let's go back to the stream.
Yeah, we used to sing the national anthem every day at school.
Yeah, I remember in the morning we had to sing the national anthem. That was great.
Are there any further questions? There's no further.
Please, no.
Ms. Payne.
Oh,
Thank you, Deputy President.
She really suits the
Minister, we touched on the 2003 Constitutional Committee's review. What consideration has the government given to the 2003 Committee's reasoning that piecemeal changes to the electoral system risk unintended consequences for proportionality and representation? Minister?
I think we have answered this previously, Ms. Payne, and I indicated that that was a long time ago, and a lot has changed in terms of
really lives up to
the
her name.
electoral,
What's she? Is she
the electorate, and also the concerns that have been publicly aired around the model that we have currently. So I would say that the constitutional work that you're referring to is quite old now. Important at the time, absolutely, but we have, I guess, as a government, the prerogative to be able to address issues as they arise, and this is certainly one of them.
Ms. Purcell.
Thanks, Deputy President. Minister, has the government sought advice on how the removal of group voting tickets interacts with the filling of casual vacancies in the Legislative Council, given that the process has historically relied on the ticket lodged by the outgoing members' party, and if there'll be any impact on that?
It's not something you got to worry about, Georgie.
Minister?
You're not working there. They're not working there. No one's working there. Sack them all.
she doesn't know.
It's like they're going to go out with a bang and just cause the most amount of pain possible for everyone.
Miss Payne.
Minister included, Labor Minister included, and...
Do people have to stay around to vote again?
Well, you have to vote.
Minister?
I haven't voted.
It has no effect.
Ms Purcell? No?
No effect. No effect, Ms Purcell.
There's no further questions then. The
yours.
question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. We move to Clause 2. Mr Borman has an amendment. Are there any questions on Clause 2?
How many clauses are there? Like 30 clauses?
No?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Look it up.
So, what happens?
Are you looking up?
No, I'm not looking at it. I just remember.
Does anyone
vaguely
know where
hearing-
Mr Borman is?
Mr. Borman's disappeared. Everything's happening.
It's like, that's it, I've lost.
Mr. Borman's had enough.
He quit. He's a piece of work, Borman. I'm done with him. I can't wait for November just to watch Borman cry his way out. Him and Georgie, they can hook up.
Well, I think she just had a kid.
Josh,
Yeah,
might
but
not be
Burns
happy.
will probably leave her when she's not the prestigious upper house animal justice
Advocating for ducks.
and Palestine. The funny thing is, she
Mr
was the biggest
Borman,
pro-Palestine thing.
I invite you to move your amendments 1 and 2.
Thank you. So moved. Amendments 1 or 2 are basically removing a whole lot of stuff and inserting a whole lot of stuff, but with the difference being that the Section 3 comes into operation on 1 December 2026, which is obviously post the election. What that means is we can have our feel-good change of everything here and still give people time to be able to go through an election, do this. The VEC will have a lot more time, and it isn't just one of the things done at the last moment. I don't feel the government will support this. I'm just predicting that. But I think it's a way of making this fair as well as getting the job done.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr Borman. The government does not support your amendment. The effect of your proposed amendment would be that the bill would not commence until after the election and would allow for group voting tickets for the 2026 election, and the government position is very clearly that group voting tickets should be removed ahead of the upcoming election.
Mr Mulholland?
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you to Mr Borman for moving this amendment. Similarly, the Liberals and Nationals do not support this amendment. I was speaking to before the impact on delaying group voting tickets, and while there is debate on whether or not the regional structure or statewide structure should be done before or afterwards, regardless, we have to deal with what's before us now and what's possible now. And for us, the abolition of group voting tickets now, even with the regional structure, is a far better outcome than another election with group voting tickets in place and the regional structure.
Mr Limbrick?
Thank you, Deputy President. The Libertarian Party will be supporting Mr Borman's amendment. As stated, my fear with doing this now is that we will never reach a fully proportional regional system in Victoria if we do this now, independently of regional reform. Therefore, this amendment would put us in a position where both could be done simultaneously. Therefore, it makes sense to support this amendment, in my view.
I don't know if Ms Mansfield?
Thank you, Deputy President. The Greens will not be supporting this amendment for similar reasons to the ones Mr Mulholland outlined.
Even the Greens.
As I said in my second reading, we're very open to a discussion around upper house reform, but there is absolutely no certainty about when this would occur. The process is complicated, and it has been well established that removal of group voting tickets and upper house reform don't need to be linked, and as has been said, we do not support another election being held with group voting tickets still in place, given they're just fundamentally undemocratic.
Is that his name, Borman?
Yes, his name's Borman.
Is that he got me?
If there's no further comments, the question is that Mr Borman's amendment 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no? I think the noes have it. I'll ring the bells
Aye,
for 4
Borman.
minutes.
Pretty sure.
4 minutes.
Borman, you're out. Turn down that stupid ringing. Borman is out, and his amendments are going with him. So now I think they're voting on it, no?
Are
The
they?
amendments are... Let me find out.
Sorry, my light just went out, but whatever.
I'm getting ready
I
for the
don't have
midnight run.
fancy equipment like you guys, you know. With your whole dark,
Do you have is there birds? Is there birds there, Monica? Do you have birds?
Yeah, I live in Queensland.
Is it like
mucking around with the Victorian election? Yeah. Love it.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Wow, that's like interstate
Intervention.
election interference.
Yeah, well, you know, it's one country.
So, guys, if you've joined in for the live stream and you're wondering what's going on today, the Victorian Legislative Council is looking to pass the bill to end group voting in Victoria. It's already passed the lower house last week. So this is the opportunity to make it
I think you need to frame it right. They're voting to end the rushed amendment,
we figured that part out.
repealing of the thing that has nothing to do with the Free Palestine Party.
Yes, all of this, as you can read from the title here, the Free Palestine Party forces politicians into group voting ticket showdown. It is a Free Palestine Party. What's the other parties, Monica, that we had?
Climate Action Now.
Yes.
And then the last one is I'm voting to avoid the fine.
I'm voting to avoid the fine.
The other one is Morgan's, which is Safety Victoria Crime Prevention, which was already registered.
Exactly.
But, you know.
So a few parties set up to essentially legally participate in the group voting ticket preference, whispering, whatever you want to call it, and then to move those votes towards conservative right-wing parties as we would see fit, I guess, depending on, the main target of those votes would have been One Nation based on the current conservative
Are you a little
politics.
tired there, Rukshan? You sound tired. You sound like
I'm a bit tired.
Are there any super chats to read while we're
I've caught up with all the super chats, but
I mean, it has
guys,
been
what are you doing?
5 hours.
We have been streaming for 5 hours, that's for sure. 5 hours.
It's not nothing.
I wasn't prepared
All
for a
over
5 hour
something that
stream.
we could have sorted in 10 minutes. They could have just voted on this. Although I've got some interesting stuff like to break it down tomorrow because it is all very funny to me how hard
I'm sleeping in
the
tomorrow.
government lies at everything.
Yeah.
Even when they're doing the right thing, they're lying.
They can't even do the
help
right
themselves.
thing right. You know, they just can't. Yeah, but this is a big deal.
What's
This is a big
what's
deal.
the
It's gonna make
prediction?
the election better.
When the vote gets through, is Purcell going to fall on the floor crying? Is she going to start wailing? What? She's her first thing was the funniest.
That's
Although
been my
I gotta
highlight. I did not accept that. I did not expect that way
her
she carried
speech
on.
was the highlight, but I got to say she did ask, like, it was good because Limbrick lined her up going, oh, was it the Free Palestine Party that made you do it? And Labor Party's like, no, it's just, and Purcell's like, so why'd you rush it? Oh, we didn't rush it. She's like, dude, like, you're gaslighting us because we're literally here. We've been here the whole time. This has never happened before. What are you talking about? But it's all one big game because, look, the Labor government was so screwed from the Free Palestine thing because there was no way for them to win, no matter what they did. Like, for them to tell the truth about what's happened here now, they have to say Avi Yemini directed Labor policy.
Exactly.
The question is that Mr Berman's Amendment 1 and 2 be agreed to. Those voting in favour of the amendment, I invite you to stand in your place now.
Oh, okay, so they couldn't work out.
It was his amendment.
Who was it? Borman's
amendments.
Standing? Borman and Limbrick?
Limbrick, Purcell.
Labor would
Think
have
you
had,
can resume your seats. Those voting against, I invite you to stand in your place now and indicate my voters with the nose.
I mean, it's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
Is this just for amendments now, still?
Yeah,
Still
they're
the
going to be
amendment.
But yet Labor would have had a meeting, Avi, and said, whatever you do, no matter how they ask the question,
Bro,
do
I
not
think I'm
mention-
gonna file FOIs on this because I just
You
want to
should.
show how they from when we announced and like
Yeah.
up until they said that they were that date that she claims, the 22nd of July. Yeah, 22nd of July. I want all communication about Free Palestine Party.
Yeah, and to the VEC as well.
Yes.
Back and forth. Yeah.
But I think even internal conversations about the Free Palestine Party will show what they were saying between each other, because her whole thing is, no, it had nothing to do with that party as to why we suddenly rushed it, which is like it's just the most complete.
Thank you. You can resume your seats. The result of the division is ayes 5, noes 33. Therefore, the amendment is lost. If everyone could stay, we might get through the amendments relatively quickly. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 to 14 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no.
Clauses.
I think the ayes have it. Mr Eddershank, I invite you to move... Ms Payne, I invite you to move Mr Eddershank's amendment number 3.
Thank you, Deputy President. My colleague, Mr Eddershank, has already spoken of the rationale of this amendment, so amending Clause 14, adding a new section 14A, that would just see that rather than proceeding with the highly problematic two-stage process for the reform that we have before us today, that we can remove that preference whisperer issue. It can be addressed in a handful of lines that are contained in these amendments. The clause clearly defines what is being outlawed, how it may apply, and the appropriate penalties for breaches. It is noted that this issue is not around political advice. Everyone is entitled to seek such advice. Rather, it is an amendment to remove that pursuit of commercial activity in association with preference negotiations or agreements that lend to this issue. So defining that principle around commerciality.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on Mr Eddershank's amendment number 3? Minister?
Thank you, Deputy President. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The bill in removing group ticket voting from Legislative Council elections and introducing a new method for above-the-line preferential voting negates the need or the incentive, for that matter, for preference whispering, and consequently a statutory offence is not required.
Mr
Thank you, Deputy President. Although I appreciate the intent of this amendment, and it would have maybe made sense if the previous amendment had have passed, as there won't be any elections that where group voting tickets will happen, assuming this bill passes. Therefore, I don't feel that this amendment makes sense. That's my first objection to it. My second objection to this amendment is I'm not actually sure of the consequences of this. I feel like actually all political parties, or major parties at least, have people that professionally work for them to manage these negotiations, and I sort of feel that that is sort of necessary and might be outlawed by this, and therefore I'm concerned about the consequences if this was to pass. So therefore the Libertarians will not be supporting this amendment.
Principal.
Ms Mulholland.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Liberals and Nationals will not be supporting this amendment for similar reasons to the government. While a unique way of putting forward an amendment, it does rather go against Mr Eddershanks. I was hoping he would be here. It does rather go against his previous comments in this place, arguing against the incarceration of non-violent offenders. But I would also think that, this amendment, while unique and interesting, probably not the best solution to this bill. I think the bill in itself is the solution.
Dr Mansfield.
Thank you, Deputy President. The Greens will also not be supporting this amendment. The best way to get rid of preference whispering is to get rid of group voting tickets, and that's what this bill does.
The question is that Mr Eddershank's amendment number 3 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. I'll ring the bells for 1 minute.
So I'll just turn that down a second, so you understand what's going on. They're now finalising each clause and proposed amendment. Members can call a division on each of those as they hit them. Sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. The final one on the bill as a whole comes at the end when the Deputy President asks that the bill does pass. So right now we're going through the amendments, and essentially those guys get to split. Like, that's what we're seeing happen here. But we're going to get through it pretty soon. So this is going to likely pass very, very soon.
What clause are they up to, and how many clauses are there again?
No, so that how finalizing each clause. There was 90. I looked it up, and we're on I think they did 30 that was the last one was 15 to 30 or something.
Oh yeah.
You'll hear it now.
So the question is that Mr Eddershank's amendment number 3, which tests his amendment number 4, be agreed to. Those voting in favour of the amendment, I invite you to stand in your place now.
There'd be 4 of them only.
Not even.
You can resume your seats. Those voting against, I invite you to stand in your place now and indicate my voters with the noes.
Not even everyone stayed because
they don't need it.
It's a foregone conclusion.
That's why this is such a waste of taxpayer dollars and time, and this has gone. If anything, it's helped me the most because it's given me stuff to work with tomorrow when I unpack all of this in one short. Obviously not. We've had constantly about 1,000 people watching, but most of the people don't want to sit there and watch 6 hours of.
No.
You've got. I'm going to bring this down into something that we package and produce and put out and show people how funny it is. That's to me the highlights.
Yeah,
all the highlights, but also the fact that the Labor trying to deny that it had anything to do with. That's fine. So you package that into something that we can give out.
Thank you. You can resume your seats. The result of the division is ayes 3, no 35. Therefore, the amendment is lost. The question is clause 15 to 19 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Mr Borman, I invite you to move your amendment number 3.
Thank you,
if we can all just stay.
Thank you, Deputy President. So moved. This is basically we as parties get advance funding, and as a number of minor parties are about to have the rugs pulled out from them, we could be left with a debt through no fault of our own. This isn't a normal election where you take it as it comes. This has been done to us. So this is basically that the VEC will forgive any debts, this one time only, to the people that are getting the cold loving hand of the government in this bill.
Well, they can still run. They just won't get
are there any comments, Minister?
Thank you, Deputy President. The government will not be supporting Mr Borman's amendment. The effect of the proposed amendment is that any party or independent candidate who loses their seat as a result of the amendments contained in the bill will have any debt arising from an obligation to repay payments of any advanced public funding forgiven. And for the provision to be operationalised, the VEC will need to establish that the registered political party or a candidate has lost their seat at a general election as a consequence of the removal of GTV, and we do not think that it's possible to establish
GVT. She had it
causality.
Right the first time.
And this amendment places an impossible burden on the VEC to be the arbiter of such a loss, so we will not be supporting this amendment.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. Can I just clarify from the Minister then, is it the government's position that it's not possible to implement this amendment that Mr Borman is proposing? Is that what you're saying here? Because of the causality is unable to be determined? Is that the government's position?
Minister?
I think I clearly articulated the reasons why the government will not be supporting the amendment. We think that it would be extremely difficult and not possible and an impossible burden on the VEC for them to become the arbiter in these matters, and we don't support this approach.
Mr. Borman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I might just point out, for the Minister's edification, in respect of a registered political party, if the party loses a member of Parliament, that loses loses a member of Parliament at the general election as a consequence of this. So basically, it's only us.
Yeah.
Any further comments? Dr Mansfield?
Deputy President, the Greens will not be supporting this amendment. While I understand Mr Borman's point here, and I hope that the VEC will apply some discretion in its decisions around these things and take people's personal circumstances into account, I think it's very hard to establish whether someone would have retained their seat, whether there's GBTs or not, quite frankly, in advance. So it's hard to attribute the change in electoral system to the loss of the seat. I'm not sure how anyone here could predict that they're still going to have their seat post-election, short of them getting a full quota. So I think that I'm not quite sure how this amendment would be able to be interpreted by the VEC.
Ms. Mulhern.
The Liberals and Nationals will not be supporting this amendment. Agree with the reasons put forward by both the government and the Greens, and I think for foreshadowing and looking into the future and trying to work back from that somehow these changes might cause a person to lose their seat, I think rather reflects that people might have been elected to this place through reasons other than popular support anyway and voter support anyway. So without sort of foreshadowing what might be to come as a result of this bill, I wouldn't
to pay
want
it back
to support this amendment that might foreshadow an outcome and tie it to the bill itself.
Are there any further comments? If not, the question is that Mr Borman's amendment number 3 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. I'll just ring the bell for 1 minute.
So they get to check if they... I think they're saying they want to double check. It's like, dude, there's not more than 3 of you or 4 of you saying yes. What are you doing?
I don't know what the point of that is, but people in the comments have definitely picked up on the fact that it is kind of like, they're getting through that system where they pay off that guy legally, and now they because they got in through that system, somehow the public are responsible. So at the end of the day, we'd be paying for it, right? So how does that work?
Why should we pay? Like, you know what? You've taken hundreds of thousands of dollars over the years. Like that guy from Shooters and Farmers, he's been in there at least from 2018, probably longer. I don't know when he first got elected, but it's like, and it's always through doing a deal with the preference whisperer. So you've made like
over $1 million.
Yeah, more. Yeah, well over $1 million. So pay whatever debt you get from the VEC.
Mr Borman's amendment number 3 be agreed to. Those voting in favour of the amendment on vote is standing in place now.
Such a waste of time.
It's a waste of time and money. Like, this is how they operate every day. Why would I ever want to serve in that? Why would you?
Thank you. You can resume your seats. Those voting against, I invite you to stand in your place now and indicate my vote is with the noes.
The first 20 minutes.
Like, we already know what the numbers are going to be. 4 to 33 or 5 to 33, something like that. They probably want to clip them for their own videos, so that they, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Mate, they're doing a Babette. They're enjoying their last hours in Parliament.
Didn't you want to get elected, Avi? I mean, you started a party. I mean, come on.
I'm going to free Palestine. I'm going to be as successful in freeing Palestine as they are.
Yeah, from Melbourne, you're going to free Palestine.
I was more successful in freeing Parliament. That's all I want. That's all I'm happy with. It's the best thing Free Palestine has ever done for us.
Imagine if you just ran the party in certain regions.
Thank
and
you. You can
actually-
resume your seats. The results of the division is ayes 5, noes 33. Therefore, the amendment is lost. The question is that clause 20 to 30 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Mr Limbrick, I invite you to move your amendment number 1.
Thank you, Deputy President. So I would like to. This amendment is rather simple, actually. We spoke about it earlier, but basically what we're doing here, after the last bill, there was an independent committee set up to review the donation system. It makes total sense to me that this also should be part of that independent committee. It's my concern that the new Electoral Matters Committee in the new Parliament will actually be comprised of members of Parliament who are beneficiaries of the new system and therefore will not be independent at all. Therefore, I think it's entirely appropriate for this independent committee to add to their scope these things, and that's all that this amendment does, is just increases the scope of the committee that we've already set up and agreed to set up.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. As I indicated earlier during the committee stage, the government will not be supporting Mr Limbrick's amendment, and I went to the specific reasons why we see that the review that will examine and make recommendations in relation to the operation of the Victorian electoral system from the previous bill passed in this place, including the operation and effectiveness of any political donation disclosure scheme and the effectiveness of the Electoral Act, is an important review in and of itself, and we don't support further extending that review and taking the focus away from the original intent of the review. And I do note, notwithstanding Mr Limbrick's concerns about the makeup of any future Electoral Matters Committee in a future Parliament, they do have the ability to inquire into elections and any other matter that the committee sees fit.
Thank you. Are there any comments? Mr Mulholland.
The Liberals and Nationals will not be supporting this amendment for similar reasons to the government. While we can't predict, as the Minister said, who might be on the Electoral Matters Committee and what they might look at. Well, I mean, Lee Talamas will probably be on it. I think that's safe to assume. I think, I would not support this amendment. It's up to the government today to commission the EMC as well.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? Dr Mansfield.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, we're very much in favour of reviews post-election. This, as the Minister said, this review and committee process was set up with a very specific purpose in mind, and I think it's important that they're able to look at what are already very substantial changes to our donations laws, and I think that warrants a dedicated review. The Electoral Matters Committee will undertake a review after the election, as will the VEC. I'm sure the next Parliament, if sees fit, could also instigate an independent review as well. But I think to tack it onto the work of another committee with a very well-defined purpose, I don't think is quite the appropriate mechanism.
Are there any further comments? If not, the question is that Mr Limbrick's amendment number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. I'll ring the bells for 1 minute.
Why are they ringing the bloody bell? We know. Read the super chats while we're doing that, so we're not stuck at the end, because at the end we're going to have to break the news. We're going to have to get straight to work, so we want to thank everyone who tuned in today.
We got one from AWOL Stu, who says, it's just another Aussie slang statement. Rook like stone the crows. He's talking about a fair shake of the sauce bottle. Thanks, mate. Thanks for his contribution. Julian Campbell says, lol, Monica, I'm out back Queensland and have been with you all since the beginning. A nod to you, Monica, out there in Queensland, away from Victoria. Maddie B says, hey guys, will you be streaming on election night? We will definitely be streaming on election night for sure. How that looks like yet, I don't know, because last time
One Nation head office.
One Nation
will be somewhere. Yeah, I don't want to be stuck at the in the studio, Avi. I'm going to come as well. We'll do it on.
Ah, look at that. Brookshire.
Well, I mean, it's a big night.
To come when it's safe.
It's a big night.
Guys, are you up to date on the super chats? So we're not
I got one
lagging
more.
behind. Go for it.
Anthony Cox 875 says, "Before you know it, one day we will be seeing the communist flag hung up in the room. Considering how far left and communist socialists we are heading, well, we already have the Aboriginal Assembly, which is literally like I guess that type of organization. I wouldn't say communist, but you know what I mean. They turn Parliament upside down and set it up as the First Nations Assembly. So it has deviated a lot from the original setup of our Victorian Parliament House, and it is possible in the future we could have a communist flag in there. We definitely have communists in there." Next super chat is for you, Avi, from It's Leo Thompson. Avi, what color is your party Bugatti?
Obviously. My Bugatti.
Yeah, what for your party? What color is it?
For my party, my Bugatti.
Yeah, black, red, and green.
Black, red, and green.
Black, red.
Well, you know how that guy in England won a council seat, and then he was a greenie, and then he got caught in a Bugatti or something. I think that's
I was going to say, because you clearly haven't seen my Honda Civic 2001, whatever the bloody hell I drive.
You do drive a bomb.
Wow, I thought I had an old car. It's 2013.
Do you drive a bomb?
When people are asking what the ringing is about, another amendment, it won't get into the bill. That doesn't really answer my question.
I don't know. Anyway, I'll be back, guys.
Yeah.
If we're still here.
It's a long stream. You got to do stuff,
Pull it up to two of us. So yeah, guys, just before you go, make sure. So obviously we're getting closer to the final vote, and once the vote comes out, we're going to hit publish on our breaking news. Make sure to go out there and share the news. Don't let the Labor Party or the mainstream media own, deflect, ignore. You know, we know, they know what the truth is. So make sure to share the stories and smash the live stream, like it, subscribe. Actually, subscribe whatever channel you're watching on this on now, because we've got an amazing live stream coming. So you want to get the notification. Make sure whatever platform, especially YouTube, hit the notification bell. I promise you, it's going to be something great. But yeah, so once this ends, when it wraps up, when there's the final vote, we're going to shut it down pretty quickly. So we're going to congratulate. We might see if we can zoom into Georgie Purcell as she falls to the ground and wails. The funniest thing is that we used in the thumbnail a shot of Georgie Purcell crying.
Yeah.
And it was like I knew that was happening.
It was written in the stars.
Lock the doors.
Lock the doors.
The question is that Mr. Limbrick's amendment number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Sorry? Oh, sorry. Yeah. The question is that Mr. Limbrick's amendment number 1 be agreed to. Those of that opinion, I invite you to stand in your place.
The ringing is...
Thank you. You can resume your seats. Those voting against, I invite you to stand in your place and I indicate my vote is with the nose.
If we all stay in the house before the division was called.
From the inside.
Yeah. So she's telling me what's happening. It's basically just procedural stuff.
Yeah, it's like that in the Senate as well, in Parliament in Canberra. It's slightly different. I worked in Parliament there, so Victorian Parliament, we hardly watch it, Avi, you know what I mean? Like, really, last time I watched it closely was during the COVID days. Normally, we don't really pay too much attention to.
I can see why I don't watch it.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, if it wasn't about me, I wouldn't watch it.
I know. Because there's an odd chance they might mention your name. You'll sit here till 1 a.m. and we all have to sit here with you.
And everybody has to join me at home.
Someone's saying you love Georgie as well, so you're here for Georgie as well. That's probably...
Thank you. You can resume your seats. The result of the division is ayes 5, noes 33. Therefore, the amendment is lost.
They're going now.
The question is that clause 31 to 33 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. that concludes the committee's consideration of the bill, so I shall report the bill to the House without amendment. I'd advise everyone to stay because I think there will be a division.
The bill has passed. Is that right?
No, they're gonna have a
President,
division.
the committee has been through the bill and agreed to the same
They're
without
gonna do it now.
The Deputy President reports that the committee's been through the bill and agreed to the same without amendment. Minister?
I move that the report be now adopted.
Our question is, the report be now adopted, or let it be say aye. Against a no. I believe the ayes have it. Minister?
I move that the bill be now read a third time and do pass.
Yep. Question is the bill be read a third time and do pass. All let it say aye. Against a no.
That's it.
The ayes have it. I'm happy to do. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
They're gonna get it officially recorded. We're gonna have an official record of who voted yes and no.
I'm going to start.
It's done.
Sharing the news.
Yeah. I'll publish that article.
Publish it on the website, and let's see, guys. You can work behind the scenes.
We're always working. I'll put the bells down for everyone.
Give us a headache. There's a 4-minute bloody bell you're making us listen to. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, make sure before you go, so at the end of this bell, we're going to hear the official "it passed." Make sure to smash that like button. Like I said, subscribe, share the news that we're just sharing out now. I know it's going to be official in about a minute and a half. But...
And head to savevictoria.com and you can scan the QR code as well to support the work.
Scan the QR code on the screen or go straight to the URL is what Rukshan's trying to tell you. And that's where you can help cover the costs of us getting to this point where we were able to make this happen. And none of this was possible without your help, unless you believe the Labor Party and it was all just by chance, coincidence. It's a miracle.
Just so happened to do it after 12 years, just like, oh yeah, this is the one. No one believes you.
I'm just sharing the news like you guys should be. You're tagged on a cross post there, and I'll do another one soon. Make sure to turn it up. Don't forget to turn it up as it happens. We don't want to, after 6 hours, miss the best bit.
Close the doors, please. Members, we're dividing over the third reading of the Electoral Amendment Miscellaneous Matters Bill 2026. Can I invite members who are voting for the third reading to now stand in their place, and can I indicate I'm voting for the third reading?
Have you got it up?
Yeah, it's up, man. I don't know where the audio is.
Thank you, members. You can return to your seats. Can I invite members who are voting against the third reading to now stand in their place?
Well, yeah, it's clearly it's passed, I guess.
It's well and truly passed. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We have officially made history. Thanks to everyone at home.
Thank you, members. You can return to your seats.
You to Monica.
The result of the division is
Thank you to
ayes
everyone at home.
33, noes 4. Therefore, the third reading has passed. So, pursuant to Standing Order 428, the bill will be returned to the Assembly with a message informing them that the Council has agreed to the bill without amendment. Anyone want to leave before I call the next item of business?
There's more they have to do tonight.
They can do that. We don't have to worry about that.
Is
But it's passed.
officially
Congratulations.
dead, Victoria. Well
Free
done,
Palestine Party, well
everyone.
done.
Free Palestine, you guys said for 2 years, 3 years, it's been harassing our city, destroying everything, destroying the fabric of our society. But today, it brought democracy back to Victoria. Thank you, everyone. Guys, thanks for joining us for this long live stream. Make sure to smash that like button before you go if you're happy with that news. And if you support everything we've done, please scan the QR code or go to savevictoria.com to help us cover those last bills. Otherwise,
We got
head
some
to online
super
and
chats.
share breaking news. Let the world know we bloody did it.
Congratulations.
And can I give a shout out to all
Yeah.
the members who signed up
Of
because they've been harassed a lot by me, and also they had to deal with a lot of things from the VEC as well, not getting the letters, calling them and all that sort of stuff. And weirdly enough, thanks to the VEC for following the rules and doing the right thing. And it just wouldn't have been possible without, the platform that we had and the people's assistance.
I really appreciate everyone.
really amazing.
This was a real team effort, and if anything, it just proves when we come together and unite on taking on a fight, we can achieve it. We can do it. We can do what people have tried for years, but weren't able to achieve. And now we've got the Labor government in the corner, just lying about everything and rushing through legislation. It happened, and it's all because of you guys. Thank you so much.
100%. Congratulations. What we'll do quickly is I'm just going to read these super chats.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
I'm just sharing the breaking
Put some
news.
applause. Let's put in some applause in there.
Was that a delayed?
That's a delayed. Yeah, I'm adding some sound effects because everyone's cheering. Guys, thanks for everyone as well that's joined in tonight with the super chats. Joined in our stream. We've been streaming for about coming close to 7 hours, 6.5 hours here. So it's a pretty long stream. We've had thousands of people join in throughout the day, and we're really grateful for your support in watching this stream, and of course for your contributions via super chat or via the QR code or at savevictoria.com. So I really appreciate that. So we got some super chats here, so I'll just read these quickly. One more from our old friend Abby. Good to see you, Abby King.
Abby's in town.
She's come on just at the end to celebrate with us. She says, yes, Avi Yemeni's registration of the Free Palestine Party is directly connected to the push to abolish group voting tickets. It appears to have added urgency to the debate. definitely, which is what Labor didn't want to touch, but it was pretty obvious that the crossbenchers were aware of this thing occurring. David Limbrick pretty much confirmed it when he asked that question.
Well, Limbrick kind of confirmed it, but they denied it straight, and he didn't push him further. But then the way Georgie followed up, and it became clear that it was suddenly rushed just by coincidence in the lead up to this election, and by coincidence, after our party was creating headaches.
Yeah. Definitely, but guys, and those in the comments that are asking who might have joined in a bit later, yes, the group voting tickets in Victoria are gone. It's finished. It's done. It's passed both houses. It is going to be codified. It's gone. That history of group voting, preference whisperers. Glenn Jury's going to have to find some other scheme.
You're going to have to get a bloody job like Georgie Purcell. Maybe they can both work together on an OnlyFans. They can re-kick off OnlyFans.
Oh my God.
No comments there. But yeah, guys, it's all done. So if you're asking in the comments, group voting tickets in Victoria are finished. It's over. And on that note, I think we can wrap up here, Avi, Monica.
You can, while you're here, just tell people where to follow you, Rukshan and Monica. You might as well take the opportunity.
Yeah, go for it.
And then we will end the night.
Yeah, I'll just finish on this, is that I've learned something really new in this campaign, which is that I think the best way to win is to actually play their game transparently and beat them at it. And I think Conservatives haven't figured out how to do that recently. And I think we're going to be using these tactics in the future, just like the male NBA players have done in America. I think this sort of thing is the best way to expose them and to force their hand. So I think moving forward, things are going to be different for Conservatives. I think we need to start looking into these types of tactics. And it's really satisfying to actually see change directly from what you've put a lot of hard work into. So I'm just so glad to have been a part of it.
It's a good point you make, because I remember when you first came to me with the story and you were being a lot more cryptic about it, and then I said, all right, I'm going to do it too. But I'm like, I just said to you, I went and got advice, and I'm like, I'm being completely honest about what I'm doing, because I think the system is rigged and it's wrong, which you agreed with. But I'm like, I want to tell them, like, you've got, as long as I'm not going to jail for what I'm doing, as long as it's actually not illegal, which it wasn't. Yeah. So I want to be completely straight up about it, which was what I was saying in all these interviews. Like, you guys were saying that I'm duping people. Dude, I'm literally telling you. Everybody else doesn't, and they don't tell you. They, the only thing I did to justify it as a joke was saying free Palestine from Hamas. But I was literally telling you, I'm taking your votes, I'm funneling it. And I know you guys are so dumb that you'll vote on that slogan.
And we copped a lot. I copped a lot from people who were legitimate followers of mine. When they saw that I was starting a party called Climate Action Now, they were like, oh, I can't believe you've fallen for the climate change hysteria. And I'm like, oh, it was so frustrating. So to come to this conclusion and then to be able to say, I told you so, you should have had more faith in me, it's satisfying.
Yeah, well done, Monica. Really, people don't realize how much work Monica did behind the scenes, and she was hassling you guys. She was hassling me when I was dropping the ball. Like she did the most work out of everyone in this. So Monica, you should be proud. You got this done. This was on you.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously it was just to put it out there. It was Morgan's idea, but I really took it on board, and he was a confidant throughout the whole thing. And I think that Avi's platform and his voice is what really brought it to the public's attention.
There's nothing that riles up the left more than just me being involved. That's all it took. Let's just be honest here. It was like, I think Palestine probably was the cherry on top, but just me being involved, they're like, nah, we got to put an end to. We cannot let this guy succeed. But I was telling them from the beginning, I'm like, you not letting me succeed is making me succeed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you guys for fighting.
Thanks, everyone.
The job's done now, but to those people who are on the supplementary list of Climate Action Party and the other one, I think just for shits and giggles, we may as well just finish the registration of those parties and then decide what to do from there.
Yeah. 100%. Well, guys, thank you. The best thing you can do for all of us is to like, share, and subscribe to all our platforms and networks that we're on. And like Avi said earlier, Thursday, we've got a really good live stream coming on, Avi, yeah? So make sure you hit the notification bell on YouTube. There's a really good live stream that's happening on Thursday that you won't want to miss. It's probably going to happen during the day. So make sure you're on the notifications for Rebel News Australia, Avi Yemeni, Rukshan Fernando, and Monica as well, of course, doing all the amazing work that she does. Thank you, everyone. God bless. Thanks. And that is the end of group voting tickets and end of preference whispering. See you all next time.